ask for borrows. I don't know if I'm going to use them, but I don't know. I don't really. I haven't traded a small cap parabolic like runner in the longest time. I'm just stay a little away from.
Also looking at Carvana breaking out
4 million
as well today. So yeah, crazy name here. All right, let's go back over there. Nvidia making moves. I'm hearing Tesla making moves. I mean, it's going to be another day.
Yeah, VVPR, I just heard popping up as well. 19 million shares already on that one. A few things on the calendar to note coming up later this morning, starting with 10 o'clock, the big one once again this morning. I don't know why my highlight has changed colors, but I'll figure that out. Fed Chair Powell, once again, day number 2 coming up at 10 o'clock. We'll also get wholesale inventories for May coming up at 10 o'clock. Energy data. It is Wednesday, I was going to say. 10:30 coming through on both sides of the spectrum. And then we have some debt auctions coming up later in the morning and afternoon, early afternoon. Bowman, Goolsbee, and Cook, all with opinions then on what Powell's going to say this morning.
Why do we need so many Fed speakers on one day? Yeah, that's interesting. I want to show the yields here. Even though the 10-year and the 2-year are not down all that much, the 2-year is down about half percentage point. It's coming into that 4.5 area where it found support last time, and that's been kind of the line in the sand since at least the early spring. The 10-year obviously continuing to make lower lows, so we'll have to watch yields today. They'll be in play, as there'll be a lot of Fed talk, obviously. We should
feel bad, or a little bit bad anyways, for Jeff Bezos today. He's down to a mere 9% ownership in Amazon after selling, I think it was $5 billion or so worth of shares. So Amazon not really doing much this morning, but
look at the guys talk about that 200 accumulation. It's been a while now at that 200, a little bit above, a little bit below. You feel like something's going to happen here.
Maybe he was selling above it for weeks and weeks and weeks, but yeah, only 9% guys left for Bezos.
Yeah, no, he's definitely selling above that 200.
Yeah, I mean, did you want to talk about that? I know you have some thoughts.
I know there's been some filings that were made, and I again, even from last week, I've been kind of observing the held offer, right? I'm just like, oh, there's a held offer. It's very unusual. It's not even budging. What's going on here? I'm a little confused about it. And these filings start coming out. It's like, that's his $5 billion order. He's selling at the 20, whatever is it? Like I think he sold 50,000 shares at like 201 and some change, and then a whole bunch more at just shy of under a mil, I think. I got to check the filing again. Just above 200, like 204, 204s and 200 and some more change there. So yeah, every time it kind of has been getting up there, it just gets slammed right back down. I think he's as per the filings that I was looking at yesterday, I sent you a link as well.
Yep, I saw that. Yep.
He has he's finished about 20% of the order roughly.
Yeah, I tweeted it.
There's still a good chunk, at least more than half, that still needs to be dealt with or still needs to be reported. Or whatnot, but yeah, definitely held offer at 200 on Amazon. Very, very obvious. It's been there for a couple of weeks. Been a little bit more distinct prior week and this week. But yeah, there you go, right there. That's the one I was looking at right there.
So it says right here, Jeff Bezos filed for a sale of 4.3 million shares. This is what it looks like. These are some of the prices: 3 million, 1 million, 5 million. Look at the price. 1 cent.
Yeah, his
long at 1 cent, basis. Out at 200.
Look, see, like 207, 232, yep. And I'm like, okay, there was a reserve at 07s, there was a reserve at 04s. I'm like thinking about, all right, so these are probably people who have been given the task of dealing with his shares, right? Because I'm sure it's not Bezos sitting behind a screen being like, I want to sell here.
I wonder what his middle name is. P. Peter?
Jeffrey P. Bezos. Interesting. I don't know.
Anyways, there it goes. So yeah, it's on there. Go find it. It's on my Twitter. It's sent to me by Obi. There it is. So we'll go
Preston.
Oh, you Googled it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You can get anything off
Preston.
Google. You can get everything off that internet machine, hey?
Oh, of course, yeah.
I'm really glad that Al Gore exists, because without him, we probably wouldn't even have the internet. But the other thing here is we just took out, so we went long some 30s, out 50 here on Longeveron. So we already got in and out, trying to buy this, only out of 1/3. Let's see if Longeveron wants to keep going. We just took 20 cents, I know. 20 cents is nothing on this name. I just wanted to get a piece out. We'll see if it comes back up here, hopefully break 7. I have no more offers. Let's see what happens with Longeveron. I feel like we want to get out at 5. So that'll be bad if we get hit on this one. But again, not a big piece of the pie in right now on Longeveron, especially in the pre-market here. This thing could get rinsed out. So I'm not long here any sort of real consideration. Let's just watch this thing. If it gets back into 5, maybe we'll look at that for a little bit of a reload or something. But right now, Longeveron looks like it wants to go to the downside. But we did get some out there. Here it is. Watch out for this break. I'm going to start bidding something around 5. Look for like a 450 out if we're wrong. Just playing with small money here. See if we can go buy a coffee. Back over to the desk.
He built it. He might as well enjoy it.
There you go.
Yeah, I keep seeing this VVPR, Vivo Power, another one doing things here this morning. $5 was a little bit of a level. I haven't read too much into this yet, but just popping back up once again, $4.75, $5, another little one trying to run today.
Yeah, and this one is 1.5 million share float, guys. Very small, so be careful with this one. Absolutely could squeeze. It already got into that 570 area. It moved yesterday, though. You can see at 420, that's when we got that big move in the aftermarket. A lot of these ones move in the pre and in the aftermarket because of the lack of the halt parameter anyway. Got from that 260, broke 3, and we continued right at 4 a.m. Trying to hold VWAP up right now, Brent.
Yeah, it looks like they extended their debt facility, so nothing major on Vivo Power. Just seeing as well, Fed's Powell submits identical prepared remarks from yesterday. So get ready to hear the exact same thing as we heard yesterday today from Jerome Powell.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't really looking for a reversion yesterday, but I didn't know he was speaking. Let's see what he said. But if he's going to be saying more of the same, then I'm not really. We'll see. We'll see how it kind of affects the markets here.
Well, yesterday we had a rally in the banks.
Okay.
So I was thinking that, and I actually said this, and I didn't put it on today, which is kind of silly, that we would look at, and again, it's because there's not too much volume here, that we would look at some bank stocks here in the pre-market. The one that I was looking at was Citigroup because we just broke out basically yesterday from this high of $65. I really, I don't think we're going to dip into 65 by any stretch today, but again, if you're going to look at the 200 period, or sorry, the 50 period moving average that we really like to look at on the 20-minute, that's back here to 65.80. So like you could get some love here as he talks in front of the Senate Bank Committee. We talked about that yesterday. So I do like Citigroup to continue on a second, third day move, breaking basically through the $65 level. So that's something that we'll look at. I think if you like it, what's wrong with buying 67s? I think you can do that. JP Morgan, the best of the best as far as everything is concerned, market cap, performance, really. That's still the Citigroup chart.
Wow.
I wanted to show you that it's not. What are you looking at? XLF.
Yeah, that's what I was like. That is a clean
so this still
chart.
Holy. All these banks look really good, man. I mean, there's 210 here on JP Morgan. So the reason why I like Citi better is it's broken above and can continue. You could get some resistance up here. Remember, earnings for JP Morgan, Citigroup, they're all coming in 2 days, right? So Friday morning. So you have 2 more days of trade on these names. I don't know if this is set up properly into earnings, to be honest with you. Normally, you don't like to see a stock at highs come into earnings because then they're expecting the best, and a little bit of a miss sends this thing down. This is their last earnings report. So look how similar it looks, right? Breaking out, trying to hit the tops, then the earnings report comes, and you get a nice $20 flush down. So from 200 down to 180 last earnings report for JP Morgan. So I could see something similar for that. Look for some past support. So maybe 190, 195 on a miss. But for right now, banks in focus, but not much volume here this morning. 6,000 shares on JP Morgan. Hard to get a read, but I know we like the longs on the banks. Just not sure about it heading into earnings on Friday. Kind of a stay away, but good talk there on banks and Powell. You like XLF?
Yeah. No, it's. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Yeah, I know. Earnings season is about to kick off in full force at the end of the week here, and XLF banks being some of the first ones. I think DAL is tomorrow. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Adara. Yeah. Tomorrow, DAL.
Delta kicks it off tomorrow.
Yeah, Delta takes off tomorrow, banks on Friday as well. But look at this clean trend, absolutely beautiful on XLF. Looking obviously very similar to some of its constituents, some of the banks like BAC, JPM as well. XLF, I might be keeping a watch on that if we're going to do more of the same here. Take a look at the hourly. We are making higher highs, slowly but steadily higher lows as well over the past roughly since, I guess, what is this, middle of June? Yeah, definitely middle of June here. Found a base at 40, prior support as well. Kind of higher lows overall in the bigger picture chart as well. So yeah, I'll be looking for this 42 if it'll come in on XLF. Let's see if we can get a continuation of the bid. We did pull back end of day, not heavily, but we did kind of break trend and pull back a nice 30 pennies here from 42 to 41.72. So if we can get back up here, I'll definitely be a little interested on that. But yeah, thanks for bringing that to my attention. That's okay. Going to be added to my in playlist. What's going on, Adara?
Two interesting upgrades here coming from Needham here. We have Carvana up about 4% with his buy rating $160 price target. We also have Apple getting a $260 price target. So Needham here with Carvana and Apple upgrades. Illumina getting an upgrade from Citigroup, and TD Cowen here giving price target increases to Meta here from 530 to 600, saying that they are curious to see what their AI features will bring for the company. They also gave price target increases to Google and Amazon. The downgrade side, Nomura giving a downgrade to Supermicro with a $930 price target. That one trading a bit lower. Spotify getting this downgrade here and $230 price target from Redbird Atlantic. MasterCard getting a downgrade from BofA Securities. And last but not least, Helen of Troy, they reported yesterday a bit of an earnings disappointment, getting a downgrade from D.A. Davidson to end the list, guys.
Okay.
All right, so I have Carvana. I have Carvana written down today on the sticky note. So we're doing a little something different with this, not something different with this name, but you know, sometimes we don't have names like this written down on there. But I like CVNA here today. Possible 132 breakout, obviously, right now on news too. So we wrote it down. We also like the 22% short flow plus a dip buy opportunity into 126. So if you want a little bit more explanation and have a look at those, go over and find that at Trader TV. Sean, right now, yesterday's close is 126. I always hear the professor talking about closing prices, so we'll see if we can, respect that. If we can get a dip into like 127, 128. We also have the 200 period that I really love too there. So that's 127. I don't know if Carvana is dipping down to there. Probably not. With 100,000 shares done today, decent volume, up for, again, the news. Apparently now used cars are going to qualify for the tax credit, the EV, some sort of a tax credit, I guess up to $4,000. Plus Carvana gets upgraded today. So yeah, I really, I like it. I like the gap up here. Whenever there's a gap, we always like to say play back to VWAP. So we'll see where that opens up right here. Obviously it's going to be high rate, into rate now, but looks like it's going to be 131 and that's where we are. So let's wait to see what happens with Carvana. I kind of like that break. We've bounced off of 132 a couple times. You do have up here some kind of support. It looks like at 131 now that we've broken above it, 130.50. I think this is a trade today, man, and I think it's worth taking a 132 break. So we're still in Longeveron. That dipped around. We're now 10 cents in the money on that again. But for right now, Carvana, I like the long. I just don't know. And it's just funny that we talked about trading in the pre-market yesterday on the After Hours show. Just seeing if Carvana is on here because Carvana is a New York stock. So I actually hadn't looked at this yet. Wow, CMG, another sell. Goes in line with your Starbucks call there as retail and some of the consumer names like McDonald's, CMG, Starbucks, probably restaurant brands. We'll check those guys out with Tim Hortons and Popeyes. But there it is, CMG with the sell. Nothing on Carvana. So for me, I like Carvana to the downside there today. I know it's going to be on probably our rundown at some point, but I like Carvana.
Yeah, no, on the downgrade side, this morning, a couple of these tickers came up on my scan as well, again, doing some relative volume. MasterCard and Visa. So MasterCard was the one with a bit of a downgrade. You can see it's kind of had a little bit of a quadunk off of the 4 a.m. open down to some of these prior lows here. I also like Visa as well. So slightly lower price, roughly about half the price there, and already testing some of its support lows. Already traded below it a little bit there. 260.61 is the low. So I just want to take a look at a higher frame here and see what levels we might have in store. Wow, take a look at this, Sean. This is yearly. Are these yearly lows? Not just yet, but we are pretty close. Like we break some of these prices down here. 256. We're about like 4 or 5 points away from that there, and so if we kind of break that, we're already breaking down on this. So a little bit of a trend happening. Okay, well that did not go as I liked it to, but yeah, you get what I mean. A little bit of a downtrend happening here. Let's see where some of these downgrades take Visa and MasterCard. So I'll definitely be watching some of those. Not the top ideas there. Again, my top ideas I've already kind of mentioned: Amazon, Nike, Starbucks, and anything else that may fall into our lap if it kind of is in line with the playbook. That's what I'll be watching for as well today.
Domestic, though. All right, 9 o'clock. Let's get going into look at the overall market here. A lot to cover on the individual side of things as well.
56.31, guys. That's where we closed off yesterday on the ES September contract. We're still looking at that 56.50 as that resistance level. It's a blue sky setup. We've never been up there. 46 is the overnight high. To the downside, let's see if we can defend that 25-point level. We defended it yesterday. Let's see if we can do it today.
All right, trying to make it a couple days in a row here. Strength coming through. Did that not work? There we go. Maybe I hit it twice. Go to the website, tradertv.live, wait for the pop-up, enter your email address, and then you get the watch list from us absolutely free every single day. We'll talk about semiconductors here. I mean, there's TSM-specific news today in this group, but, I mean, they're all so strong. This is NVIDIA right now, almost 2%. Just failed, however, at 134 there. It's trying to consolidate just below it. But, yeah, huge move yesterday. This thing was pretty wild. It comes all the way back to red. And then we end the day back in positive territory. But, I mean, the streak and the trend definitely intact here.
Yeah, unbelievable. NVIDIA was so strong in the pre-market looking to break that 135. But it was Taiwan Semiconductor that reported overnight, and they make chips for all the big names. NVIDIA, AMD, even Intel, who's trying to get in the foundry business. A 32% year-over-year increase in revenue, really driven here by booming demand for AI. They also look to expand. There's a lot of capital expenditure. They want to open up plants in the United States to kind of de-risk a little bit from Taiwan, Brenda.
Past few days have been pretty similar here, right out of the gate. It's made that same kind of move at the open here for 2 days in a row, straight higher, and then gives it all back. So we're pushing towards that high right now for NVIDIA.
Revenue growing, trillions. Calculations from Reuters estimates, of course, Chinese Q revenue grew 32% year over year for Taiwan Semi. Wow. Okay, so look, just to talk about TSM. TSM there, its 52-week high is 192.80 made yesterday, I guess, right? Or 2 days ago, sorry, for Taiwan Semi, 192.50 right into there. It looks like it wants to take that out again, up 2.5%. I would actually fade that level. That is 190, what I just said it anyways, 192.80, sorry. So yeah, I mean, good report here, obviously. Nice move to the upside, well extended out here. Yeah. Under expectations, right? I think it was 7% expected move there, only up 2 and a bit. So to me, that's a little bit of a stay away here for TSM. I like the stock, don't love it, don't really ever trade it. So I'm going to go over to names that we trade all the time with NVIDIA. We don't have we're doing the rundown now, right? Is that what we're doing? Not that it's not up. I just want to make sure that NVIDIA is not going to be the very next story or anything right here. But right now, look, this has been, I like that one. There it is right there. Okay, good. So semis. All right. So look, on the sticky note, I have 134 break. It looks like that 134 is going to be a very, very key level. Now that we've broken above it, it's not the break excitement that I like to play, especially off open, because you could get a 134 break and this thing just rips to that 137, 138 level and decides about its all-time high at 141 again. So for me, for NVIDIA right now, look, the market's not doing anything except for holding highs. So I feel like you got to try to play it. The high is 140.76 on NVIDIA today. I feel like you do got to play fades back to VWAP. I mean, we really like those trades. When you're upside and you're looking for something to do, you play that VWAP, right? Yesterday on Tesla was a very, very similar trade. Let me explain this to you. And I want to say a big shout out to Brian Shannon, who we talked about this trade with him yesterday, and he was just giving a lot of credit, and it means a lot because a guy that's been in this game for 30 plus years, talking about the trades that he saw me put on, and all of us put on. He watches Trader TV. Look at these pullbacks into VWAP here for Tesla yesterday. We were long here, and then we had also this 260 break. So we were long, and then long. So we waited for that move up and then played the dip back in. So I'm just thinking that for NVIDIA, possibly You hit page back, supposed to go to the last symbol, but there's NVIDIA. So I'm kind of thinking of the same similar play. If we could fade back anywhere into VWAP at whatever it is at that time, I think we'll try to take some long. So for right now, what I wrote down was 134. We like that long for sure, but it's already broken. So now I feel like let it either settle down, right? I mean, NVIDIA even there yesterday, you know, here's the move down in the open, and then it got going about 9:33. So I guess it wasn't too soon after, but boom. Right there, nice move, right? And so I'll wait for a pullback for NVDA, but definitely a name that I want to go long. You go short this name today, anywhere ahead of 140. I think that's the play. I would not be shorting like 136, 135, anything like that. I really like the long here for NVIDIA. And for me, it's about finding those dip buy opportunities now, or maybe a break of whatever the high happens to be. So let's wait for NVIDIA's strength. I like that. I'll look at AMD as well. But for me right now, all my focus is going to be on NVDA. It's only longs, buying 132 if we get that opportunity, and then most likely any VWAP dip buys off open.
Yeah, I like the look on that NVIDIA as well. TSM, something to note here, I'm noticing all-time highs were tested this Monday, 192.80.
Yeah.
The week open at 190. We are trading at 189 on this off of these earnings. A little bit of a gap up as well, happening on not only just TSM but NVIDIA as well, a couple other chips as well, and on the semiconductor ETF SMH, looking very similar as well. But yeah, no, 192.80. Look at that, the opening range high there off of Monday, week high as well. We're kind of knocking on the door of that consolidation that we made earlier on this week. The week goes red to green above 190, so definitely something to be watching out for. Again, I didn't realize that they did earnings. How's it going, Randy? I am good for now. Thank you very much.
All right, well then cheers to everybody.
Cheers.
Come on, Sheree.
There it is.
Cheers.
Raining today. How was your drive
bit of
in?
a
Did
drizzle.
you leave earlier or was it? Yeah, take that mic up.
I left early, but got here a little bit late. It is what it is. It's damp.
Yeah, pretty damn. So the traffic was fine because you left earlier. Yeah, same.
Hello, Barrel, or
Same with
the
me.
remnants of
Yeah.
Barrel. Is that what they call it?
Yeah, barrel. Yeah, yesterday I called it burl, but it's barrel.
Barrel.
Yeah, it's supposed to be raining all day today, and then we'll see what happens moving forward. But Randy, thank you so much for the coffee. I'm glad the espresso machine is back working now.
Me
We
too.
got that email yesterday. And no listeria, apparently. Did
No.
you put almond milk in this?
I did.
You did?
Smell you later.
I said maybe if I get sick, then I'll take a couple of days off. But all right, he likes the brown shirt. Yeah, look at us. We all you kind of got a little bit of brown action going on there.
Plaid thing going.
Yeah.
Oops. Oh, how's my Tesla doing?
Your Tesla, eh?
Tesla is doing
It's
great.
doing great. We actually were just talking.
Whoa.
Wow. Good thing you have a good complexion there, Randy. Yeah, so Tesla just kind of flat right now. Actually, with the market, 0.38 market, 0.38 Tesla. We'll see what it does. I have this on the sticky note again today to go long. I like this 263 breakout. We are going to
Nice.
talk about it. Maybe. At some point, maybe not, but I do like Tesla, has to be on the radar. My number one stock the last 2 days, Randy, so thanks for giving some confidence in trying to go long here. We're going to trade it. It's Tesla, and I did get some out. I got out of about 8%, which is kind of random, of my position yesterday on Tesla for the long-term holdings.
Here we go.
I like to move up. Might as well take advantage of it. All right, let's go back over there. Were you done? I know that Randy sort of just came in. So.
I'm
All right, let's go back over and talk about big tech. I like it. Semis lead. Big tech strong. Crypto bounce.
the upside.
Carvana upgrade. China weakness. Let's go find out what big tech strong means.
Everything just goes up, except for China. Yeah. Google, I mean all of them, pick one. They're all higher once again this morning. We had a bit of a reversal in Alphabet yesterday. Kind of looks like NVIDIA's chart tagged that recent high and then just went straight down all day. I mean, there's nothing significant as far as headlines on these. The trend well intact here for Apple. I mean, even Microsoft I was noticing a little bit weak yesterday, but bouncing back today. Meta back to the upside here in the pre-market this morning as well.
Yeah, like you said, just price target upgrades, nothing really novel here. TD Cowen with 3 different comments on Meta, Google, and Amazon. Price target upgrades on all 3. Needham upgrading Apple. We'll start with that one first. Needham maintaining their buy rating on Apple, boosting the price target from 220 to 260. Again, though, there is some commentary there. They want Apple to focus more on advertising, talking about 70 to 80% gross margins for there. Alphabet gets the nod from TD Cowen, a boost from 200 to 220. Likewise, here with Meta getting the boost to $600. That's up from 530. And Amazon as well, Brendo, up from 225 to 245.
Yeah, there was that note last week as well on the OpenAI board monitoring person swap. So Apple gets Microsoft's seat on OpenAI's board. Not that that matters, but anyway.
So I'm on the AMD tip right now. AMD is absolutely ripping like crazy. So AMD just made an acquisition. I have this here on Benzinga. We'll show this now, Benzinga Pro. We are very, very pleased with them here. AMD shares are trading higher after the company announced the acquisition of Solo AI. Solo AI is Europe's largest private AI lab. Only for $665 million. That seems pretty cheap to me. Enhances open source AI software. So the software is the piece that AMD is missing. That's the piece that NVIDIA really hits on. So AI, efficient training and inference on AMD platforms. That's exactly what they need. I mean, you know, I'm not an analyst for these guys, but this is what I've been reading. Strengthens AI capabilities with world-class scientists and engineers, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so there it goes right now. It is an upside move for AMD, and I just want to talk about it because there it goes. Now it's just matching. You'd be like, oh my God, AMD is just blasting off. It's not even up as much as NVIDIA is on the day, but there is the news. Thanks to Chris in the chat, brought that to our attention. So did many others, but there goes AMD right now through 180. Now, on acquisitions like this, most of the time the acquiring company actually goes down, but that doesn't seem like it's very expensive, $600 million. And whenever you're talking about AI and you're AMD and you're basically right at the center of AI, it's probably a good thing. We saw Apple buy a little small AI company here from Waterloo just a couple months ago. That didn't really affect their stock. That was a little bit of a lesser deal than this. But there it goes, AMD, nice move up to the upside right here, and just bouncing off of key levels again, 184. I bet you this one hits 184 today, and I'm not even going to ask the 8-ball that because they disappointed last time. But there it is. Look at that, 184. The reason why I remember this level is it's been an area, right? You get this garbage out of here to the downside, which isn't garbage, it's just a huge move up. If you could break this area right here, 184, then it's blast off. Definitely for AMD. Great news there. Bouncing off the 200 period. I like the stock. So AMD qualifies as big tech, right? So right there, big tech strong, AMD
big
stronger right now. So I don't know. The only other name you have, what are you going to talk about?
I'm kind of in this AMD right now. I was like, I like this breakout. It's doing the volume. It has a catalyst. Let's go. Pre-market trade. 181 coming in. 180 is a breakout from yesterday. It wicked that 180. We're breaking out with expanding volume and RVol on AMD. Let's see how far we can go. I'm curious to see whether that 184 comes in, but that 180 was looking quite enticing, and I took a little bit of a piece there. Let's see if that 181 comes in. But yeah, no, big tech definitely strong like bull, and you can see that Apple here as well, kind of pushing its all-time highs in the pre-market, pretty much printing all-time highs almost every day for the past couple of weeks there, or past a week or so. And 230 will definitely be an interesting level there that I have. Again, Amazon pretty strong. Here's that 181. Sean, we're in a dollar winner in the pre-market.
You are. That's
bam. Great as a trade though. We're looking for 184. Let's see if we can get there.
You're looking for 184? Yeah, man. Obi is back in the building, baby. And you could just see the different style of an Obi versus a Neil versus a me versus all this. And I think that's what the best part about what we do around here is, right? Is that
baby, let's go. That's some nice tape. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little excited.
No. It's great, man. This is the kind of trades we're looking for, right, Obi? So a great job there. Play momentum.
Intraday catalysts are by far, I think.
Obi is mad hyped. People are saying. They don't see you this excited, and I'm glad that you're here, man. I'm glad you're sort of feeling some of these vibes there. So great.
Vibes are definitely here. Yes.
Great there. Great trade there, Obi. Yeah, congratulations. Did you talk about Apple? I thought you were going to talk about Apple.
No, I was just like, it's pretty strong all-time highs, 230 pre-market highs as well.
The reason why I wanted to bring that up as well, because I'm with you on that, man. I think a 230 break could be something there. It is a name that we do have on the stick, and I know it's an obvious one because it's Apple. But I also wrote down here that if we did get along, I do like, again, this 228. I mean, 228 basically held all afternoon. So if the market's going to be up today and we have some AI love again in this market, why not Apple, right? I think Apple's biggest move is AI, right? We have the super cycle coming. It's going to be AI based. So there it goes. Nice upside move for Apple today. But again, under the market, but not worried about it. We'll wait for some more imbalances. Let's go back over to the desk and talk about crypto.
Yeah, we're just reading a little bit more about this Silo AI. They actually announced a deal with Google back in June. They have a product called Viking was available on Google Cloud going back to June. But yeah, huge European footprint for Silo AI as well, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, big customers here, Brendo. Allianz, Philips, Rolls-Royce, Unilever, all clients of Silo. The deal is supposed to be an all-cash deal to the tune of $665 million, so no AMD shares included here. And it's supposed to be one of Europe's biggest large language model creators. They're training it on one of the biggest AI data centers out in Europe. So we'll have to see how this does, but it looks like they're coming at it from a software side here.
Yeah, I was just reading as well. It's the third AI software related acquisition that AMD has made so far this year. By far the biggest though, the other two, 100 million or less. But yeah, I'm actually surprised that's not worth more than 600. All right, let's go. That's Bitcoin right now, trying to make it 3 days in a row back higher here. There wasn't much to do as far as individual names were concerned yesterday, but overall still positive.
Yeah, we saw yesterday, we reported that there was a net inflows into the ETFs on Monday. Today, we get more news that the German government is going to be selling more of the BTC that it seized. So the German government has quite a bit Bitcoin that they seized from criminal activity. They're still holding 18,860 Bitcoins, but they did offload 5,100 and looking to actually drop a little bit more, 15% drop, and that's causing some downward pressure on the price.
I saw somebody wrote a headline this morning on that story saying Germany is no longer a Bitcoin billionaire.
I guess not.
Or Germany.
Poor Germany. Okay, yeah, poor Germany. They lost actually to, was it Spain or France or England or something? Spain, yeah, Spain. Good job. Shout out to Yanni behind us there for Spain yesterday. Big win against, by the way, that guy, 16 years old. Goal there. That's pretty amazing. Oh, wow. Right there. And then also, throw up some love for Canada. They did lose 2-0 yesterday, of course, to Argentina in the Copa semis. But that's amazing. We've never even scored a goal in that tournament before. We made it all the way to the semifinals. So a big shout out there to Canada and to Soccer Nation. And hopefully we can get a little bit more support. They were talking about that here in Canada for soccer heading into the 2026 World Cup, where Obi will be at those games. It's here in Toronto.
Oh, yeah,
some of those games. Yeah, good luck getting a ticket there, by the way. I mean, if you get one, let me know. But there it is right now. Look, Bitcoin's had a nice little run for sure. The last couple of days, we've had 4 of the last 5 days have been up candles here. This is just a daily chart for BTC. So it looks like we need to get above 59 to 60. But the real breakout's going to have to be here 64 if we get back up to the upside. So let's sort of put this back in, maybe do a 15-minute chart to see if we were trading Bitcoin today, what we'd want to look at. There's that marker that we just talked about, 59.5, getting up to 60. We got there overnight, basically at our night market over here at midnight. And then it just got hit back down. This line right here, though, that we have is, it looks like it is a 25 moving average. I don't know, but it seems to want to like it, whatever it is right now. This is not my chart. This is Binance's. But anyways, 58, 57. We talked about that yesterday. We never really got going, but still a nice little trend to the upside, a pullback. I think this looks pretty healthy. Dip buys into 57,000 if you're trading Bitcoin. I like that. Obviously, there's many different things that we can trade here, including Mara. We looked at that. The big one for everybody, I think. You guys let me know if there's another ETF, maybe in the chat that you guys like to look at, that Neil or I or Obi or whoever's on the desk can analyze for you. But I think IBIT is one of the better ones, volume-wise, and just the way it moves, especially with the levels. Easy to get in and out of, lots of liquidity. 32.75. For IBIT is a level. So we can look at that, and then you want to hold it until it breaks maybe this 32.50, 32.40 downside. So, yeah, Good name here to trade. I think Bitcoin could be on the way back up. It's nice to see Ethereum back to 31. You can see we have the markers down here, 31 and 58. The trade to make for Ethereum would just be ETHE for me. Again, decent liquidity over here on the OTC markets. It's really the only ETF you can trade for this for now until those come to market. And when they come to market, I expect a little bit of a sell-off in this space, but again, seems to be holding. You know, I mean, you're going to get dip buy opportunities. I don't know. I said a comment about 3 weeks ago, and people in the back kind of grunted and groaned on it because I don't know if they agreed with me. But I said if the NASDAQ ever collapses here, Bitcoin is going to absolutely tank. And I mean, Bitcoin already tanked with the market staying high. And that was on that Mt. Gox, right? Apparently. So what if the NASDAQ gives it up? I don't know if we hold that 54 again. But the NASDAQ's not doing that, so we don't have to worry about that right now. Nice to see Ethereum. Remember, the all-time high is about 41-ish, 44,080, something like that, 4,100. So we still have a little ways to go to get back for Ethereum if you're trading anything. And I know some of the traders that we've had on, including Michael Noss and Brian Shannon and Chris Brecher, and many different traders, all like to look at ETH a little bit more than BTC right now. So,
yeah, no, I think I like that look as well. ETH. Definitely, I guess, much more preferred product by myself in terms of I guess, even short-term intraday trading, swing trading as well. But no, Bitcoin can definitely, I think, like, yeah, we took a little bit of a pullback down to 54s, and then we're taking a little bit of a bounce, about 4K back up. What is that in terms of percentage on Bitcoin? Again, just underneath 10%, right? You get you got to remember, so it's like, well, yeah, just underneath, just in and around that 10% bounce there. I'm seeing, yeah, because we went down to 53.5, I guess. Yeah, we went down to 53.550 there on the lows, recent lows here. We're trading at 50.58 right now. But no, I think you're definitely right. If the market comes in, this definitely has a lot of room to come to the downside here. To be honest, like, I'm looking to buy dips as well, and I'm looking for strong dips to kind of come in here. But no, I was talking to Wayne about this yesterday as well. He's like, this cycle is not done just yet. So yeah, we have yet to see. But that 54 does seem interesting. Most recent low here. But I think, yeah, you're definitely right, If the market pulls in, that 54 might go a little bye-bye. So going to be on watch. IBIT, Mora, again. I think some of these tickers are moving around in the pre-market off of this move here, but nothing too crazy. Let's see what Coinbase is up to. Yeah, nothing too crazy. Still within the weekly range here on some of these crypto names, so maybe not the main focus.
You and a lot of other people, apparently. Yeah. We were just talking about Carvana. CVNA, a huge move here this morning, 4+% already, back above 130 and holding. Needham with a positive note, upgrading Carvana. 160 on the PT.
Huge. And it's not just a PT upgrade, it's a move up from hold to buy. Yeah, so this is the bull case for Carvana as stated by Needham. Carvana's digital-first, data-driven, vertically integrated model disrupts traditional car detailing. Carvana offers more compelling buying experience for customers, and this is the one that really stood out to me here. They're buying the auction companies, ADESA, as well as these other ones, to be able to get the car from the source, Brendo, to obviously have more pricing power.
If you zoom out a little bit, this is a weekly chart on CVNA. If anyone hasn't gone through this exercise, please take some time and do so, because this thing is just unreal. The 380 high going back to pandemic days. September of 2021, I still see about 11-ish% on the short side for CVNA, so that has come down a bit.
All right, so I know that Brendan sees 11 or so percent, and we talked about having some difference on Longeveron and things like that. We have 22 or so on trade ideas. I wrote that down, so it's going to be still a decent short float. And it's good that Brendan brought that up, because it's funny that you're almost halfway back. I mean, this stock was $2. It went from $3.80 to $2. $380 to $2. Carvana, okay? Oh, yeah. So, you know, when you're looking at these names, you got to be a little careful and understand that, hey, with news, maybe this thing pops even more today. So I actually wrote this down as a number 2 idea here for this sticky note. Go find it at Trader TV, Sean. I like the 126 if we fade back. We could fade. But again, sort of new rules now. Some of the used cars can get that EV incentive, so I like that. They're a big EV, obviously, company. Used car company with Carvana. Upgraded today. Kind of pulling at straws, trying to think that maybe we get to 135. I would say that's the high. If you can get long, you want to take something out in and around 135. But it also would not surprise me if we break this and this thing's up 10% today. So I definitely want to be in this name. I'm looking at a 132 break. It's getting close now. I was hoping that the imbalances would cause some sort of an action here for Carvana, but it's not on here at all. And with low summer trading, I don't expect to see too many imbalances, but we could get going once the market opens. So I'll take a 132 break. I mean, the dip buy is 130, but I don't know if we want to stand there and buy that, because if you're wrong, then you are going to get crushed. Because I feel like 128 might be where it stops at the 200 or 126. So I'm going to go long 132. I don't have the order in yet. We still have 7 minutes to go, but I like that trade. I like the break long with news, with short float, and upgraded. So yeah, Carvana has the catalyst. It has the tendencies to break higher. Basing out here on the daily, definitely some consolidation levels here in between 120 and 130. So I really think that you're about to pop here on CVNA. So 4% doesn't seem like that much these days, does it, Obi? Let's see if we get a little bit higher on that one. Good job getting some out in that AMD on that top side.
Yeah, I'm just kind of like attempting to churn it a little bit. It's holding its anchored quite well. I got some more. In, some here. But yeah, definitely not enough on the initial entry, which is something I do have to work on there. And here it comes in to its anchored. But yeah, no, I agree on that Carvana. Something else for more confluence for the long there is that we have curled quite a bit, and we're in an uptrend for pretty much all of this year. Prior month high coming in at 136.92, trading about just roughly about 4 or 5 points away from that price right there. So yeah, let's see if Carvana is going to push up on some of that catalyst here. Was on my scans this morning. Again, doing significant RVOL in the pre-market here on Carvana. So definitely going to be on watch. Let's see what it has.
All right, let's go to Chinese ADRs. Big day yesterday for all of these to the upside. We're reversing a little bit here. There's Alibaba downside this morning. JD downside this morning a little bit. PDD looking similar. Some of the EVs also under a little bit of pressure this morning. NIO was red, but has since gone back to the upside. Baidu led the charge yesterday. Is trying to do so once again this morning here.
Yeah, up a nice 3% in the pre here, Brendo, on the back of the robo-taxi. Everyone trying to get in on this name before Tesla announces what they've got planned next month. So here's a look. The stock jumped up 10% on the Hang Seng overnight. Really what they're looking at doing here is expanding their robotaxi operations, which they already have in Shanghai and some other cities. They're going to now bring it to Beijing. It allows them basically to run about 1,000 units, and each one has to have a driver in it though, Brendo, but looking to showcase what they've got.
Yeah. It says negative on our watch list, but just be aware, Baidu, obviously, making it 2 in a row here to the upside today, guys.
I'll have to look at Baidu because whenever I hear about Chinese ADRs, I just names, we just look at Alibaba, and it doesn't have a huge imbalance at all. But yesterday we put the long down on the sticky note at 73.50. It only dipped down to 73.80. Right there, but it was the 200 period hold for this name. But today you're dipping back in a little bit, so that's a little interesting. Let's see if we can get, if the market falls here, I do like Alibaba into some of those levels. So I still think that 75 area could probably be bought up. That little dip down into 74 at 90 shouldn't scare you. That could possibly be your out area if you do trade Alibaba long in and around 75, which is not going to be on my radar early, but looking to see if we can hold that level if that's the case, and I think we bump up there, especially because it was VWAP yesterday. I like this level, $74, $75, $74.80, $75 for Alibaba on that one. But as Brendan said, the name that people are going to look at here again is Baidu. And it's kind of cool that it's right at that $100 mark. So again, nice moves off there, but you're really just fighting this trend if you go long. Obviously, we've had a nice move up. You're hitting the 50 period here on the daily today, and that's still at that $100 mark. So I still want to be short, even though you're up 3%. I'd say short until you break 100 on Baidu. It's pretty simple. Other Chinese ADRs are down. Baidu's up. Market up, but this is China. So for me, I'm shorting Baidu until we break 100, which might happen right away. So I like to short in Baidu just because it's a key level. But if you're a long trader, you got to love that $100 break as well long. So I would say you get out of it immediately if you're stuck. But right now with the spread being 50 cents, it's a stay away play for me on Baidu. I'm going to look at NVIDIA's right at that 134 right now. Tesla's pulling back a little bit on nothing right now. So just be careful with some of these trades as the imbalances have hit. And I just meant to show them to you. There's basically nothing here on the imbalances. There's NVIDIA with a little small sell. It's laughing at that right now with 100,000 shares being a sell side. Not much else happening. There's Alibaba, some banks, but not too much here on that. Longeveron, we're still in until it breaks 5. We talked about that. So NVIDIA to the races. You still have AMD? Any thoughts on China?
Not really. I'm just like, I pulled up PDD, Baba, and Baidu there. So I think Baidu just, again, it says China weakness, but look at what Baidu did yesterday and what it's doing this morning as well. Not really looking similar on the PDD or Baba, but Baidu might be a decent look here. Maybe looking for a potential continuation if that bid is very, very strong and it continues today. Look at that volume coming into some of these breaks as well. So let's take a quick look at the weekly here. Okay, so a little bit of a trend, a ranging trend happening here on Baidu on the weekly, and it seems like we are attempting to push the higher end of that range trend, I guess. So could be on watch.
I guess we're pretty much done right now. Okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Well, no wonder why we're
left.
done. We are almost ready to go with the countdown. Adara will be on the countdown in only 20 seconds. So I'm looking for dip buys in NVIDIA. We have 133.50. We're looking at that. Tesla's coming down to 262. We're looking at that. And then both of our friends, apparently recently, Amazon is hovering around that $200 mark. We will see if Mr. Bezos continues to sell with only 3, 2, and 1. All right, here we
let's
go.
see what AMD does
market
with this
now open.
180 mark here. So we're flushing down a little bit right off the bat. VWAP I have at 179.50s, and we slam right down into VWAP as well. So, okay, so let's see if we catch a little bit of a bid here, or we get crushed. The 180, we saw what it did with it yesterday. Oh, slams right back up, bidding up 50 pennies almost instantly off of that VWAP. Oh boy, here it goes, 181 on the horizon, 180.60s printing as of right now. Let's see. We were talking about that 183, nice 184 there, Sean. So I kind of had my finger on the trigger right there just to kind of potentially get out, but I should have had it the other way to get more in at that VWAP as that VWAP holds and then rips right back up through 180. Let's see if we can break some of these pre-market highs here. Again, fresh catalyst. Prior days, there's 300 lots right there at 181. Gets taken right away. 181 gets taken, and then we kind of pull back a little bit here. So let's see if we kind of continue this move. Market's still chopping around. It's only been 1 minute since the open there, Sean. This is absolutely wild. Let's see if this catalyst can take us even higher on AMD.
Yeah, so I'm long. I punch long.
Big tech strong.
Yeah, I punch long there on AMD to see what happens. So we are long rate. I mean, we're long worse than you. We're long at 181 right now, but it doesn't seem like it wants to go too far past this level. So I will put a stop right now at like 179. If we break below, right, wherever that VWAP is right now is around 180. So if we could break below that, let's just get out of the trade because there's a little bit, whoopsies. There's the flush back down. That flush pretty good for us back down there. So we do get out at that 180. So we'll have stop a fail on that early. We did go long there and it did blow up sort of in our face. And we talked about trying to wait for some patience in some of these plays, and we do not do that at all there as we wind up getting out pretty good. I mean, not a great price, 179.70 there out. So we take a little bit of a hit there. We're not trying to get into too many shares straight off the open, but there goes AMD. Well worth looking at with the volume there volatile today on AMD. Is Apple doing anything? We're watching out for the market here because it is pulling back. So, Apple does take 230, then pulls back down as well. 230.08 was the high there for Apple. That might be worth taking again, but wow, we got to think about this. AMD is really coming in now. 178, maybe worth a shot here as someone slamming this thing to the downside. We'll try to buy some 178s.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of these pre-market highs right there. So yeah, this is super volatile here. Kind of ripping, getting smashed into the bid, and then we have extreme kind of like wipes back up as well, 50 to 60 pennies sometimes. It seems, I guess 30 to 60 pennies sometimes there. And there's that 179 once again. So let's see if we can get back up to towards that VWAP here. VWAP at 179.55. So we're knocking on the door of that as of right now there. Those were aggressive sells that just came in, Sean. That was pretty wild there. So yeah, that 180 getting smashed a little bit there.
I'm feeling kind of waves not getting long there. I tried to get long down there, and I was bidding 178, and unfortunately, I didn't do it early enough. But we have another one on right now. It's Apple, so we're long Apple right here at 14s. That's a nice trade. That's breaking through 230 right now. So we'll see. Little stupid play though on AMD, man. We should not have punched that high. We got excited there trying to break 181 again there to the upside. It's like all the trades that we sort of fail on are ones that we take real super early. So we got to watch out for that. We talked about making that mistake the other day. And then we had Brian on yesterday, and he's like, yeah, I don't take anything in the pre-market. I'm like, yeah, maybe we should be a little more patient. But there it comes again. Another move down in here for AMD touching 177.75.
Taking
right now. We are longer right now and not liking life right now on AMD.
Yeah, no, again, that aggressive push into the bid gets bought up a couple of times already with a 50-cent pop. So I'm like, I'm risking wide off of this action here. Kind of again, finger on the trigger right there. Ultimate out kind of being some of those pre-market levels, and we are getting bought right back up into 179. So let's see if some of this kind of strength continues, or we push right back down and the strength of the selling continues. But the market is coming down quite aggressively here. Right back in, we were talking about that 20,600. We're trading above that 20,700 as of right now. So pretty exciting times here, Sean, as the market's kind of pressing all-time highs, right? We know the Spider's been doing that as well. Spider all-time highs yesterday. It printed it at 557.38, so that's pretty interesting. Softy to the downside, Apple to the upside. That 230 break coming in real hot. Google pushing up to the upside as well. Nvidia taking a little bit of a pullback. Again, with some of these chips here. So let's see SMH. Yeah, a little bit of a pullback on SMH as well here. AMD still holding some of these pre-market levels. So let's see. We're going to be a little bit patient for this price action to kind of settle down here. Baidu to the upside, I guess. 98s, opens around 98s. It's printing 100 as of right now on Baidu.
We're not... I'm not overly pleased here, unfortunately, and which kind of sucks. I like being pleased. But yeah, no, AMD. So we were able to get some out there, ripped back up. We got some 179s out there. We did buy this dip. This is the better play. I mean, we should have just, if we were patient, if we were patient, we could have done better. And we could have waited for these prices, but instead we got excited to the upside. It's a good thing we were able to get some
at the market
out, but that's the other call. The market right now is failing. So we're still long Apple. Let's take advantage of that. If that's at highs for some reason. So there goes Apple, man. I mean, spin it for Apple, but definitely not for your boy here on AMD. But Apple right now is 60 cents in the money. And we'll watch to see what does happen here with advanced micro devices. I'm going to get out at this 177.50 break. That's basically been the bottom. I'd hate to take out the bottom again, but we got to get out at some spot. If it does come in. We do have more Longeveron right now. We just got that fill as it does make that move back in sort of to that VWAP. So we took the long, and now let's see if it holds. I'm more concerned. I'm not really concerned with Apple. We're kind of in and out of that one right now. We still have about 30 to 40% of Apple, but it's AMD right here that I'm just going to keep putting some offers in and around like 70s, 80s up here to see if we can get a little bit of a push higher on this. I still have a decent position. It's not a huge amount of shares or anything, but enough to lose my day early on AMD. So yeah, not good. Not overly excited about that trade there. Really like that we went over to Apple. Again, another name that we had on our sticky note. And if we just follow our rules, Apple 230 break, we took it, and it is fantastic. And here goes AMD back up to the upside. So we're making a little bit back right now. Yep.
Yeah, a little bit of a VWAP test. VWAP I have at 179.29. We are attempting to push 179s once again. Again, market very, very strong to the downside here as of right now, flushing, giving back some of its gains. And there is some aggression on AMD here, tape speed increasing there, lots of mid prints and the ask getting printed there for a second. So looking a little bit different from what we were doing in the slams that came right off of the open there. So I'm questioning how strong of a bid are we going to have off of this pre-market, some of these pre-market levels. And we're coming right back into that 178 pretty aggressively once again as well. So that's looking like it's not going to be that great right now.
Damn, Daniel. Yeah, this is not looking great at all there. But we were able to get, again, we got more out. Like, it's when you're looking at these symbols, you gotta, when you're popping up here, man, we just got another out there at we talked about that, 179.90, or sorry, 178.90 on that play. So yeah, so far, so not so good here for AMD, and Apple makes that move back. Let's look for other names then, right? We talked about the banks. We wanted to have a quick look over there. I still don't want to leave everything alone, but Apple's right there right now. We still are in this long Longeveron. It doesn't seem to want to do too much, so that's kind of sucky for us right now on LGVN, but again, not bad, just not great. Now Citigroup not doing anything, so we'll look at that. Here's LGVN. I don't know. We're trying to hold out here. We'll see if it breaks a little bit lower. My stop is breaking through 450. Just want to give this one a little bit more room than maybe we normally do there, LGVN. Waiting for AMD, waiting for Apple. Anything else? You're only in AMD. We can check out for Amazon right now.
Yeah.
I always want to look at this.
At that 200.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be doing anything. We do know that there is the big catalyst behind this, and that is the sale with Mr. Bezos. All right, so Tesla, and you see again, we got excited. I'm always going to be rethinking about like plays that we've made and why did we make them and things like that, right? And I just think that you do have a call here with AMD. And it's just like we got excited. We saw some news. This wasn't even really on our radar. We went over to it. I know this guy nailed it early with Obi here. That was a great trade. But, getting excited with it a little bit too early and blasting out that top really is going to turn out to be the sort of the sour spot of the morning. Let's see if it can come back upside right now and see if we can make a little bit back. I do like getting something out there, 179.30. So here it comes. We'll put an offer out right here. There we go. We got 12s actually right there. So we'll take an out as it's trying to battle back. So I like the trade. Don't love the trade down here right now. Let's see if it can continue to hold that 178 area. But we are getting more and more out, as you guys can see.
Yeah, it seems like VWAP is holding well as of right now. But that bid is coming back in a little bit as well. Again, look at the bid coming back in on the markets as well. So the 15-minute candle wicking pretty strong here. So we got about, I guess, just 4 minutes and 40 seconds left on the 15-minute candle here. And yeah, tape looking a little distinctly different here off of that 178, coming into that VWAP 179.20s, knocking on the door of 179 over and over again. Amazon still at that 200 mark, so I'm going to be waiting and watching there. Wow, look at that bottom wick on the 15-minute candle on the NQ here. So yeah, I guess chips are taking a little bit of a run here. Where is it? Where's Nvidia here? Okay, so Nvidia, yeah, I guess Nvidia's popping right back up. 133 is SMCI, a little bit of a flush. We know that they had a bit of a downgrade this morning, and TSM selling off as well. Intel is the only one that's holding a little bit of strength here on the day. But yeah, no, not really watching too much else. I was watching Nike. I just pulled it up. Nike did a strong move right off of the open there, down to not 170, down to 72.03 day low as of right now, and then rips right back up about 60 pennies. Yeah, see roughly 60 pennies there, back towards those highs. It was doing a little bit of RVOL in the pre-market, nothing too crazy, still in and around that 1 times RVOL. Let's see, VWAP selling seems like it's a little bit dominant as of right now on AMD. Again, with the market pulling up, I'm just going to hold on to this one a little bit longer here. Let's see if we can break back through that VWAP there. Opening price 179.99, and it is technically a bit of a gap on that catalyst there, and we're holding some of those reference prices as of right now from when that catalyst did come out. So again, giving it a little bit wider risk. Not the best entries here, but I guess the idea is to look for that potential break back through 180 and maybe above that pre-market high But let's see if this trend kind of breaks there. I'm definitely going to be getting a lot more here on this ticker.
We're getting some broken back trends right now with Longeveron. Those of you guys that were trading that one, that was up high early and down late. Right now, it's not late. It's only 9:42, but watch out. We just tried to break 5, and we actually did break it, but then it bought back up. I do have an offer right now to get something out for flat in and around 550. If we can get a piece out, that'd be great. But Longeveron right now, volume picking up, but look, man, they're all red candles. So we're going to get out on a 450 break and just kind of be like, we tried it. I thought a fade back into VWAP would be something that we like. We've looked at this trade before and we like those kind of setups. So I don't have a problem doing it. It just sucks that it's not working out right now. Oh, and what doesn't suck is this move back upside. So there we go. It takes them out on AMD. I got to take advantage of that. Back up. Hey, look, it's a $1 winner, but I'm not going to spin it because we already lost $1 early by going long. So that kind of sucks for me there on AMD. But hey, man, sucky is again in the eye of the beholder because it's a pretty good trade to make it back. And we'll spin, what's wrong with my voice? Some money here on Apple as it goes to 231, and that's about $1, about 80 cents right now. See if we can get back up. It just did break 231 again right there. Oh yeah, Obi. All of a sudden, from like sad face Sean to a little happy face right now as we come back upside right now. Let's take advantage of that at 70 now for that and see if we can make an out here on, yes sir, drop down a little bit of money because we're making some back.
Oh yeah.
Right now, and I'm glad that you're able to hold that and not be an idiot like me and punch the top at 181 that first time.
Yeah, no, the opening price at that 180, man. Nice long there.
By the way, Nvidia's now printing as well.
Yeah, we're getting a bit. Look at the bottom wick. Look at the bottom wick on this market. 180 breaking right back through pre-market high. 181.
All right, I'm over.
68 right here on AMD. Let's see how she goes here. 181. 180's holding. Remember prior day high as well. Back through open is decent as well, holding that price reference as of right now. I have 179.99 as the opening price. Beautiful. Nice trade.
Are you kidding me, dude?
What's happening? Bang, bang.
No, nothing.
I need to get on this.
The idea, yeah, you can hit. I mean,
game, yeah.
Hey, dude, you're the one, man. You're the trophy guy. The thing is that okay? So we went into Nvidia. So again, the only trade. So we'll be red on AMD right now, but man, are we printing everywhere else, guys? Sans Longeveron, that one's been a nightmare as well. But Nvidia's a good one here. We're only 50 cents in the money there. We're 80 cents in the money on Apple. So basically the two ideas that we wrote down here, the two number, oh God, we forgot about CVNA. What am I even doing? Is that through 132 is the question. Because if it,
boom,
all right.
Boom, boom.
All right. So the thing is that it broke 132 right there, but then it came back in. So this would have been a tough trade to hold. I'm not so upset that we missed this 132 break long. But as you guys know, I said 132 break long. We actually wrote it down, goes right to 135, and that's right where it is right now. But that was a bad trade, I would think. Well, I wasn't in it. If anybody in the chat was in this, it looks like it broke it early, came all the way back 130, so that's $2. You probably don't hold that. It goes all the way down to 129.50 right there off the open. But I guess that second break, right? That's the one that would have really worked right now. All right, now we are now 250 in the money on AMD, and that is singing. We can hit the official Dollar Club. Thank you, Sharif. We can hit the official Dollar Club right now because there goes Nvidia on a real-time trade as that hits 134. So yeah, buddy, we're all over it right now. Stocks are my friend once again. They weren't early though. There, this is like a love-hate relationship. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so AMD pushing that 180. Let's see if 180.50 is holding as of right now. We're about a point away from those pre-market highs. That strength really coming in. I got to clean up some of these entries here. I'm going to give it down to the reference price. I need to get a lot more down here. I am risking. I'm risking a lot on the initial entries, but again, I gotta do better with some of these some of my execution strategy here on the right side. This is kind of a hot pile of garbage, in my opinion, in terms of my own executions. But anything here on the right side of the V, definitely I got to be getting a lot more there. Yeah. I pieced off some of my more worse shares there, but I got a little lucky on this move. 181 incoming, about 200 lots I'm seeing there. As of right now, only about 10 pennies, 15 pennies away from that 181. Again, that strength coming in real hot. Prior day 180, we saw what AMD did. That 180 was slammed down into. We traded lower, but bigger picture, AMD has been trending up, right? So we are in a technical breakout for, I guess this week, earlier on this week, for the past 3 days, we broke out of that 174 and change, and we are continuing to see some strength. Again, now catalyst driven, so a little bit of support from some catalysts definitely can give some more oomph. What am I talking about, you may ask? Let's go to a higher time frame and look at AMD here as it kind of pushes into that 181 area there. So I did get rid of my worst shares. So average 179.50 is not too bad. I like that a little bit better than what I had before. As of right now, for that 180 potentially coming in again, 181.68 pre-market high. But let's go to a higher time frame here on the weekly, so I can show you guys what I am potentially looking at here. So look at this on the weekly. So this is a weekly breakout. Let's get some of that noise out of the way here. We don't need a VWAP on the weekly, but take a look at this consolidation for over 11 weeks, and we start breaking out of this 11-week kind of sideways, 10-week kind of sideways consolidation at the beginning of the week, and we're getting that continuation as of right now. 181, only about 20 pennies away. That wasn't some aggressive. Wow. Okay, so some more aggression there to the upside.
Go, buddy.
181.68 is the high. Why don't I have more, Sean? I did have what I wanted.
Why am I long at 178?
Yeah, you're still long at 178?
Yeah, 178.20.
Oh.
No, but it's just the same thing as you said. It's like, why do we not have?
I need to learn from you. That's a sniper entry, because I'm kind of getting in on the way down and on the way up. I'm buying every price here in that reference range of that catalyst coming in. Here comes pre-market highs. Oh boy, are we going to get a little bit of a squeezer here?
Oh boy,
here we go.
Oh boy,
holy! I'm not even. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's let it run. Let's let it ride. All right, 182 is incoming with 500 lots on the ask. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, go.
What are people in the chat saying? I don't know, but
no, people are saying they really love. They love the team. They love me and you trading here. They love that we're looking at these names. They love that we're bringing the fire, and I love trading with Obi as well, man. We're really happy. We got a great team here at Trader TV Live. Let's go, Obi. I don't know if you like hot dogs or not, but today is one of those days. We are now $4
in the money.
I
gotta catch up
on AMD. Let's go, man. We've got Obi behind us. We're bringing the heat today, man. This is what we're doing. We've got $1 in the money on Apple. We've got $1 in the money on Nvidia. We've got $4 in the money on AMD, and Longeveron is not doing that much. But here we go, Longeveron.
Beautiful.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is the excitement that we have.
182 sprinting. You know, we might even get to that 183. Let's take a look at what that 183 kind of. Oh boy, what? Dude, why am I not? Oh boy. Oh boy, definitely an oh boy moment. The market is breaking highs. I'm staring so hard at this tape, I'm not even watching the market over here on my screen. It's right there. Why do I have so many screens to observe multiple things at once, and I'm not even effectively using it? But that 181.68 pre-market high coming right back in for a pullback. 182 is printing as of right now as well. I pieced some off along the way there. Maybe not the best decisions. Again, not making the best decisions off the bat. So I do have to kind of, again, clean that up a little bit. I have, again, we're on a journey. We're still learning. Got to stay calm.
Nah. You are on a journey, but you're making good calls, man.
Got to stay poised.
Do not.
I gotta get over the thing where I'm like, oh, I'm in the mindset where I'm like, I am buying this price range. Sure, you can have that idea. This is me talking to myself. Sure, you can have that idea, but get in on the right side of the move, dude. Don't get in as it's like, slamming down. You don't know, I don't know what it's gonna do. I don't know if it was gonna break down that pre-market lows there at 177, but I was like, yeah, my stop is at 177. And I'm buying up everything that catalyst kind of brought in there. Again, bigger picture trend trade, and it happened to work out. I got a little bit lucky there, but I still, I guess I have a calculator here that kind of uses like daily ATR, kind of similar to this calculator here. Here we go. 182 halves, Sean. Are you still holding?
Am I still holding?
Oh boy. That 183 coming in real hot right now. Prior weekly highs, what do you got for me here? What is that? Prior weekly highs, 187.24. No way. Okay, all right. I don't know. What's the ATR on this thing? I should probably know that if I'm in the ticker. I think
you don't need to worry about ATRs. ATR is overrated.
5 or 6 points. Yeah, okay, 6.2. Yeah, 6.2 is the current, 14 period ATR, and we've done 178. 179, 180. We've done over 4 points, over 5 points if we continue to push on this move here. AMD super, super strong. One of the catalysts. Again, we talk about some of our top plays in the morning session there, and I was like, okay, you know, I want to trade potentially some Nike, some Starbucks, some Amazon, and then Buddy comes out with a catalyst, immediately putting itself to the top of the list. I am saying I am risking the most on this ticker. I am trying to stay involved, get involved.
Too much.
Fresh catalyst, trend trade. Here we go. 183 is potentially coming in. Only about 30 pennies here as we're knocking on the door of 182.70 a quarter. Can we hold that last quarter? All right.
All right, just quickly here, I want to say what up to Jacob Street here. JS Cobbs STR. Sean making me wish I traded the opens. Nah, I mean, I like trading the open as well, but I just wanted to say, this is wild, man. These markets are wild. There's going to be lots of opportunities to trade here. So I don't want to say, nah, don't trade the open. We love the opens, but they can be pretty violent. It's nice to have this $5 winner. There's no doubt about that, but it's not nice to have that right there. But congratulations, Obi. We're putting damage on the board here, man. I don't know. We need to have a name.
Not enough. That's not even our final form, dude.
Dude, this is the thing. You know what? Honestly, I'm glad to be trading with you because this is the kind of mentality that we need, right? I always say that too. It's not enough. We're never enough. And if you're ever satisfied, right? Exactly. All right, Adara, kill him.
Thank you so much to our sponsors at Benzinga. Ever wonder how the pros find those winning trades right at the opening bell? Most of us are scrambling to find headlines, finding ourselves behind the move. But that's where Benzinga Pro comes in. It's the fastest way to trade the news with exclusive alerts up to 30 minutes before other traders, real-time market insights, and a thriving community of over 6,000 traders sharing their strategies. And right now, you can try Benzinga Pro for the lowest price we offer during our July 4th sale. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description box and join Benzinga Pro today.
Leveled up a lot, dude. Right now, there it is. Right now, I'm just telling Obi he's leveled up. You might have heard that right now. Boom, 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 boom. Right now, Obi, it is Apple, and it is a great trade idea that we had again, man. I mean, you want to talk about pumping out information for everybody. I mean, we have Apple right here, 230 break long. We have NVIDIA 132 dip buys. I mean, these trades are hot fire. We don't have AMD anywhere on here. We will be red on one name today, and it will be AMD. I'm still going to be red on it because we got hit on that high side, and then we got some out. I mean, it's all good. We won't be that red on it, but we will be red. Look at Longeveron. We held this for a Longeveron time, but right now it is trying to get back to the upside right now. And we are flat on this name. It did take a minute to get there, but right now 540 is where we're at. So we're waiting for this one, Obi, and we will see if we are able to get some out. And by the way,
you still got that 178. God damn.
$5 now in the money on this one as we bring hopefully some good trades, some good vibes, some good talk here today as we wish Neil the best as he gets MRI results. And unfortunately, when Neil will be back
this afternoon,
Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to say. He'll be back this afternoon, and then we'll have to, unfortunately, say goodbye to you. But you'll be here. You'll be here. No, I don't mean goodbye like in that sense. You're not going anywhere.
184 is almost coming in, by the way.
So
every 30, 40 cent dip keeps getting bought up. Like, I'm like, why am I not buying it up on the way there? Because again, I don't want to mess up my average. But buddy, take the trade. You know what I mean? Like, it's like,
I love how you call yourself buddy. That is
I know.
great.
Sometimes I talk in third person to myself. I'm just like, you gotta.
So we've made back a lot of money. We were down a lot, and we were able to make that back there. So that was actually helped us out and is a great call. The only thing here about this 184, remember you and I talked about this.
Yeah,
if you can
there, dude.
Yeah, exactly. If you can come over to this screen right here quickly, there it is. This is that 184 level. So Obi, I ask you this.
What's up?
You've been upset not taking longs on dip buys. Is this a break long for you?
See, that's exactly what I'm thinking, right? So it's like, you go on the daily, look at that strong flush that we had on, April 4th, 24, that strong red day, right? We are breaking past that price, so another reason definitely to get involved. Again, that would be a trade in itself. So I think so. But again, I'm going to be waiting for dips because like this is an aggressive trend to the upside here. And again, I want to kind of just, just chill, just let it cook. And look for strong reasons to get out. Again, I'm not even holding a significant portion anymore of what I had initially, and that's my issue right now. It's like that's where I got to get gooder there. 78 lots on the bid for the first time. Let's see if it kind of gets snapped or slapped there, snapping the bid there at that 78. So yeah, it did get filled. What is that, 40,000 at 73? Okay, no, that was a long time ago. All right, we're getting a little bit of a pullback here. So maybe, okay, you know what? Oh, well, that is not what I wanted to do. All right, you know what? I will get out of that. Okay, cool, thank you. I took more instead of getting in, so I'm glad I did that. That dropped pretty aggressively back below that 183. I was like, I would try to get out there and almost hit. I did double up, which was not a good execution. Yeah, I'm out because I'm like, the tape looks distinctly different. We might pull back, and it is pulling back right now. So let's see how far it pulls back, and maybe I can get involved once again. Again, pre-market high at that 181.60. Volatile is AMD right now, definitely to the upside and to the downside. So let's see, that was an aggressive bid, 178 to 184s, doing over an ATR and now taking a little bit of a pullback. So let's see if we can get a bit of reversion to VWAP here. Again, now that we've come out the open there, I have both the anchored off of this event and the daily anchored kind of merging as that volume kind of stabilizes that indicator, I guess, a little bit here. So these pullbacks into 182s, 182 halves are holding as of right now. But yeah, no, a little bit of a trouble area, right? We talk about that prior resistance area at just right here at that 183, and yeah, I was like, well, there was size there as well. Here, I'm going to pull over my my book here. Look at that, 40,000 shares on an K's and EdgeX, yeah, K's and EdgeX. There, 40,000 shares on a lit gate right at 183. So definitely a level of interest there on AMD as again, Block Boys are partying for sure. 183 coming right back in, 183 halves
Where did you
as
get
of
out?
right now. I got out right here, 183 halves, 183.20s actually.
just got out too.
Nice.
183.50.
I mean,
All right.
that pullback was bought up pretty aggressively.
Okay,
so we
put
might
it
just
to
go.
the double screen. Obi.
Yo,
Double screen.
nice trade. Boom.
All right. We're here, baby. Great trade, Obi. Really happy to have made that with you there as well. As we get that 200 period moving average. I mean, this is and people saying what a picture perfect trade on AMD that basically that both of us had. And I mean, this is the perfect pullback into 178 into the 200 period moving average. So I mean, hopefully you guys are rocking with us because now you're rocking with the best of us, and you're about to get some Madeira right now at 10 o'clock.
Wholesale inventories month over month for the month of May coming exactly in line with expectations, 0.6% versus the consensus and forecast of 0.6%, though these numbers are above the previous number of 0.1% here. We also got wholesale inventories month over month revised here, also in line at 0.6%. So no surprise there with economic data as the SPY continues to climb higher here, trying to make new highs of day here, up about 0.3% right now. Is the market. We do have Fed Chair Jerome Powell set to testify for his second day. Yesterday, testifying in front of the Senate Banking Committee. Today, the House Financial Services Committee should begin any moment now, so we'll let you know when we get any updates from Jerome Powell there. Some stocks to look at here include Carvana, holding up nicely here, up 7%, getting an upgrade to a buy rating from hold by Needham with a $160 price target. We also have here Baidu. This one pulling back a little bit here. It's still up about 3% on the day, following a really strong day yesterday, both in the U.S. and in China, seeing an increase in market value as with regards to its robo-taxi Apollo, some excitement over that. So BIDU on watch.
Oh man, we are just what?
Fresh highs on AMD.
Yeah, I'm on Tesla right now. Tesla just came in. Okay, what the heck? All right, well, we just got filled here. And I don't like it. We come down into 260. We talked about this 260 print. I was not expecting this one right now. We're long. So we're long Tesla here at 260 quarters. I'm going to take a piece out if we can. And like, okay. All right, there it is. All right, we'll take 50 cents. Or sorry, My bad. 25 cents there real quick as that kind of fell in. Now let's put some offers a little bit higher into the 80s and so on and so forth. See if we can get some more. But there goes Tesla. We put down Tesla 260. Didn't think it would come in here, Obi, but it did. So wow. Oh my. Yo, as my kids say, yo, Dad. I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm doing. They're like, crazy times. Because you just said it there. I was like, oh my God, you sound like, I guess these young kids right here, Obi. But there it goes, man. There it comes back down. So that yo was definitely something I should have been offering out on when we heard that yo come through. But right there, 259, it looks like it does want to break lower. We're not going to be too patient with this name. If it breaks through 259, we'll take one more average down into there, 259. Because again, if you're going to look at this, there is the 50 period on the 20-minute. Tongue twister right there, 259-ish. So we'll see if we can hold out for that level as it's coming back in right there for us. AMD, man, it looks like we might have had the wrong outs, but not really.
When it bought back up, that tape came in on the rebid through 183 and then 183 halves again. I was like, I need to be getting back into this because the reason I sold was because of how that 183 half kind of acted on the way down, and then it got rebid right there. So again, anybody who got short on that short frame kind of pullback, definitely underwater there. A very, very strong trend, has not broken a moving average, even on that strong pullback here. Didn't really break moving averages on my charts, at least. On AMD, that one, again, I even was saying every 30 to 50 penny pullback keeps getting bought up. So it's like that is definitely a reason to buy. That's a reason to get with the trend. But when the trend gets a little bit aggressive and very inclined like this, I do have to get better at kind of executing on that. I guess it's a point away from where we got out here as of right now. But no regrets. It's perfectly fine. What is the next trade?
Rags?
No regrets. 200. Buddy's still sitting on that ask over there on the offer, held offer on that Amazon 200 as of right now. So maybe, again, much prettier picture happening here on AMD. 185 potentially incoming here.
Why, dude?
Oh, boy.
Why
okay.
did we
If it pulls back and holds a bid again, you can still get involved. If it breaks trend, you can get involved. There are multiple opportunities on the board today. Let us know. You know why I said yo earlier?
Yo.
Because I was like Apple. We were looking at that 230 all-time high. Clean break. It does pull back.
See where we're long?
Pulls back at to 92s, 29.92s. Where are you long? Wow, beautiful.
230.14. Nice. And by the way, we also have another dollar right now.
Let's go. ES kind of strong as well.
It's Tesla, baby. Holy crap, we're green. There it is right now. Long 260. It's Sticky Note Nation, Ramin. What's up?
What's going on?
What did I do now?
Is there like
Is there audio problems?
Or? Okay.
Never.
185s. How many lots? Is that 1,000 lots? Oh, 500. Sorry, 500 lots at that 185.
Oh, there she is. She's on the screen. She wears her sunglasses at night. Okay, nice move up for Tesla, man. We took that dollar. We took $1. You know where we just got filled at? 161.20 right there. That's that dollar club. So Tesla now making some money. And then there goes Apple. Man, do we love some Apple. An apple a day does not keep the doctor away. That's actually not true. Mm-hmm. You still should be going for physicals.
Tried and tested.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm not sure it's too true, but anyways, you should definitely go see your physician if there are any problems. That is for sure. But here we go, man. Apple, look at this blast again. Like, we could sit here and talk about the sticky note over and over again, but honestly, man, this is what I trade with. And if we just didn't have AMD, we talked about AMD. I like the AMD trade. Nothing wrong with that. But there's Apple right here. 228 long. Take the 223 break. We took that, right? Tesla right there, 260 support. Take that, baby. Long above 265. We didn't get there. Break to 270. That didn't happen yet. So let's be patient and see if we can get some nice trades off of Tesla right now. More than $1 in the money. And then Carvana, 132 long. I mean, that was a trade that, again, I'm going to look back at it right now. Last time we looked at it was at 65s. Let's have a quick look on Carvana to see where we are at. So back down into 133. So again, potentially a trade opportunity if we come back into 132. But there's the break, as we said, up to 135. We missed that break. It looks like would have been $3 or $4, but yeah, would have had to hold that against you. So might not be appropriate for everybody with that kind of a risk setup. Longeveron still doing nothing. AMD still blasting, but again, we'll take this. Look at this fall in, base out and boom. I think Obi and I are just more upset that we didn't get more long when we saw this base down there on AMD. And Obi was just showing me some of the math that he was using, and we both agreed that this was a trade worthy of more shares.
Yeah, no, it
not
definitely
just more
should have
shares.
tiered up on this trade for sure. Tiered up as in like tiering of the trades.
Yeah. And I want to say, I don't know necessarily if it was a trade. I mean, share size is, again, up to everybody else. You want to judge your risk and things like that. I just love the base out. And I mean, that little base right there to me gives you the out. So like when I'm here, and I only got out to 75% when this dipped down, but it was enough to put me hella red. And so I was like, are we really dip buying this? But again, came into the 200, came into past levels of support there, as we just mentioned. So yeah, we like that trade, and I like the levels coming through there. So I'm not going to sort of, as they say, cry over spilled milk. I don't mind that trade. And just wish we would have done it a little bit more efficiently. That's all. So yeah, decent opportunity there. We'll look to see if we can get some money back in on AMD on any dip buys into 182 change right there. So not horrible,
aggressive.
but not great.
It's fresh highs again. Yeah, that dip got bought once again.
Wow, eh?
They're holding trend. I'm saying like that was like almost a point of a dip
dude.
Off the highs there. 186 is incoming. This thing is off to the races. Yeah, 186, 30 pennies away from that. Oh boy, is the only thing that I can say here. I'm just like, all right, well, you know what? That's fine. What's the next trade? I'm not going to really chase this. I'm not going to punch the highs on this. Potentially look for a reversion if it comes in, but absolutely no signs of reversion right now. Again, we're breaking out of weeklies, of monthlies. We're breaking out of that 183. So, and this tape has a little bit of a hint of squeeze characteristics since that 180 push right off the open there, and we're still continuing very strong. So I do not want to get in on the wrong side of the move there. 185 had, I guess, some of the most lots, 500 lots at that 185. Didn't really see that kind of size. There goes the ES and the NQ. So, oh boy, the market is definitely helping this. This momentum along the way there. 186 is incoming. I don't really see any sort of size on 186s. Okay, that's a little distinctly different. We just sliced through it like butter. 186 30s. Multiple ATRs.
Multi.
Yeah. Doing about 1.68
You are the ATR
Arval.
There is no doubt about that. All right, so we're $1 in on NVIDIA, $1 in on Apple, but it's Tesla that just fell back in a little bit. So we'll... I'll buy a little bit down here. I was waiting for 259 even flat. So that's kind of where I am with this. I do obviously realize this looks a little different than that AMD trade. So those of you that are like, hey, like, why are we not buying this base? This isn't based out enough for me, to be honest with you. It looks fine, but there he goes. We're still testing lower right now. There's that 259. That's what kind of we want to wait for. We do know that Tesla has the pedigree to blast. So we are confident that we can make any sort of a dip buy a great trade, which we did right here. But at the same time, we are very, very aware that Tesla hasn't necessarily been trading like the rest of them right now. You're down 1% with the market at highs now. So let's buy some dips there. We just got long at 60. You can see our average price now is 95. So good little reload. Needless to say, but we got to get out first. So let's put one. We just stopped there. Now remember, I'm just hearing in my ear, testimony now beginning. Look at that. We just make another $1 on Tesla right there, buying that dip again. We just bought this dip on Tesla, Obi. 259.60. It's at 260.60 right now as that blasts back up to the upside. So right now we're all over the place, man. We're just long everything. We're long Longeveron. We're long Apple right now as that's at the high. That's $1.50 in the money. We're long NVIDIA, 70 cents. That was kind of just... We already got out at 134. Let's see if we can get it going again. Tesla's now $1.30 in the money right now, so we'll just go, okay. Let's get some more out right there. We just bought, by the way. even Obi, as we were buying this, we were sort of talking about it, right? I said, I know that Tesla has an opportunity to make this trade great. And there it is. There's the opportunity, and it just got put in right there for Tesla. So Tesla, I thank you for that trade again. But we did not get that 261.25. So let's see if we can offer that. And we don't want to talk too kindly about this before we get out. So right now, 260.50. Hopefully Tesla can run. The market is failing a little bit now.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, come on, Tesla. I'm right up here right now. Give me that 90s. Yes, sir. Oh, wow, man. I mean, I'm running out of things to do here. Let's just do this. Because Travolta's like, so far, dude, you've had $5 on AMD. You just took $1 3 times on Tesla. We have Apple $1.50 in the money. We're cruising right now, man. I really enjoy trading.
Oh yeah, for sure. Same.
And I'm glad that everybody's here with us. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. Shout out to everybody that's with us, man. We're long today, man. We are really enjoying this.
Yeah, no, I guess I guess I'm kind of trying this as of right now. Don't know if it's ready just yet, but I will kind of I guess attempt to keep it a little tight here. 185s potentially incoming. 186 is a little bit of a fail here, but well within trend here. It might just stop me out. Yeah, okay, so it just stops me out on the rebreak of that 186. That's a pretty bad slip there. Okay, so let's see, how much was that? I was looking at taking a 50 penny, gave me 60 penny loss there. That's fine. That's what the stops are there for. And we're blasting to the upside once again, making some fresh highs. So it is not ready just yet on AMD. I saw a little bit of flushing action there. Might have gotten a little too excited there, but I'm more than willing to be wrong on the front side of the move there if I'm trying to take the short back down. And that's perfectly fine. That is aggressive to the upside. I was like, all right, well, didn't need to lose 70 pennies on that. I only wanted to give it 50, but it is what it is. I'll stay patient. But the market kind of giving us that pullback as well. Maybe I need to be looking a little bit further back on the chart. That, I guess, SMH is quite strong as well. I got to have eyes on SMH as well. Let me pull up my chip basket here. Yeah, Vanek kind of strong there. ARM as well. Soxel obviously is kind of the same thing there, but AMD is the strong one. 186.95 is the day high. Yeah, same, man. I can't believe I got a 183, and it's almost 4 points above that. Printing almost. I mean, if we go a point and a half, it's done 10 points on the day. So it's like, that's wild, dude. Absolutely crazy.
Dude, Tesla's $2 in the money. Like, we just reloaded this thing.
That 260, that was a level from yesterday, right? Wasn't it? A little bit sticky note nation. All right. Okay.
We wrote down 260. Yeah. We blasted. We made a lot of money on Tesla yesterday, 260 as well. So that's nice to see. And yeah, I'm just kind of, when levels hit and stay, you look smart, and when they don't, you look like an idiot, right? And I think that's what trading is. It's a very humbling experience, that is for sure. We were humbled early, for sure, today off that first AMD push, and it looks silly now to think that we were actually down here at one point, but we were. And there it goes, huge move up to 186 again for AMD, man. We are really in the pocket where we need to be. Let's talk about Longeveron, why not? All right. We're flat on this name today. We took about 30 cents early on that when it looked like it was going to run. And then we just said we were going to buy VWAP. And you know what? I gave you 450 as our route, and we hadn't gotten hit yet there. Now that I'm looking at it, the volume is still pumping, man. 65 million, and the candles are still quite high on the volume side. So, yeah, I think that there is a good potential here to go more Longeveron. Did I just put an offer up here? Hopefully I did. Yeah, 261.80. So we're getting close to getting, not stopped out, sorry. We're getting close to taking $2 on this name. This is, we're in the money right now, $2. It keeps on bouncing around. It has nothing to do with the $2 market. It has to do with this 50-period moving average and the fact that we've wicked this high already. We've already been up here once before dropping again back in $2. So you know what? Why is this not filling me, man? I'm at 261.75 right now. So we just missed that. We just change our order to 60s there. Hopefully it blasts one more time and we'll get out at 261.60 because definitely, I don't think it was a missed opportunity, but we definitely did not get filled right there, which kind of sucks because that's what I was looking for as it just blasts right back down again. Tesla is very, very violent today, by the way. So yeah, that's what's happening on this side. I do have my earpiece into the Benzinga Pro platform. So if we do hear anything with Powell or anything exciting coming through. Come on, get back, man. You know what? 261.50 is fine by this guy right now. I'm going to try to take this out just shy of $2. We did miss that top side there. Wondering if Apple's getting a little bit quiet right now with the market pulling back. You know what? Maybe we just take some of this out. It's been such a good day here holding some of these longs, and the market could easily, as both of us know, and of course many of our viewers will know, can turn pretty quickly and get things pretty sour real quick. Right now, I'm hearing stuff about Russia and Ukraine. Apparently there was some more action on that yesterday, and now there's jets flying around everywhere. That could start to get escalated. And again, I'm not going to talk the war. Some of these negative sentiments have actually caused positivity. I remember that first day that Russia invaded Ukraine, the market was actually up, which a lot of that stuff is kind of crazy talk, but that is what happens. Here comes Tesla, sorry. It just went back up. I thought I was going to get filled. We're at 50s. Let's see if Tesla fills that up right now. Come on, Longeveron. Make these longs print. What's up, eh?
Keep an eye on the SPY in the market here. We do have the House Committee meeting here with regards to Jerome Powell's testimony that has begun. We're going to be reading some prepared statements now, but we currently have the intros here, so just be aware we do have some comments coming through from Fed's bar on inflation and its impact here. So SPY falling down a bit in the 50-minute candle, guys.
I got confirmation from Neil. He will be back in this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
All good for that one. All right. Just looking to see if we can make some trades somewhere here. I feel like we're getting close to doing something. So Apple, I'm going to put an offer here at 231.50. I mean, we've seen this sort of go this way already. If we can get an out, let's just take it, man. I mean, I'm not overly confident in the trade, but I'm fine with it. Just not really loving it too much. Now we've already hit this trade, so we're already long down here at 230. It's gone all the way up, but again, you want to take advantage of trades when they're there, and this one does have an opportunity for us to get out. We did miss that opportunity on Tesla. We talked about that. We're now waiting down there or up there at 261.50, looking for some more trade opportunities. You know what name that we really hit yesterday early and really was.
Which one?
Palantir. And we really. I mean, this was
couple of guys on the floor had
a crazy trade. I was talking to Wayne about it, actually. I know that he was involved in this name as well. But yeah, good levels there for Palantir, but not really today. You can see it's been pretty choppy. I'm still looking at 28. We got to break near that 28 if we're going to get involved in anything on Palantir. And then I'm debating Longeveron for flats or so. It's not doing too much. It's not making me overly happy with this trade right now at this time. So we'll watch out for Longeveron, trying to do something here. I still have 450 in our sights, but also waiting for 570 is where my offer is, just to see if we can get something now near these wicks is 550, a break higher into this area, get something out for Longeveron. Come on, Tesla. This is the one that I need my next fill on because I am a little nervous about this top at 261.50. Anything else? Okay, we'll go to small cap recap, then come back with Obi.
IWM pushing to lows of day here. Pretty strong movement here in these 5-minute candles to the downside. Seeing a bit of a rejection here at VWAP. So keep an eye on the Russell 2000 with regards to this push lower. Some names to keep an eye on here include Virpax Pharmaceuticals, VRPX. This one trading higher, announcing results for its animal test of its pain treatment. So VRPX 2.4 million share float on the move up. We also have Amylyx Pharmaceuticals. AMLX is the ticker for this one. One pulling back a little bit here, but higher on the day, announcing that it has acquired avexitide, so this drug from another pharmaceutical company for $35.1 million. So good look for AMLX, 10% short float. Last but not least, we have Longeveron here. This one up about 70%. Basically getting this FDA grant for its Alzheimer's treatment, receiving a designation as a regenerative medicine advanced therapy or RMAT. We do have a 46.8% short flow for LGVN, guys.
All right, Longeveron.
Go ahead. I was just telling Obi that maybe the short's in here.
Yeah, potentially. I don't know. I tried it a couple times already. Got in once again. Let's see if it kind of comes into fruition here. We are slowing down that morning momentum. Again, that market pulling back as well. We were confluencing with that strength with the NQ as well. Wow, there goes Amazon down to 99.5. That's interesting. SMH also breaking trend and pulling back as well here. 186s, we're trading below it. We're still holding moving averages for the most part, it would seem, on AMD here, but again, looking for a little bit of a pullback. Maybe that bid catching in and around that VWAP as well. And look at the market pulling in very, very aggressively here. What's going on there, guys?
What are they doing?
I have no idea. I think Sharif might have just like pranked Ramin or something. I don't know. But 185 pulling back in. Let's see if this consolidation, where would this consolidation take us as of right now? Patiently just kind of waiting. This tape did slow down. I was a little too hasty with my initial couple of entries. And again, the move can still not be done. We're still kind of at 10:30. It's been almost an hour of trading off of the open there. Again, this is a strong catalyst today. And wow, okay, Amazon with the strong quadunks. Yeah, the market pulling right back in to some of those opening, that consolidation area from in and around that open there. 20,750 here on the NQ, and I guess in and around low 5,600s on the ES there. So let's see what we got in store here. But super strong trend nonetheless. I am fighting it just a little bit here on the day. But let us know what you guys are trading. Have you guys taken trades on AMD? Are you guys trading Amazon? Are you guys trading? I know that Apple is strong. A lot of tech names are definitely moving around very, very well as of right now. So you can see the volatility on the markets as well. How many people trade the futures in the chat as well? I'd like to know. Nike saying down to sky. So let's take a quick look at Nike, what Nike's up to. Yeah, okay, so just trading below some of yesterday's levels here on Nike. So interesting stuff. Nonetheless, we are making here, I should pull up the chart if I'm gonna be talking about it right there. Strong consolidation in the pre-market consolidation pops up into it, 72.60s, fails down to 72. So 60 pennies on Nike is a decent chunk of change there. And it is holding, as of right now, potentially lower highs as well. So let's see what Nike has in store. Oh boy, look at this Amazon, dude. 199's incoming on Amazon. That 200 sell definitely coming in. Yeah, we gotta be on that 200. Yeah, water falling from the Amazon, saying Fabian, let's go. I like that. Definitely a bit of a waterfall in the middle of the jungle here between that 200 and that 199. Let's see if the bid kind of catches. But the market, again, very, very strong to the downside. And there goes AMD trying to push once again. So yeah, this one, a little bit of a chop happening here. Momentum has slowed down a little bit here, but we could just be trend decelerating, right? So got to keep that in mind as well when it comes to this ticker. But the market wiping that strong move that it did right off of the open there. And that's being reflected in some of these other tickers as well. So let's take a quick look at some of these top constituents. Yes, Amazon fresh lows, very aggressive to the downside here. Okay, so it gets stopped out on that. How much of a slip was that? Okay, that's not bad, not bad. I think I might be spending a little too much capital attempting to push into this, into a potential reversion into VWAP while it's still holding trend on multiple frames here. So I'm definitely wrong on that. I guess, be a little bit more patient is what I'm saying for a stronger trend break. That 185 pullback might have been the dip buy that we were potentially looking for. Printing fresh highs now, pushing into 187, about 250 lots coming in there, and it's probably going to taken, gone like butter. Fresh highs above 187 now, 187.30s. Can you print the quarter? Can you hold the quarter and print the half? Let's see. Momentum had slowed down and then it picked right back up off of that 185 here on AMD. Super, super strong. Again, what was that catalyst in the morning? They're doing some sort of
which one?
On AMD.
Oh, AMD. They bought a AI company for
$665 million. Okay, cool. Yeah,
665.
Definitely catalyst-like price action here on AMD
today. And Rob let me know that the listeria is running rampant in silk almond milk. So.
Okay. All right.
All right, so Tesla, we'll go to Darren in 1 second. Tesla came right back into that area, and we were literally bidding the same price, and it missed us. But there it goes, right back up to the upside. Is the whole market starting to blast off? Dara.
Keep an eye on Amazon here with regards to that move to the downside. Finding this one story. So there's the CISPE, this is apparently an Amazon-backed feature. There is something going on with regards to the SPCE and an EU antitrust complaint with Microsoft. Basically, SPCE saying that it's clear to deal with Microsoft to resolve this cloud computing complaint, and there's something going on here with this Amazon-backed group, SPCE, and Microsoft with regards to antitrust, some software deal. Microsoft apparently going to offer a multi-million euro payout to SPCE members to compensate for license costs. So something going on here with this Amazon-backed group and MSFT, guys.
Seemed like that much money, a couple mil, but we'll wait to see. Maybe there's more smoke where there's fire on that one for sure. So thanks. Adara, as both you and I were kind of like, what's up with that? So it's a good move. Thanks, Adara, for that. And again, make sure you like and subscribe. I mean, every day if Adara sees something, especially we can even always ask her. If there's anything in the chat that you guys want to sort of talk to us about or there's news related, ask us and we will go back over to A and figure that out with Adara. Thanks for that, Adara, and we'll find out if there's anything else happening anywhere else for you. Tesla there got as high as 261.25. I mean, that did put us back into about $1.50 or so. We need to get that out next time. Comes back up here. Market is not doing too much. Take advantage of these pulls, right? Pull-ups. We missed it. We got an offer here on Apple. We're still waiting for that one to come through as well. We're $1 in on all these three names. The only three names we have. Tesla is $1 in the money, Nvidia is $1 in the money, and Apple's $1 in the money. But all those trades, sort of in comparison to what we see right here, nothing else matters apparently, as this is a big trade alert for anybody that traded AMD, including Obi and myself, that were all over this name. And again, good trade here today. Could have always been better. Naturally, as we get up to 187, but you and I both, I don't know if we got scared by it or whatever. It's just us seeing too much, man. When you've seen a lot, you've seen a lot.
Sometimes
and this 84 level looked pretty good to both of us. So we were able to get out there off of buying those dips. Feel like it was. I mean, I don't feel like it. I mean, the net tells us it was a great trade, but at the end of the day, could always do better, right? And so that was a good one. And here comes Tesla. We get that fill down there, and look what happens. It blasts right back up. So, hey, man, let's take advantage of that.
Boom. Yeah, you're really chopping up that Tesla, dude.
Yeah, we're chopping it up, but we're holding pretty good. Yeah. Like, we just got so just to tell everybody about that, Phil, we just made 60 cents in about 14 seconds. 21 seconds, we made 60 cents there. From buying that back up. So yeah, we are going to try to take advantage of that every single time that happens. So that's what we did right there. Nice move. Now let's see if we can get a little bit higher now. Let's put an offer around 261. Again, like this is not going to be a losing name for us, but we need to make sure that we get profits out because we still are waiting for 259 bottom as this market tries to figure itself out. And we don't need to be figuring it out. It'll just give us the trades when we do see them. Longeveron, again, I thought it was going to go. It bounced off view up again now at 525. View up getting lower and stock going quiet.
Yeah.
Feel like we're going to get stopped out of this. Fed Chair Powell now on Q&A. Is anything happening with some of the banks?
Okay.
I mean, nice move up, right? I mean, dip opportunities, the view up there for Citigroup. Nice trade. You can see this stock's well up right now. He's just saying that they've done a good job shrinking their balance sheet. So I guess that's something that maybe he was looking for. JP Morgan now at highs. All the banks at highs. JP Morgan red, Citibank green. So I think this would be the one that you'd want to trade on anything like that. And one thing that we haven't really looked at too much today is crypto. And it's good because it's right now with Adara.
Crypto, a bit of an interesting story here. We do have Goldman Sachs' digital asset chief in this interview with Fortune Crypto saying that Goldman Sachs is looking to launch 3 tokenization projects by the end of 2024. So Goldman Sachs potentially getting a bit of a crypto move here. So interesting look there for GS. They have earnings coming to the next week, so keep an eye on that one for sure, especially with regards to these potential tokenization projects. We also have Bitcoin here forming an interesting topping tail candle on the daily chart. We're trying to hold on to this area just below that 58,000, having this wick here on the daily chart into 60,000. So this could be a pivotal level here for Bitcoin as we continue to range in that 55,000 to 58,000 area on the daily. A lot of these names slightly positive on the day. Ethereum a bit stronger here, over that 3,100 level. BNB up about 1.5%, but a lot of these names going to be up about 1/3%, 2/3% right now in the day. Also worth noting, we do have Fed Chair Powell answering the first few questions here. Let you guys know if he says anything of note.
All right, I was going to say, now I'm going to stay away from Tesla. So I'm going to slap the fail on that last little reload. We were just talking about having to get out, right? Remember we said we just made 50, 60 cents in 21 seconds? I mean, there it goes, right? The next 21 seconds, it drops $1. So bye-bye to Tesla.
Bye-bye.
As and again, you know, we try to do this every day. We try to trade relatively strong names to the long side and weak names to the short side. So unfortunately on Tesla there, we could have stayed away. We could have, but that's okay. We took advantage of it and able to get out when we did there for I feel like a good out. Whether or not it bounces back now or not, I mean, we got out at 250. What was the break? 258.40. So it's not looking good now, you know, but that did dip into 258. So I don't know if that was a buy. I think it's better us to stay away now and reanalyze this in couple minutes, if not longer than that. So let's let Tesla settle down. The market kind of didn't do too much there. We did get crude inventories out, so we could have a quick look. USA gasoline inventories, draw of 2 million versus a draw of 1.9 million estimated. The weekly distillates was 4.84 million build versus a draw. So they actually build in oil. So I guess oil is probably going to the downside right now. So let's check out XOM and see what that's doing. Still heading upside, or it's holding out on the upside. USO flat. So again, when you get a build, when they're expecting a draw is what I'm seeing, generally that means more supply. So we don't necessarily like that for the price of oil. $79 today, still flat. I feel like I'm going to sneeze again as Tesla's still hovering around that 259. Oh boy, here I go.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh, there
Bless
it is.
you.
We did get the mute out there, so that was only one. All right.
Yeah, no, I'm still kind of involved here with AMD, trying once again off of some of those highs there. Bit of an aggressive ad here, but we are again. There was a bunch of size on the ask that was kind of not really chasing down, but getting filled. And then, I guess, diving down a little bit there, and look at the market as well. Market's pulling right back in towards that 20,750 as well. So I'm looking for that 186 to break with some distinction. If it doesn't, I'll definitely be gone from this. But again, very, very strong on the day. Let's see if we take a little bit of a pullback, a little bit of a breather down towards that VWAP here. As again, the price action is starting to slow down just a little bit there. It started to slow down here, but yeah, wow. I'm kind of like Amazon is tanking as well. What else? You said Apple's tanking,
Yep.
Sharif? Okay, so let me pull. I gotta keep an eye on that one right there. Wow. Okay, look at that reversion happening on Apple. Holy! Look at that strong trend, rips right back in. Absolutely wild there. Coming right back into 230 there, Sean. So it's like,
yeah, we're still so we still have 10. We still have that piece. I don't know if it's 10% or not on that. I think it's about 15 or so percent. We've talked about that, and we already put the offer out, and we missed that on Apple. So yeah, that sucks. 133.50 though. I mean, my attention is going to be more on Nvidia. Like this market right now is going to the downside, but I don't really know why. Some of these stocks are really getting hit when the market's kind of been flat out right here, not doing too much. So I think there might be an opportunity to take advantage of right now on some of these dip buys. So let's try it on NVIDIA here. We'll see if we can get a bid right now in and around these 70s as it starts to go back up. We do have VWAP here at 40s. If we lose that, we can get out. So 133.25 or so, we can definitely get out of that one if it does fade out. So we're looking for NVIDIA to get along, and we just got some in right there. So there it is against this 133-ish area. So let's put some more shares down here near 133 and see if we're able to take advantage of this. About a 133, I don't know. I mean, we don't really want to hold it below this, do we? That's 133.50. So like 133, maybe 29 or so. If we break that, then we can try to get out. So right now we'll wait to see what happens with NVIDIA. Trying to buy this, and we'll buy more on the dip.
Yeah,
that's what I'm looking for.
I got out of that. 186 keeps on bidding up a little bit there, so I'm like, okay, we are reclaiming some of this trend here, holding trend. I'm watching the 5-minute and the 3-minute and the 15-minute as well, 30-minute as well. But I'll be a little bit more patient. If we're going to trend this 186 a little bit here, might not be ready just yet. What's going on, Adara?
Update here on that story about Microsoft MSFT stepping down its role as an observer on the OpenAI board, which, as you know, Microsoft has invested in. Now, a source from the FTC saying here that the Microsoft stepping down from the board is unlikely to actually resolve the FTC's concerns with regards to the antitrust issues with Microsoft and OpenAI. So basically, FTC source apparently saying that Microsoft might still be involved in some investigations here. There still could be some concerns about its involvement with OpenAI, guys.
Yeah, I sort of saw that this morning and was like, there for Softy. But okay, so we're in NVIDIA. Looks like we're going to get out of it in a second. Right now, we're only long at 50s. So I don't think that we're too much in trouble here, but we did want to get out if it did break too much lower. We just have that wick rate now. That's 133.25. So I feel like something in and around there would be a decent out for us. 133. I don't know, a little bit of a break lower than that. We'll see about getting it. We're basically flat on it right now. It's 133.50. That's where we're long. So we're long here at VWAP. We just took some shares. We already hit it long from down here at 133 flat. That's not that far away, right? I just don't want to hold it all the way to the downside. We've already seen our good friend Amazon. We heard this Microsoft story now. Apple's trying to pull back. Although Tesla... too much stress left for me on this one today, as it goes all the way down, and now it's trying to base out. So this is trying to tell me to go long again down here, but again, a weak name into what appears to be a weak market, not necessarily a recipe for too much success when you see this. But right now, it does look like Tesla's trying to fail a little bit here at 259. We just got a high wick up there to 260. Let's see if that does pull back. But notionally and everything, it is NVIDIA where our bread is being buttered right now. We just took some out there in the mid-60s. Let's put an offer in the 70s now and see if we can't get some more out now on that, as we just got out some at the 50 period. We always talk about that. So there it is right there, 63s. Let's now see if we get higher on NVIDIA. That was just a dime. We always take a little bit out there, especially when it matches with our lines. We're only trying to hold this 20 cents against us. So maybe we can get a bump up into the 70s and then take, again, another piece out here for NVIDIA, as we're trying to make some of those Tesla losses back right now.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking for those dimes as well. You know,
Yeah.
Sometimes top of the line, you face slow waist with a big bid at 185 potentially. There, 185 holding as of right now. Prior lows right there of that first slowdown. So again, I got a little bit aggressive there for that 185. We did break below that 185, but again, talking about that momentum kind of dissipating, buyers potentially dissipating. I guess they started off a little bit here. We're starting to go a little bit sideways between 185, 187 as of right now. So again, I gotta be a little bit more patient. Don't have all the size that I am looking for just yet, as it hasn't really shown me anything too distinct here. But definitely distinctly different is some of the tape here, as it has slowed down. And we are printing that 185 once again. So I did get a little aggressive into that 185, but I'm going to say that anybody and everybody who got long off of this quick dip down here, that 185, I think it was good. I got to that 187, now a little offside as it trades below that 185, printing a quarter below that 185, 184s as of right now. So do we slow down the trend? Do we go down into the 20 EMA? I actually have the anchored off of the initial news reference there, sitting in and around. Let me just take that off right there. Okay, so it is in and around 183.46, 183.46, so about a point lower than where we are as of right now is where that is as of right now. So let's see if we can catch a bit off of the anchored, or do we catch it a little bit earlier? I have no idea.
I like that fade, man. I really like that fade for sure. It's making me nervous because I'm long NVIDIA. But here we go. Nice little trade for NVIDIA. Now 25 cents. We're trying to get a little bit higher. I do have an offer at 84s. I don't know why we're at 84, but we are. And there it is right there. Yes, sir. A chicken dinner winner back in the pocket now for NVIDIA. We're doing well. Look at Tesla, though. I'm thinking about fading this name now. I mean, it's a nice move up there into 260.25. We could go back to this 50 period of 260.50. I'm kind of talking myself into a quick little fade here on Tesla. Let's do it, and let's go over to Adara.
You have the futures here slightly positive on the day, and we're seeing that reflected for the most part in these sectors. Of course, we have a lot of strength here in electronic technology with these chips and Apple propelling the group to the upside. Technology services not bad either. A lot of strength in Microsoft and Google, but a little bit weaker for some of these other names in the sector. Adobe, CRM, Accenture, notably INTU, Intuit, announcing, Fortune reporting that Intuit is looking to lay off 1,800 employees as part of its restructuring plan. So interesting look for INTU to the downside. A little bit more mixed here in health technology, finance, producer manufacturing, and non-energy minerals. But it is worth noting here a lot of weakness in commercial services with B of A Securities downgrading both MasterCard and Visa. So those two names definitely would watch as bringing the sector to the downside. Retail trade interesting here too. A little bit flat on the day. We do have some weakness on Amazon with regards to that news with SPCE and Microsoft and an EU antitrust complaint. We also do have Target TGT very much to the downside here after getting a neutral rating. So lots of stuff to look at, a lot of things flat, but just certainly, again, seeing the continued strength in tech, guys.
Okay, NVIDIA, I don't know what just happened, but we are like bang. Yeah, you want to bang? Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Right there, we are now banging it out for that trade, man. And look at NVIDIA, just took off of VWAP. See, like these are the trades, Obi. We talk about like throwing money away, doing stupid things all the time. This is the kind of trade that we should be doing, waiting for VWAP pullbacks, waiting for things that we like. We talked about trading NVIDIA back to VWAP, and there it is, man. It's a good one. It's a nice one. It's a good trade back downside. We did. So I took a 50-cent hit there on Tesla going short on the 50-period moving average, and then I was like, let's short 261 here. VWAP's up here at 262. So we did take that short at 90s, and I think we just got to fill at 40s. So we just got a 47 fill. Let me try to break this down for you. We just got a 47 fill right there off of this short. So we did. So here's the short. There's the out there. So that sucked for sure. But there's the pullback in. I don't know what's going on with Tesla, and we sometimes get frustrated, and then we'll overtrade a stock. Not trying to do that today at all. Just trying to give this one more shot up to VWAP, and then that's that. We want to be short weak names into a weak tape. So right now the tape is weak. We want to be long, strong names. And NVIDIA, for some reason, although we did not expect this kind of a move, is obviously quite strong. So let's take another piece out there at 10s. And now let's see, there it is. Okay, now let's see if we can fade out here. If Tesla makes that move down, that'd be pretty good. Let's see, we just bounced off 260. Let's put a bid there. Something's up with Tesla. I don't know, Adara, if there is something. There might not be anything. I mean, it's just, yeah, you're probably right. It's the fact that it was up here at 266, then back down $8 or $9 at 257, and now right back up just gives me a little bit of a feeling that there's something, but it's okay. It's probably nothing. Out of NVIDIA, Apple holding as well, man. So it's 10:43 right now. We do not have what's for lunch yet, and when we do, we'll update that. Great trade on AMD there, almost a dollar club for you, man.
Oh, it's right. Yeah, it's been knocking on the door of that as of right now. But coming right back into that anchored, I was talking about 183s testing, and we're kind of starting to kind of. I guess we did kind of fade off there. Okay, you know what? If we're gonna bid up of that 184 a little bit aggressively, I don't necessarily want to stay involved there. I did cover a portion of it already. But again, coming right into that anchored, so like the anchored is where we kind of held or reclaimed off of the open there. You know what? I'm just going to piece off for now, just a holding a breadcrumb for maybe looking for more. Let's see if we pop up and see what we do with that 185. But that pullback, yeah, I guess I had the right idea, starting to get involved a little bit there. Excuse me. When that momentum, the buyers dissipate, that's definitely a reason to sell for me. When it comes to reasons to buy and reasons to sell, buyers dissipating is a good reason to maybe start selling. But again, I got to clean that execution up because we do still continue to make higher highs after those buyers. Like it's not like the buying's just going to stop all the way, right? It's like when buyers dissipate, maybe you get, I don't know. I don't know what it's going to do, but like the tape is distinctly different when it does start. Like this tape right here, where it's accelerating from 178, 179, 181, all the way up to 187. That tape, or maybe not up to 187, in and around this 186, that tape looks distinctly different than this. And even this pullback here looks a little bit different, and I did make a decision on it, but we talk about overvaluing information. This is me overvaluing information. The first little bit of a pullback, I'm thinking about I should be potentially looking to get more at that point. I've already pieced off a chunk of the position. I actually, by mistake, I kind of got more as well. And I was like, no, I don't want it. Flushes a point, rebids right there. So nice little hold above this pre-market high of that 181. Can't even get down to 182. Rips right back up through 183. I think that's a good reason to potentially reload on the long, as I've already taken profits there. But yeah, that's a little bit of a looking back at it. Could definitely be executing much better on this trade here. Taking pieces off of both sides, right? We take a bit off the long, and we're taking a bit off the reversion to VWAP as of right now. So yeah, getting saucy both ways on AMD today.
I mean, that's the advantage of being here at Real Trading and having that opportunity to be able to flip your trades around and kind of make executions with very, very little per trade costs. What's costing me is gross right now on Longeveron because it just fell into the 200 period. We bought a little bit more here at 90. Our out is still 450. I mean, I'm not really sure why it's 450 now. We could have used the out at 490 when it dripped back in, but we did not. So we'll have to wait to see what's going to now happen with this position for us. So yeah, we're here and waiting for something to go through. Hopefully it does on Longeveron back up to the upside. But if that 460 does snap, we are out of it. NVIDIA really $1, man. We just took $1 on that. It went up to 135.50. So that was a good trade. But what's not working out for us here is Tesla right now, as we're short at 261. So we're going to give this a 262. Now, again, this has been up 10 straight days, looking to make 11 straight days today, right? Sharif and I are talking about this, Obi talking about this. You know, pullback is healthy. I think that you are, seeing this right now in this market, obviously, as this continues to pull back. I don't know, where we'll go from here on this trade. But for me right now, we're going to give it to 262. And if it goes back up there, we do have another bid happening in here somewhere. Sorry, an offer to get a little bit more short. We have it at 261.70. So we don't want to be too careful with this and not just play now, because if my out's going to be 262, I want to make sure that we're able to get, about a 75 cent, $1 or so worth of a hit, because I feel like right now the pullback into 260 is what we're kind of looking for. So being short here at 261 should work with those ratios. So yeah, man, a good day. $1 in the money on NVIDIA, 40 cents in the money on Apple, and my guy over here is crushing some AMD. So we'll wait to see there as it's pulling back into VWAP as well. So good look there. What a nice high of 187 right now. Tesla looking for a pullback, but it's a ADR. Correct, Fabian? At the desk.
Got some things on Tesla here. So all of these came out earlier in the day, but they are circulating on social media. Couple analyst notes here. We have Morgan Stanley speaking positively about its energy potential here for TSLA, but no differences in terms of the price target. Then we have Goldman Sachs raising its price target in Tesla from 175 to 248. HSBC also raising its price target in Tesla from 120 to 130. So a couple positive analyst notes coming out earlier in the day, but circulating around on social media, guys.
Right here, I just said to Sharif, because we were talking about, I got out of some Tesla yesterday. Yeah. And I said, I just got out of a certain amount of shares. I was like, I wish in my personal account, I had the same amount of shares on Tesla that I trade with on the show, because then we would have been quite nice. Of course, on the show, we can't hold overnight. Yeah. So the risk profile of trading on a prop floor is significantly, it's a different kind of trade, I guess. Significantly different. What's a significant thing that you always say? Distinctly different. Distinctly different. Yeah. Not significantly different. Yeah. All right. Well, what's distinctly different right now is you're short AMD, I got out. But meanwhile, the long on NVIDIA is printing like mad right now. Do you want to talk about your AMD before we go quickly?
No, I'm
okay.
Good for now.
Let's get back. He's out. I'm in, and we just got to fill on Tesla as that. We just took 50 cents right there as it came back to 260.50. And then ripped right back up. It's a ADR. It's money talks. We got to spend some of it.
Currently listening to Fed Chair Jerome Powell answering some questions from the House Financial Services Committee, saying that there is a little bit of easing here in supply and demand. So interesting note here coming from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Also said earlier today that Fed's policy has been restrictive and that the neutral interest rate is likely moved up, at least in a shorter term time frame. Right now, getting a bit of a flat candle in the day here for the daily chart on the DXY. Moved slightly down in the day, trying to hold on to that 105 level after two green candles. We'll have to see if we can see any more strength here in the DXY in the coming days. A couple of Fed speakers later today to be aware aware of. At 2:30, we'll get Fed's Goolsbee and Bowman speaking at the same time. Fed's Bowman notably hawkish, so something to watch out for. After the close at 7:30, we'll get Fed's Cook. Then we're going to be tomorrow getting the CPI. Definitely keep an eye on the consumer price index coming through at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time, guys.
Back about half or so of the trade. We're just talking about it. And look, what Obi and I talk about, you guys should be able to hear as well. And I was just saying that Obi's like, because I was like, oh man, like I can't believe I'm still down on AMD. And he's like, well, what exactly was the trade? And it was that I went long. So I thought here, we had this huge move up on AI, right, on that buy. They bought that small company. Then it came back down in right here. I thought, you know, as we were watching out this, we knew that 180 was going to be somewhat key. Once it bounced right here off 180, that was where I got long. Then I was like, okay, let's take out 181 and go. Realistically, we should have waited for 181.70, that high right there. Once we take out new highs, then we can be more confident in the position that we're trading. Unfortunately, that didn't happen early. That happened too quick. And then all of a sudden it dropped down. In that same minute, we lost $1.50. So that was a couple hundred shares. So that sucked. And then we held 25% of it to buy it back here, but then we didn't put enough shares back on. So we're still going to be red on it. But again, I'm fine with that. Let me take out another piece here on NVIDIA. So we'll just do that as it's at its highs, looking for a retracement back down. Hey man, it's 10:52. Great trading today, Obi.
Yeah.
Always love trading with you. Thank you
opportunities,
for coming through for the viewers today.
Likewise, yeah, no, I always enjoy trading here up here at the big desk. 183. Oh my God, why am I not holding that short? Wow, because I'm like, oh, are we bidding back above? See, again, I'm overvaluing information. I guess that comes with seat time and experience, and I clearly don't have enough of that. Just I don't know. I don't even want to know if I say just yet, but. No, I feel like you'll never have enough. The market's so changing, ever changing.
Hold on, Obi. That's why I'm saying don't say that.
Yeah.
You made some great trades, man. We can always. Brendan and I talk about this on the podcast. You can always find like negative things to say that will hold you back. You know, like I don't have enough experience to make this trade, but you do. You do now. You do now, man. You're there, and I understand questioning trades because I do it all the time. But as long as you have your ins and your outs, man, and you've done the work, trust yourself. I mean, some of these trades, everybody on the chat will probably. I mean, look, guys, put your ones up for this guy right here. I mean, we gotta have confidence right now, and I think you do have it. So great trading today, man.
Confidence.
You went long and short.
I mean, I like to go both ways.
Talk about lining it up, man.
You got to be flexible.
Honestly,
be like water.
And it's just the difference. Like yesterday, Neil traded 14, 15, 16 names, something like that. Honestly, I'm not. People know what he trades. You trade one name. Me today here, 4 or 5 names. Many different styles, many different ways to trade, man.
The chat is going off. Thanks, guys. Yeah, no.
Obi, I'm trying. I'm just doing that because I know, you know that you've sort of accomplished a lot. So, okay, right here, look at NVIDIA right now. We just had a size bid there, and I didn't want to interrupt too much, but there it is right there. There's 50,000, or it was 80,000 shares on the bid. It just got eaten up. So there's a lot of liquidity here in all of these names, man. So there it is right now. Yeah, I do kind of feel like a proud, not that Obi's, you know, just proud because we've seen Obi do this for a while.
You got to remember, Sean and Neil are one of my best mentors. When I sit here, sitting beside experienced traders, like I am learning a lot. And every trader is, like you say, like very different in their trade style. So I'm always looking like, oh, all right, I have a style as well. How can I learn and kind of, you know, piece together some of the things that really I vibe with and bring that into my trading as well, right? And no, it's been definitely an experience, an honor, being mentored by, again, this great traders around me here on the floor. I was just like, yeah, you know, sorry, I'm getting distracted with this 183 coming back in pretty heavily. Yeah, no. Okay, so all right. So I was looking for a VWAP bounce there or an anchor. I guess no, it's both anchored and VWAP at that 123 and some change. And yeah, no, that tape was coming in right aggressive. I'm like, all right, do I get short once again for the breakdown of VWAP? And it already goes like 40 pennies not in the money, I'm not in the position, but it goes 40 pennies slicing through that 183 bid down to 182.60s as soon as I see that. But yeah, no, you're right. I can never have enough experience, and I'm always, I guess, thirsting for more, and that's part of the journey, right? I gotta be hungry, stay hungry. Forever, ever.
Yeah, I mean, that's what makes traders great is that thirst and that need to get better, and I'm just glad to be sitting with you and that you're talking like that, because that's the right way to talk, in my opinion. Only 4 minutes left. I'm expecting that we still got some theories of Elliot Wave happening right now. So, yeah, we'll talk about that here. We don't have that on our charts, but it is something that you guys can chart, and we will get that with the professor and Adara momentarily. There it goes, man. Tesla. We were long early on this name, short late, and both of them. The longs were fine. We were actually up when we were long, but unfortunately now we're going to get hit as we start to go short again, and it's fine. We'll now regroup on Tesla. We talked about shorting it into view up. It just broke that. So hey, look, man, we will slap the fails. That's why I'm glad that you're showing traders how to trade here today. But right now, Tesla. We tried it. We tried to fade these moves. I mean, look at the market. We talked about, remember when Tesla was down like 1% and a bit, and I was like, oh man, yeah, we gotta short the weak names right there. Now Tesla's flat and the market is weaker. So that theory blows up in my face pretty good right there. But yeah, that's trading for you as we keep talking about it. We emptied out a lot of our NVIDIA trade at the high of the day. So obviously we're going to continue to do that as the market gets lower. Thinking about reloading Apple as well down here. It's been relatively, it was really eventful early. We've really just made our most trades, of course, on Tesla, positive on NVIDIA. And then unfortunately this long Chevron, we're going to get, I feel like every pop-up we should just be getting out, because this name is not, when it's not trading the way that it should be on news, we had thought that this could blast higher, and it did. It's basically cut in half, man. This was up 120, 130% up here at $657. Now you're back down to $450 again, and this is just looking like it wants to go lower. So again, our break is this bottom piece. Without any buyers, names can't go higher. So with no buyer,
I like that. I
just kind of thought about that right now. With no buyer can't go higher.
Boom. Here we go.
Okay. I like that one. I'll probably use that one.
No, definitely. I might use that one as well. I like that. I was thinking about how many people. Oh, offer on the ask, right there. Okay, never mind. I'm done with this for now. How many people do you know named Elliot?
I know a couple kids. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Because I'm like, whenever I hear the name Elliot, I get reminded of. Do you ever watch Elliot Moose?
No.
Like, I don't know. That name is like a core childhood memory. I don't know.
What is
in the chat? Let me know if you guys grew up watching Elliot Moose. That was a vibe. I think it might have been. You remember TVO Kids?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I think it used to come on.
Yeah, but you don't know today's special or anything like that, or polka dot door.
Polka dot shorts.
There's shorts of it.
No, not shorts. Like that used to be the song.
No. I'm talking about polka dot door.
Polka dot door.
Forget it.
No. What was it? No, there was a.
No. We're talking about something completely different. I have no idea what polka dot shorts means. When you said shorts, I thought like YouTube shorts. All right.
What was this called? No, that was the show. Polka dot shorts was the show. Yeah, never mind. I used to watch that. Yeah, never mind.
We're back short here on Tesla, and we'll figure out exactly what polka dot door or short is all about.
I'm sure if you see a picture of it, you may or may not remember.
So there goes long Chevron. We actually, because we averaged in, we still have a piece left. We're going to slap a fail on long Chevron, because that did fail. And again, it's not like our cup of tea, so it's not like we lost a bunch of money on it, but it is a red name for us. Their Tesla's finally starting to pull back. Good trade there on NVIDIA, and it looks like Apple's pulled right back in. I'd love to tell everybody what's for lunch, but we don't have that yet. So there's Pokeroo.
That's that show, Pokeroo.
Yeah.
The show was called Polka Dot Shorts. So,
but not for 94. I was watching it. That must be a new one.
Maybe.
There is an older.
I think that might have ended there. 1990.
Yeah. 1994.
Mr. Who?
No, I mean.
Mr. Blob. Oh, the little blob that like runs around on that show, or is that the name of a different show?
Polka dot
Polka dot shorts. Speaking of shorts,
That's like
this
the fake-
this
that's like
AMD
it's a gay
continues
show.
to go lower with the market here.
We used to have a
Thank you.
Pokeroo thing hitting for us right now.
Yo, Pokeroo was a G, man.
It must be a Canadian.
Bibbles, yes, Michael MB. Bibbles was that little thing that used to run around. Now I'm getting memories.
It's funny because last week the show was Obi and Neil, probably great show there. Today, Obi and myself, we had Obi and myself on Monday, but Neil is back at 2 p.m. So good trading today. Obi, thank you so much for joining the crew one more time, as you're obviously part of the crew as well. So let's now throw it over. Good day today. Thank you so much. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls, and everybody for watching. Thanks, Obi. They're waiting for us. Thanks, Ramin. Thanks, Fabian. Great show today. Great on the switching and everything. Let's go. It's Midday Madness. Thanks, guys. We'll see you at 2.
See you guys.
Yes. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl, Adara, in the best. And I'm Sharif. And we already have a bunch of people already in the chat as the morning show was just too good. They couldn't leave it. Darwin, Callum, Mitchell, Miller, Covalence. What is this, chemistry? Picky Eater, we got Jack CW, we got Nimit, Chase Bands, my man, my main man, Adam Deluxe, shout out to England, Big Bob Dub, we got Jason Murphy, as well as T-Money. Who's Mbappe? He says, yeah, he's out. He's gonna have to reset there at Real Madrid. We got Pitchbull, Anurag, the Pawns, the Fawns, the Piper as well. We got Leo, Game Day Football. I already like this person. Michelle Mears, Solo, Christo, we have Hey Davis, as well as Facts About Nothing. I like that one too. Crystal Ball, Mary L, Casual, Soze, Nicolas, and Anudeep T joining us today. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I cannot complain. Why is your voice like that all of a sudden?
What do you mean?
It was different like 10 seconds ago.
Sharif is laughing because, so in order to rest my voice, I was talking to Sharif in a deeper, closer to how I naturally speak.
Yeah, I just teased.
Because it would hurt less. And Sharif said, you sound possessed.
Yeah,
And
I
so
like
now
the chat's going to say you're possessed.
So I'm trying my normal voice more than that. But shout out to Sharif. Of course, I do have this this tea. We're going to be looking at some things. Also, guys, here's some tea with me. I will be in the sim right now because my ID took its sweet time to come here, and then my old ID expired. So we're waiting. The new ID is here. We're just waiting for it to like percolate. So hopefully within the next few days, but just wanted to let you guys know, I will be in the sim, but the trades will be real and they will be made, well, they won't be with real money, but they will be made with real heart and real promise and prowess. Hopefully we'll try to do what you can. I'm looking at chips. I have no actual read on them yet, though. And, you know, not to cop Obi and Neil, Obi and Sharif, Sean, every other name, wow, dear. Not to cop anybody's style, but I like this AMD here, this AM. Look at this wick up here into this 181.60s. And then we have this 181 area. I'm going to be watching these two areas. Then I'd probably be getting a beak wetter here at 183. Was that an excuse to use the beak wetter animation? Yes, it was. Shout out to Ramin
Just
and
remind me,
Fabian with the animations. How are you doing?
Yeah, fantastic. All right, let's get to the Mag 7. I'll get it, I promise. The Mag 7, let's have a look at what is moving now. So we saw the big boys on the big desk talk about this turn. I was about to say big turn, but like, that's too many bigs. Turn down on the market. We had the NQ dip almost right into that 20,700 territory, held it by a smidge. That was a key area for anybody who was trading the 100-point level on the futures. It did dip there into 703, held up trading at 20 right now. But I got to tell you, I see something distinctly different here, and that is Apple holding up at 230. So we knew that that was an important level in the pre. We actually got into that level at around 6 in the morning. We touched 230 exactly, but that was as good as we could do in the pre. Come the bell, and there goes Apple through 230. We got into 231 3/4 of last. It was not to last, but we do have this gnarly double bottom there at that 230-ish area. In fact, it dipped in to single-digit territory. I lied. It dipped into tens. So it did hold that general 230 area. Now coming back above into that 2/3 of a dollar. Let's see if it can reclaim VWAP at the 3/4 of a dollar. I was quite inclined to try to take something off 230. It didn't give it to me though. It got into 10s. But Apple looking interesting here, at least for a scalp off 230. We'll have to see whether the stock is strong enough to hold above the $10 level on the day. AAPL up 0.88%. MSFT. This is interesting here, kind of a close to a double bottom at that 49.50, and that's not for no reason. That is yesterday's closing print, 459.53. Microsoft finding a local area of support. In fact, the IB low just broke it by a smidge, but retook it quite quickly. So I'll be keeping my eye on this. We'll see Tesla as well, having trouble going green. That line, that white line right there at 262 1/3, that is yesterday's closing print on TSLA. It broke down below it in the open there, but we're trying to reclaim it. You can see this candle rejected off it right at 5 to 11 off that 262 1/3. So we'll have to see if Tesla can go green. Multiple nods today from Tesla, from some heavy weight analysts, Goldman and Morgan, both giving the nod to Tesla today, but it had already run up whatever percent in the last 15 days. What were you telling me today? 11 days in a row? Tesla? 48% in 11 days, the Katina man was telling me today in the pre-market. So yeah, I guess one red day here, albeit, half a percentage point, not that bad. We'll go over the small cap gappers in a second, but did you want to fill in anybody on anything before we start?
Yeah, I was in an AMD trade, again, in the sim for the time being here, as my ID does ID things. Tried to take that bounce here off 181.7. Well, okay, I got involved too late. I got involved 182s. We held it for a bit. I was looking to wet my beak. No one should have given me this animation at 183. Alas, we never got 183. We pushed into 181.70s, below 181.70s, and we got out. If we had bounced off 181.70s, I would have added. Alas, we did not, so I could not. Now we're having a fun little range in between 182s and 181.70s. So you guys know I love ranges. I will be probably hopping in that Range Rover to the downside and then to the upside as it ranges. If it stops ranging, that's obviously not going to be ideal. Now it's like AMD's like, oh, Jerry, you were right about the long. But you know what? It's all good, baby. Not all a dream, but we are going to be taking some trades here, hopefully having a dreamy day. Over
all right.
these months.
Before we start the lesson du jour, I want to let you know about a small cap gapper that is absolutely in a state of pamp. KZIA. Up 306.25%, halted right now, looks like at 78 pennies. I don't have the halt parameter on my platform showing for whatever reason, but you can see void of any price action at 78 pennies. Watch out for this. Okay, so here's the deal. 167 million shares on a 78 penny name, okay? So not bad. The flow, decent. For a 78 penny name, about 104 million shares. For that, let's find out if the short float is, important or not. Let's shout out to Nos Boss and Trade Ideas for giving us access to that. And it's a negligible short float. About 0.1% of the float is shorted. So I just want to let you know about this one. Halted right now at 78 pennies. And here is the headline, in case you care. I don't, but Kazia Therapeutic shares are trading higher after the company announced results from its GMB Agile Phase 2 and 3 study that included an evaluation of Paxlovid versus standard of care patients with glioblastoma. That is obviously a type of cancer. So obviously cheering for this as long as it is legitimate. Legitimate headline, KZIA halted 78 pennies. But we have a lesson, and we're talking about this lesson over here. It's interesting. It's called Elliot Wave theory, and we're talking about it all week. So obviously, it's kind of a very abstract type of thing to teach because, identifying the waves is a really tough thing. And, you may see it one way, I may see it another. So showing you real life examples has been a bit of a challenge, but I tried to find as many, charts and diagrams as I could today. So what we're going to be talking about with respect to Elliott waves is actually IDing that initial wave, that wave one, the standard bearer, the thing that starts the trend. Okay, it's a bit of an elusive target, so let's let's get right to it. Wave 1 in Elliot Wave theory can be the trickiest one to identify. It's often overshadowed by the more dramatic moves later on. But however, it does lay the foundation for the entire trend, so it's quite important. Let's explore some key characteristics and strategies to help you spot Wave 1 with the confidence, the OB-confidence, including how RSI and MACD can be helpful tools. So let's get right to it. So the elusive Wave 1, what are we talking about here? So unlike the powerful Wave 3 or the clear retracement of Wave 2, Wave 1 can be a little choppy and volatile, right? It might lack clear direction, making it difficult to distinguish from random market noise. And it can also be relatively short-lived. Compared to the later waves, Wave 1 can be quite less dramatic in terms of price movement. So yeah, bit tougher to spot, but it is the trendsetter. It is the important one. It starts the whole move. So behooves us to, be able to identify it and know a little bit about it. So despite its subtlety, it sets the stage for the trend that unfolds in the subsequent waves. So spotting Wave 1, how do we do that? First and foremost, you're looking for a marked change in direction. So you're looking to identify a shift in the overall trend compared to the previous price movement. So I'll show you some charts with examples here, but you're looking for something, I don't want to say obvious, but something that stands out, like a double bottom, a clear area of resistance or support that has held up for months or years. You're looking for something tangible to say, hey, look, this could be the winds of change coming, right? You're also looking for confirmation from higher time frames, right? Analyze charts with a longer time frame like the weekly or the monthly to understand the broader trend. Wave 1 on a daily chart might be clearer when viewed in the context of the larger uptrend on a weekly chart, for example. So make sure you are getting that multi-time frame confirmation. It doesn't just hold true for Elliott waves. And Fibonacci retracements, that's exactly what we talked about yesterday, right? While not a definitive rule by any means, Wave 1 can sometimes start near a Fibonacci retracement level like 61.8 or 78.6% of the previous downtrend. So you have to know what the previous trend was. So that means you got to look at the higher time frame. So 0.2 and 0.3 kind of go hand in hand there. And here's what I'm talking about, the start of Wave 1. Sorry, this is super blurry, but this is Wave 1 and this is Wave 2. So Wave 1 goes from here to there, and then Wave 2 comes from here to about 2/3 of the way down. So why did I show you this? Because there was clearly a lot of intersection at this level over here, and you're gonna see it better on the next chart. The reason I showed you is to show you, one, how kind of convoluted it can look, Wave 1 that is, with the rest of the price action, and to also make the comparison between the size of Wave 1 and the size of Wave 2. They should not be equal in size. In addition to that, you need to juxtapose Wave 3 with Wave 1. Wave 3 should be noticeably and fundamentally larger than Wave 1. So just want to show it to you for that reason. Now, this is the one that I really like here. So you see Wave 1 starts at that double bottom support area. Now we know that area was prior resistance. It flipped to support, so check and check. Now you have a clear area of support off which a new trend can start. So there you go. You get Wave 1 starting from here to there. Wave 2 retraces back about 1/3 of Wave 1, and then you get that monster Wave 3 that takes you from, I can't see the price action there, but you guys get it. That's a big boy wave. Wave 3 supposed to be the biggest. But the reason I showed you this is to make the point that you should be looking for a clear trend change. So you had clearly a downtrend that started here before the double bottom. Just need a sip of water. All right. Hey, Hydration Nation. Thanks, Ram. All right. So there we go. So you should also be looking to get confirmation with what you're seeing on the price action chart. So one of the things we've been talking about lately is MACD and RSI. So Elliott Wave theory on its own can be quite powerful if used correctly, but combining it with other technical indicators can provide you with that valuable confirmation, especially when identifying Wave 1. Here's how the relative strength the RSI and the MACD can be helpful. So first and foremost, RSI, right? You're looking for potential wave 1 starting at an oversold RSI reading like below 30 or on an uptrend, or an overbought reading above 70 on a downtrend. So you want to see the RSI coming out of 30, dropping below 70 at the start of wave 1. So when you look to the RSI, you're not looking to the RSI for to actually identify the beginning of the trend. You should be able to identify wave 1, wave 2, if it's already manifested, and then look to see what the RSI is doing at that level. Similarly to a moving average convergence divergence. A bullish divergence on MACD, a bullish divergence on the MACD can be a sign of a potential wave 1 on an uptrend. For example, this occurs when the price makes a lower low, right? But the MACD indicator makes a higher low. Similarly, a bearish divergence, equally as important here, where the price makes a higher high, but the MACD makes a lower high on a downtrend, obviously, which can be a signal of potential wave 1. However, divergences never really guarantee anything. They're just another check mark to add to the list. And here's what it kind of looks like here. So you have wave 1 starting all the way back on the left. You can't really see it, but this is the most notable thing. This is kind of how you can tell the winds of change are coming. So you're continuing to get higher highs on the price action, and you get the forming of wave 5, but all the while you're getting higher highs on the price action, look what's happening on the MACD. You're getting lower highs. So this is price action, MACD, or this is RSI, excuse me. MACD, Elliot Wave, RSI divergence. Similarly with MACD. And in this case here, you're getting the crossovers at the actual area where the waves are starting. So you're always looking for either the MACD crossovers or the MACD price action divergence. Just make sure you're using them correctly. And some additional tips here, volume analysis, super important, right? Look for a slight increase in buying volume on an uptrend or selling volume on a downtrend during wave 1, even if the price movement is modest. And candle patterns, right? Candlestick patterns, we talk about this all the time. Certain candlestick patterns like a bullish engulfing or piercing lines in an uptrend, for example, can signal a potential start of wave 1. However, always candlestick patterns alone shouldn't be the sole indicator. And here's what I'm talking about. So you have wave 1 volume, you get that initial pump up, and then you have above average volume on the move up. So look for above average volume to coincide with that wave 1 initiation. And similarly, look for bullish engulfing candles or any other type of reversal bullish candlestick pattern. In this case here, we know the bullish engulfing is essentially when the green second candle engulfs the first red candle, right? So these are the type of things you should be looking for. But always remember, guys, identifying wave 1 can be subjective. All of Elliot Waves I would submit to you is a little bit subjective. Here's how to manage, though, the uncertainty. Start with confirmation, right? Look for confirmation of the trend reversals in the subsequent waves. By default, you have to allow the price action to develop to be able to do that. So you have to let wave 2 come in. You have to let wave 3 start, right? So a strong wave 3, obviously following a potential wave 1, strengthens the case. That, presupposes that you've allowed wave 1 and wave 2 to develop and then gotten in on the formation of wave 3. And combined with our technicals, like I just mentioned, obviously, Elliott Wave Theory alongside other technical analysis tools like trend lines or support and resistance or whatever other TA tool you want to use helps you get a more comprehensive picture of the wave 1 initiation there.
Yeah, and I think it's such a cool thing to keep in mind as well, because it's literally using other things to help you identify the wave. Like we talk about getting in the balance of the evidence, finding confluence, finding other areas that make sense. But I think it's interesting to look at how you can even identify if what you're seeing is what in fact what you're seeing using all these other indicators as well with the with certain pieces of technical analysis in mind. So I think that's really key. I'm trying to exit the SPY here. This order did not go through. So there we go here. Basically, I tried to short it, did take some profit here. We broke above 557.30, so I had to exit, had to get my eyes off the SPY, had to stop spying that one. I added below the 90 MA because I know it's the SPY, so it's always gonna be faithful to those levels, but I like that we did duck our little head here below the bottom of that support area. So I think that could be an interesting look. Yeah, it was a little bit rangy, so probably should have gotten everything out there at that 557, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. Happy I stuck with the trade. Again, guys, I am in the sim as my ID is taking a sweet little time. But yeah, just to clarify, so these trades are sim trades, but I will be taking them with the vigor, viciousness, and passion with which I always take my trades.
No,
I'm trying to do the same style. Pardon?
Sorry, I gotta have to set up for this.
Okay, no worries. But yeah, so we do have people continuing to talk to Jerome Powell. I put this in the chat, but it is hilarious to me. This is the second day in a row someone has complimented Jerome Powell by calling him boring. I love it. It is the funniest thing ever. It's so good. It's so beautiful. And he was like, thank you. So shout out to Jerome. Thank you, Jerome. Also, someone earlier, Maxine Waters, was like, oh, look forward to working with you for many years to come. And I'm like, RBO, like, what? But yes, shout out to that. But also, shout out to our pals over there at Ben to the Zing to the almost like Sharice's favorite show, Bazinga. Big Bang Theory with Bazinga.
I love that.
This is Ben Zinga, and we are going to thank them.
Yeah, all right, guys. Tired of being late to the trade, always playing catch up in the market, missing out on those big moves because you're too slow to the news? Well, Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their ideas and strategies in real time. Ready to see what Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get your free 14-day trial today. And, it wouldn't be an ad read about Benzinga, Dara, unless, I included you in this whole thing and let everybody know that you use it and you use it quite effectively every day. And I think you like it.
I do like it. I use it very frequently. It is a really great tool to have access to. Shout out to our pals at Benzinga Pro.
Bang.
Always here. Are you going to bite that apple? You're going to take a chunk out of the red.
I'm looking right at it. Here comes 231, guys, and 231 has been a bit of a resistance level. Sure, we got above it. We got to that 231 3/4. But initially, we tried to break 231 over here at 1/4 to 10. And then we tried again after dumping right at 10.40. We tried again over here at 11.15. And now we're trying again at 231. So a dip into 230 and then a retracement right into 231. Topping tail candles coming in. Look, I'd rather, take some sort of confirmatory trade on this name today. I'd rather it break 231 decidedly and then get in somehow maybe with a worse price and guess whether or not 231 breaks. If I had to guess, honestly, I'd say probably a bit of a range here on Apple, maybe until a more liquid time of day. We'll see if this the range gives us 50 pennies or $1, because most of the bounces here have been at that 50 penny area. The outlying retracement made it down into that 230.10, not even to the dollar, gave us 90 pennies there worth of range on AAPL. Still up 0.9% on the day. This one getting the nod from Needham today. But still another kind of backhanded upgrade, to be honest, much like the one we got yesterday. Who gave Apple the backhanded upgrade yesterday? Piper Sandler giving them a backhanded upgrade yesterday. Today, Needham a little bit, a little different, basically saying that Apple needs to expand its moat to get into digital advertising because of the 70-80% margins there. And anyway, so, even they bumped up the price target from 220 to 260. So without its criticism there.
Yeah, Needham. Who needs them? No, I'm joking.
Right?
I just made a Needham pun pre-market for Sharif, and I was like, I may as well also make one on the show. Also, I'm long AMD. I want to explain why. I initially wanted to short AMD. That was the initial plan. That was the initial impetus for a trade. I liked all these little boop, 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 all these rejections of 183. I mentioned I liked the 183 when I was in that long before I got stopped out, and that I totally blame myself for my point of entry in that long was poor, to say the least. But why I wanted to get back in this long is because I said, if we break below that 182.50, given all of these topping tail candles, that's going to be a good area for a short, right? What we do? We get to 182.30 and we right back up with the viciousness. So I say, Dara, you know what you're going to do here? What? I'm going to go long. Yes, apparently having a conversation with myself. We are a cool 30 pennies in the money. I took out half the position. I'm willing to add again if we keep bouncing off 182.50s, 182.60s. I initially wanted to add at 182.55s. Then AMD got to 182.56. And I was like, wow, that is very petty of you, AMD. But yeah, so there we go. Obviously, my average was better earlier, but I wanted to add to build into the position. I would love to see us break to 182, to 183. I'm going to try to add if we get to, we'll do 69s, because what's life without whimsy, but also because it's right around that 70 area where I would like to add, because I do want to have enough that I can start piecing out here 183s. Please just punch with AMD. I know I'll say avenge trades, and people have pointed out correctly that avenge and revenge basically mean the same thing. This is going to be a restitution trade. This is going to be, when you have the restorative justice, when you have to talk to each other. That's what this is. It's not a revenge trade. It's using the trade that didn't go well earlier and trying to work on it better. Sorry?
That's some criminology right there. Restorative justice.
Chung chung.
Ooh.
I was a criminology major in addition to my love of the Law & Order franchise. I legitimately do have a major in criminology. So go crim, go law, go chips here too, because NVIDIA is popping, bouncing off VWAP here. I noticed this NVIDIA, this 134.20 area, kind of interesting. Well, I mean, obviously we've gotten above it, right? We got to 180, 134, 70s? But we have, every time we get to that level, we do waffle a bit, so it'll be interesting to see us usurp this 134 if we can. Also, if there's advenge, says Darwin. I love a pun. Thank you, Darwin, for that one. Advenge. We're going to advenge. Because we're going to take some advantage of this market. Darwin, you're going to regret having said this. Thank you very much for that. AMD breaking higher. Man, do I wish I had more, because I don't have enough for beak wetter here. If I get out everything. Oh my gosh, AMD. I am pleased this punch, but I don't like what we're doing at 30s, so I'm gonna have to be getting out here at 30s. This was awesome. I'm really proud of what I did here with this trade.
Nice, Adara.
Thank you very much. This again in the sim, but this is what I'm trying to do is use these sim trades to beef up my trades once my ID gets me carded here in the club, in the trading club. Alex Rader, I was making the Law & Order sound, the chung chung, that's what that was. But yeah, so happy to be here. Very pleased as punch. Currently, some more questions being asked for Jerome Powell about the target for quantitative tightening. We also do have Fed speak later, 2:30. We've got Bowman and we've got Goolsbee. And we also do have an auction, 10-year note auction at 1.
All right, I'm short softy here at VWAP retracement. Short at 33s, looking to wet my beak just in front of 461. So my out is going to be at 69s. Well, I'm going to have to give it some room above the $0.50 because the resistance level is the $0.50. I just thought to front run it. There we go. We wet our beak nicely in the money now. Let's see if we can get down a little bit more here. I'm seeing a topping tail candle, an inverse hammer candle come in on the 5, but that hasn't closed, and it still has 3 more minutes before it closes. I'd like to see something at the $0.50 if we could retrace at least half the move. So if we moved up from 459.75 to 461 general 50, I'd like to see something at 460.50 before I wet my beak there. Let's see over here, what are we at? We're in the 90s, so let's go ahead and look to cover 460, what am I saying? 460. And then we're going to sit Adara at 460. We're going to sit at 62s because what's life without whimsy, okay? We're just going to sit there. So see if we can get something in and around there. But the fight right now between buyers and sellers at the whole dollar still coming in. So we'll see exactly if we can get that retracement. The dead one, though, is Apple, I mean. Sorry, I keep forgetting that nobody knows what I'm talking about. Apple is right back into that 231. Look at the accumulation on Apple at the whole dollar, 231, random dollar, don't care. But what it's doing is it's putting in sequentially higher lows. So it feels like it's accumulating for that top break. On its way, maybe to the top break, is going to give you multiple opportunities to scalp. You'll be able to short around 231, maybe wet your beak for 20, 30, 40 pennies before maybe it does accumulate and get the break. And now we're above it right here, but we're not above it with any real distance. 1 penny, 5 pennies above that 231 level. We want to get that decided break and hold of said level before I get interested in possibly going long on AAPL. But before I get long on anything else, I want to see how this softy trade resolves. And right now, we're still staying above 461. So I'm trying to pack my patience on this one. We already took out 30 pennies, but I'd like to take a little bit more if we can get into that $0.50. Alas, that whole dollar seems to be finding some support at the moment. But I want to look at AMD and AMC for my man Nimit. Shout out to Singapore, baby, because we know my man, our man Nimit lives in and around that area, I believe. Yes, it is. I have the keychain to prove it. So AMC, AMC on the day, Adara, is up about 0.5%. It's done 9.25 million shares. I don't see a discernible trend here. Nimit, I see some support off this 545 or resistance, depending on where you're coming from, the north or the south, but not a discernible trend that I would want to get involved in. GME, though, on the other hand, it's distinctly different, right? So shout out to the OB, the one, he is the Canob. This one has a nice higher low, higher high pattern going for it. In addition to that, it has this kind of, I was a previous level of resistance, now I'll flip to support kind of look. What do I mean by that? Look at these two crests over here at 26 bucks, clearly resistance. We clear 26, we get up into, oh, what am I doing here with Softy? Softy is going to get me in trouble. It's going through the $0.50. I'll have to cancel that in a second. But this 26 area seems to be an interesting area here in Nimit, either as resistance or support. Right now, it broke above it. I wonder if we defend 26 bucks. If we don't, well, I'll be more inclined to take something off the 20 exponential than I will at VWAP. It didn't really have a whole lot of respect for VWAP earlier in the day. At least that's kind of how I feel. It looked more along the lines of it finding support on the 20 exponential on the 5. So let me know how that goes, Nimit, but I like GME a lot better than I like AMC on the day there.
Yeah, give me some trades after midday. I don't know. Shout out to ABBA. Midday. If there's ever a ticker ABBA, I'm going to abuse that so much. I'll be singing that so much. If there's ever an ABBA ticker, you know what I mean? I'll be like, sure. Yeah, so no one should do that. Any IPOs out there. Really happy with this AMD trade again.
I'm getting out of
we are really, though, struggling with that 183.30, so I'm happy you took it out here. Now, though, AMD is doing something, I think, pivotal at 183 on the book. We'll get there. We'll bounce to 183.30. Then we'll sell off a little bit. Then what we'll do is we'll get a bit lower, then we'll come back to 183. So you might be like, Adara, then why aren't you shorting 183.30? I think if this thing breaks above 183.30, it's going to be nasty. It's going to be a mess I do not want to be a part of. If it breaks above 183.30, I think that would be fun. But I don't know. You know what? I don't think I'm going to get it now. But I do have plans to get involved here. 183.01s. Let's do that. Because I do think the long is the better case. In case you're like, well, you don't have to get involved in AMD. That is true. I accidentally shorted it. Okay, that is not the look. I forgot I have different keys in the sim than I do in the live. So that was a little bit of a fat finger. That was exactly flat though. So it was a flat finger. So happy with that. Obviously, I'm not proud of that. That could have been way worse. Things could have gone awry. But that being said, I think also this accidental short proved to me that I don't really. There's a little too much wild, crazy action happening here for AMD, for my blood at this moment. Sometimes Sharif says, too rich for my blood. So let's see how this goes here. Take a chance on me, says Darwin. Yeah, I mean, this is what we're always thinking to these markets. Okay, I really want to hear what your, do you want to talk about your Meta?
Okay, so Meta just got into the IB high, so I put an order to short right there. We just scalped nice 25 pennies, well, more actually. But it's coming into my area. I don't want to stay in this. This was a scalp. If it breaks above 40, that's the end of the trade here, Adara. So we got short. I can't even see where we got short because of this thing. 24s, I covered at, where did I cover? I covered at 93, so not bad. Let's see if it can continue to go down, but Meta rocketed up. So if it continues to go up, that's going to be the end of my trade. It's a scalp, and that's really all I want to do there, Adara.
I mean, I'm not going to judge any scalps over here. We love scalps. We have John Del Senio and some other people in the chat mentioning Super Micro. So let's see how Super Micro is. We did have that downgrade from Nomura. They said Nomura, to S to the M to the C to the I. Then SMCI was like, what do you mean a downgrade? Then continued to push higher here, bouncing off VWAP like a beauty. This is a nice look, not one that I necessarily have any levels on it that I see on the intraday, but I think on the day,
Number one.
Sean actually took number one. Sean had a push back.
No, but Sean has his own counter. You have your own counter as well.
That's true. But I just thought it was really fun that Sean did a pushback. But no, I know I'm a little over-reliant on that 9 EMA. I've said that myself so many times. But sometimes levels come to fruition. And also, I love when it comes to confluence with some other stuff you see, right? Look at this. 875 area, we have a little bit of hesitation to the downside. Then we bounce like a beauty off this 769. Then we come again, reject off 860. Then we do something beautiful here. We're trying to bounce off 860 on the daily. I think that's a great look. I think the level we need to push above here that I would be aware of for potential resistance if you're in this SMCI long based on the daily chart. Watch out for 920. You've got $14 before we get there, but that to me seems like a little bit of an area of resistance. That being said, we've had these higher lows, so it could blow that top off the window. That analogy made no sense. Also, Darius Golden asking about my hesitation on AMD. Yeah, I'll tell you, I think that I really appreciate that question because I always like these questions too. It allows you to really think about what you're looking at. I'm happy I hesitated. So the reason I hesitated was I was initially looking to go long, get back long at the 182.30 or 82.50, sorry. But every time we would get to that 183.30, which is the level I would want us to see break above, right? We would freak out and we'd leave. I tried to get long here initially at the 182.50, then accidentally punched short instead. Was able to leave that short basically flat, but what I saw in that action when I got in the short was a rejection of 183.30 that was way too intense. I did not like how we were rejecting that 183.30, and so that was why I was like, you know what, Adara, wait, pause. Happy I hesitated. Honestly, too, Darius, a lot of my decisions are to be less on the chart and more on the book. So obviously, I looked at this chart because I loved that we had these topping tail candles, then we flipped long and we rejected off VWAP. There's things I saw that on the chart that made me initially look at the name, but my entry for the trade is almost always going to be based on what I'm seeing in the book. With that in mind, I am seeing lower highs in the book. So I would like to get in this long now, short. That'd be weird if I wanted to go long. I want to see another nice rejection of 183 before I fully commit to this trade because I'd rather be committed with full conviction and full confidence than not feel as confident and have rushed in. Because we did bounce beautifully off that 182.30s. That was the same area we bounced off earlier, which gave me the impetus for that first long. So I do, with all these impeti, because I will not say impetuses, which is the legal plural of impetus, I want to be aware of these things. But you know what? One impetus for being involved here in the afternoon show could be to see if your ticker makes some of the big screen. So you go in there, you vote, exclamation point, join, space, $, maybe it's Rivian, maybe it's Palantir, maybe it's
how about
anything else. Maybe it's KZA, maybe it's Casia, maybe it's AMD, which did break above 183, very happy I didn't short. Maybe it's NVIDIA, maybe you want to hear about Sharif's chomping on that Apple and his Meta and his Microsoft. Mag 7 King over here. But whatever ticker that is, whatever tickers you fancy, get involved, get in, and do what you got to do.
Yeah, just make sure you guys are entering the right code, guys, because a lot of people, you don't get your vote tallied if you don't put it in the right way. Streamlabs gets very upset, Adara. All right, so I got long on the Apple at 231.05. Simple reason. It cleared 231, which we know is a resistance level. It came back and defended it. I'm seeing a couple of topping tail candles, though, show up on the 5-minute chart at that 231.25. So I took a 20-penny winner super quick, 05s long, 25s out. It's going to have to hold 231. Otherwise, I don't want any smoke. So if it breaks down into 230.95, that's it. It's going to be a scalp trade on this one. Obviously, I'd like to see this one clear the $0.25. We have a bit of a local resistance at the $0.25, 231.25. Can't seem to break through there. I apologize for the wicks. It just showed up on the dark pool there at that 214. As soon as I send it to Adara, I'll clean that up. But yeah, just take my word for it at the moment right now. Topping tail candle showing up at 231.25 and the previous 5-minute candle 231.26. So clearly a seller of note at the $0.25. Depends now whether buyers can overwhelm said sellers and allow this one to weasel its way up near high day, which is right now at 72s. Here we go, 20s again. Let's see what happens. I want to see the book here at the $0.25. No size of note right now, at least on the ask side of things, looking to see if there's any bids moving up with me. That's also void of any big bids moving up with the price. So a little kind of trading area of indecision here. So now I have to adjust my stop because I did have it at an undesirable area. It was because of the full position. So we're going to go ahead 230.92 and then we're going to get out 230.88 if it does break there. So there we go. We adjust the stop and we'll keep tabs on that. Softy though, interesting look here. It did breach the volume weighted average price, but look at that. So this is what I was trying to short. I was trying to short because of this level right here at 461 1/3. It was a bit of a pre-market. I don't want to say top, but top end of the range, at least from 7 a.m. till 9:30. We couldn't really decidedly take that level. And it was also VWAP. So I said, fantastic, let's get in at that level. I was able to scalp, but the bamboozlement is fast, real and furious. It got up into 461.90, and I didn't want any of that smoke. But there you go. The idea was right. The execution was poor. Down goes Softy into that 460 2/3. Big boy candle, more than $1 on that 5-minute candle right there as it gives back the ghost on VWAP. So we'll have to see whether this one can hang out. Back to Apple here, south of the whole dollar now, 231. Below it, it's going to have to hold above 92s, or that's going to be the end of the trade. So we'll keep an eye here to see if any bids move up. Yeah, well, it looks like I'll get stopped out for the remaining amount, but that's all good because still profitable on the name. Let's keep an eye on some of the more of these Mag 7 names over here. Yep, Meta coming into my purview. Took a short on that for a scalp. Look at this topping tail candle into 535.5. That is ugly. Now I want to see if 533, excuse me, and a half holds up. Why? Because it was the top end of the pre-market consolidation range. It is a closing prints on the IB high. So we clear it by some distance by breaking through 534 decidedly into 535.5. Now, if we come back to it, are we using it as support, or is this just kind of more action noise? So packing my patience here. I want to see what Meta does, but up nicely, 3/4 of a point.
Yeah, great look there. Also, I was just thinking about something, and I want to know your thoughts on this. You trade a lot more Microsoft than I do.
What's up?
But I've noticed when you trade Microsoft, I would call it like a secret bamboozler. Like, it'll be so calm for a while, then all of a sudden it'll be like Microsoft, and then it's like weirdly, because unlike NVIDIA, which is kind of consistently, or Mini and Tesla, which are kind of consistently a lot to deal with, Microsoft will like give you a false sense of security. It's like, oh, I'm moving like normally, I'm moving in this way, and then so yeah, that chart just reminded me of that. So yeah, I was, because I know you trade more Microsoft than I do, and that's one of the reasons I am not a huge fan of entering those Bill Gates.
Adira, can I mention
your trade? Please do.
I have to mention Kazia because we're above $1 now, so this is a fundamentally different trade here. KZIA. You know, a lot of people will have opinions on this about whether the trade is different above $1. I think it is, just because of the 4 decimal places and how that ends up messing with the bid and the ask. But there we go, a little zig, a little zag, a little above $1, a little bit below. We'll have to see that if this one can clearly take the dollar. We've been watching these style of trades about these sub $1 stock approach the buck and how they've been trading. You know, some of them clear them with vigor and you're able to use that dollar as support. Some zig and zag and you can't really get a read. And I would basically submit to you guys right now, we haven't got a read. We got to $1.08, but as quickly as we get to that $1.08, back down into 94, 95-ish we go. So I need a clear break or reject of the level so that I can kind of gauge how to trade this. But fantastic look. This is another 300 some odd winner. What was the other one yesterday? You're always good with the
SNGX.
SNGX, thank you. SNGX, 405% today for KZIA. SNGX, no slouch either, baby. It was doing its thing 25 yesterday. And so we'll keep an eye on that because, I like 25, right?
Oh, yeah.
So KZIA, Adira, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just want to mention it because it broke a buck and it is a good trade.
Definitely don't worry about interrupting me. If something happens, we got to know about it. Also, I have 2 trades to talk about. One of them I'm still in. That's going to be this year's Cybertruck. This is my first Cyber trade of the day. I've never done that one before. But yeah, I'm in Tesla. I'm in this Tesla. And it's not Stressla, but I'm seeing stuff on the book that does not leave me super impressed. I'll put it that way, okay? So what am I seeing, you may ask, in the book that makes me go, so I basically watched us at 263. I do not want to get in at 263. I said, Adira, wait to see what we do here at this little bottom here around this 262.75s. If we bounce, you bounce into the Cybertruck, you get involved. We did, so I did. But then what I'm seeing here that I dislike is now I think we're edging lower in a way that makes me think we're going to flip from support to resistance. And why I say support is because look at how many times it's formed to support the pre-level. This is the level I wrote on my tickers to look at, which is my version of Sean's sticky note, though it is not published. It is a Google document where I write fun little notes to self to learn from my trades. With that being said, we broke decisively here below in a way I did not enjoy on the book into that 70s, so I shall be getting out. Did I panic sell? You could argue that I did. I wouldn't, though. I would not argue that it did because, like I said, as Sharif always says, this is one of the biggest things I've learned. Whatever you're going to use to get yourself into a trade, use it to get you out of the trade. If I'm using a level in the book and the chart to get me out of the trade or into the trade, if we break below that, I got to get out. So lost a couple pennies there, but I did not lose any confidence in my abilities. Got to take those hits. You got to keep going.
Bang.
You got to keep going back up. I'm also really proud here of this AMD scalp. Got involved 182.90s, and we held the 182.80s like a little glove. And I said, Adara, you don't like this. The initial plan was to take some profit at 182.60s, sixes, then continue to add, subtract. We never got there. I noticed we could not break below 70, so I got out at 73s, took 16 pennies, and then I was really happy I got out where we did because we basically haven't been lower since, right? So you have to trust yourself, trust what you're seeing on the chart, the book, the tape, or whatever. That's going to be my little spiel or lesson of the day. Brad Gober saying he relates with my throat-related situation, so shout out to you, Brad. Great participant in the chat. What else is going on here in this here market, this here chat? Sound. I'm hearing seeing some talk about Sound Hound earlier today as well. So let's see. Remember when you were like howling when you had that Sound Hound long a while ago? You were like the bays or the wolves are. But yeah, the bag of the hounds right now. Great look here. This one's barking to the upside. We have this little 440 area that I like. We have a topping tail candle. Then we have some bottoming tail candles. We push higher. We bounce, and then that was all she wrote, continuing to the upside. So let's see if these dogs want to keep barking. We do have this chop and turn here, a bit of a bull flag. So let's see if we can push higher here off that 440 bounce. I like this look on Sound Hound. And if we are to do the bull flag measurement, you have about 30 pennies of wiggle room should we break out. So great look here for S to the O to the U to the N.
Beauty. All right, we didn't go through the small cap gapper side chart. We did mention to you KZIA, obviously. I want to shout out Nimit because Nimit's always trading these small cap gappers, so I respect what he says. KZIA is a nasty stock. He says it can drop like a hot potato to below 25 pennies. I traded it from 32 to 45 today, but scary stock, honestly. Nimit, I couldn't agree more. We always say that on this desk. These ones are around for a good time, not a long time. You have to manage risk effectively with these small cap gappers. They are not an Apple. They are not a Microsoft. They may not be around tomorrow. These Mag 7 names, sure, they're volatile, but they're not going to not be around tomorrow. These ones, so, be careful with that. All right, let's get it. VRPX. Is this one that was up a zillion% yesterday? No.
No, that was SNGX.
This one, yeah, thank you. This one was good. Not yesterday, the day prior. It had a decent move. Ended up closing at $1.15, $1.20 range there all day yesterday. Didn't really do much. But today is a different day, baby. Up we go again on VRPX. Let me give you the deets on this one. All right, here we are. $6.5 million market cap. Needless to say, that is tiny. 104 million shares traded today, and the float, a decent 2.4 million shares. So that's small. That's a small float in case you're wondering if you don't have context. So let's find out the short float on it. VRPX, shout out to Nos Boss and his crew. 1.17%, not negligible, but nothing really of note. Now trading below the volume weighted average price, and so I won't be taking it as a breakout trade to the long. VWAP here, 255. It'll have to reclaim and hold above that level if I am to view it as such. However, that does not negate the range trade that can be had on these small cap gappers. And you're seeing it right here. Look at that trough that found support at 210 generally. And then look at this pre-market top area. Well, it's around 210. It's a general area. So support or resistance flipping to support at this level. We'll see if it can weasel its way back up into VWAP and whether it'll claim VWAP or use it as resistance. If it does, we can short it. So VRPX, decent look here. Keep your eye on that one. VVPR also was good today, about 47% and change. This one, though, much like VRPX, breaking down below the volume weighted average price, looking to find some support here on that yesterday pop, that 4 p.m., whatever, 4:20. This one got moving in the aftermarket and did find resistance at around 350, 355. Lo and behold, this is where we found resistance on the day today. So keep your eye on that. Good area here for a possible jump long. Longeveron, we all know about this one. We have all been talking about it all day. It did a good move yesterday, and it's continuing that move today. Bigly. This one is, it was a glioblastoma, was it?
Longeveron?
Yeah, no.
No, that was getting that designation
Thank you.
for its Alzheimer's treatment from the FDA.
Yes, thank you for that. It was Alzheimer's. I forgot about that. Decent move here. This one closed out. Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't get it there, but now I got it. All right. Yeah. All right, I got it.
I have no words.
All right, Ram, come back to the chart. 288 was where we closed out yesterday, and it got into about 7.25. So great look there as well. Much like the other ones that we talked about, broke down below VWAP. So I'm very hesitant to take it on any sort of breakout trade. It'll have to be a range or a reclaim VWAP. This one is really interesting, though. It's quite expensive and it's quite spready, so be very careful with this. LNTH, this thing's $105. This thing closed out at yesterday $77. It just got to $105.68. It's at $102.47 right now. VWAP is at $99. This is an interesting resistance flips to support. Look at that 169, 103. That's where we topped out at. That's the IB high at 935. We break through it. We get to 105 2/3. Lo and behold, this bottoming tail candle finds support at 100 basically 101, 103 there. So fantastic look, but it's quite spready and it's very expensive. So be very careful with this one. Let me give you the details on this one quickly here, if I can find it. Here it is. So 31% on the day, as I mentioned. The volume decent, about 4 million shares, $7 billion market cap. So it is not a small cap gapper. And the float is 67.5 million shares. And here's the short float. Let's find out. LNTH. Decent, not bad here. About 5 2/3% of the float is shorted. So we'll have to see if this one or may have already squeezed. Let's look at the daily chart on this bad boy to find out what this one can do. So we definitely have resistance at $100. That goes back to May of last year. We haven't been at these levels since May of last year. So I think this is all-time highs. Let's go to monthly. Yes, this is all-time highs for this name. So this name is obviously a real name, and I had no idea about this company. What the hell does this company do? Lantheus Holdings is a radio-pharmaceutical-focused company. The company is engaged in delivering science to enable clinicians to find, fight, and follow disease to deliver patient outcomes. Okay, so they're in the healthcare business, and definitely an important one to look at because they're at all-time highs, baby. LNTH, big move.
Nice, yeah. There's so many big moves today, and also I want to give a big thank you to Joseph Horn, $2 super chat. Shout out Fabian and Ram for always killing it. We could not agree more.
I can shout out Fabian.
Okay, yeah, because he and Ram are having a fake beef right now. And I say fake because it is all love over here on Trader TV Live.
Exactly.
And they have like a funny little back and forth beef there. Also, that reminds me, there's another chat I loved in this chat that made me laugh my head off, and it's from Gucci Loud 805. How many gigabytes is RAM? That's not a question I know how to answer, but it is a pun I know how to snap for. So shout out to you. That is a great look there. As you know, puns can be great looks too, not just
good, man.
I loved it. I enjoyed it. I was getting loud for that pun from Gucci
She wants
Loud.
1 trillion. That's what she says.
1 trillion.
Half of $1 trillion. All right, Ram. Who are you, Meta? What's going on?
Yeah, but okay,
Get it,
I'm going to use the
Adira.
beak water animation. I did wet my beak here on this T to the S, the L to the A. I wanted to get out of this because I didn't. We got above 263, took some profit at 263. I'm going to get out now. I don't like how we keep whiffle and waffle in here. But Abby, I waited to see that other break above 263. I have no qualms getting out where I did. I am, in fact, qualmless because I can get back in if we keep bouncing up 263. But basically, Tesla's getting so waffly with 263. I was long, then I flipped short. Then I flipped long again because I was like, and I stand by the flip short because at that time we were breaking below the 262.80, but I said to Dara, if we keep holding this 262.80, you owe it to yourself to go back to your initial thesis was long 262.80. did go back to that. I was basically, if I saw anything distinctly different, shout out to Obi on the book, then I was going to get out. That's why I ended up leaving where I did in the money there on that TSLA. I am pleased as punch. Got rinsed on some of the first few trades there, but, you know, happy we're able to get back to shore. Tesla, though, shout out to anybody who's still long. Shout out to anybody who had more confidence in this trade than I did. No one should have given me Stream Deck. Great look here for TSLA. However, I'd like to see, it looks like we're going to keep pushing higher. Never mind.
Wow.
I was going to say, let's see what we do at the top of this range at 263.60. Tesla's like, what do you mean? Pushing higher. That being said, if we bounce off 263.60s, that's an area I highlighted in the pre-market because that range, I will take it long if I may need to do that. If that's something I decide I would like to be interested in there. Also, we have AMD. And AMD, shout out to Vikyan Novak was telling me this, a couple people telling me this. I said I wanted to see AMD break above VWAP. That's why I got out of that long earlier because we struggled and then I was taking some shorts there. Basically, AMD did break off VWAP beautifully. Broke above that 183.30. Great look. Again, VWAP is not always a level that will matter, but when you have it coming in so much as resistance, and we had that little doji earlier, it made sense that it was a nice look. We long Tesla, Dara, says Ike Anderson. Shout out to you. Happy for you. Pleased as punch. You had definitely stayed in that Cybertruck longer, but that Cybertruck did a Jerome Powell, close the door on me. Also,
speaking of him, is he doing anything interesting?
Nah, people keep asking questions he can't answer. A lot of people are like, well, in my district, we do this and this. I'm like, guys, you have so few minutes. Please stop talking about your district. Or like, they'll be like, oh, I have 6 kids and those kids have to eat eggs. Those eggs are expensive. I'm like, you couldn't have gotten from point A to point B a little faster?
I know, honestly, right?
Like I'm like, guys, J-Pow is a busy man.
Those questions are designed to make them look good. Not to actually get anything.
They don't even make them look good, though.
I don't know what it is.
They
or
make
not
them look
good,
like they're not using their time effectively, Sharif.
Well, that's how I feel almost every time because he never answers a question because they're asking stuff he can't answer. All right, guys, I got out of my Apple trade there. We took 40 pennies on it, super quick. Well, it was not super quick. It took a long time. We got long on that 231 support. Obviously, I did mention that a bunch of times, and then for the moment, it's top wick through that area of resistance. So we'll see if Apple can continue to weasel its way near high a day. Did get into 40s, and then we obviously know that the high a day on the IB and the implied balance is 231.72. So we have a target what we can look for here, or whether to short or whether to get long, whatever. Do as you please, trade it as you like, but obviously it is moving up over 1% on the day again. Now, there was a couple of small cap gappers that I didn't cover, so I just want to cover them super quick.
QURE, people keep talking about that one.
QURE?
Yeah, QURE.
Okay, let's find out exactly what we'll take off NAS is like, and we'll go QURE. That's from yesterday, obviously. Oh, wow. Why is that not showing up? Oh, it is. I didn't have eyes on it. That's my mistake. Wow, guys, this is a nice looker right here. Let's put in the ticker and then zoom in a little bit. QURE. We'll give you the deets on this in a second, but all you need to know for now is it's up 50%. Opened up the day, or closed out the day, I should say, yesterday at 6 2/3. And this bad boy was running yesterday, guys. From top to bottom yesterday, this thing was up 72%. This ain't no showing up. This is day 2 for QURE. We can see that. Obviously, it was much more flat price action prior to yesterday's little bump, but today continues the move and 1047 HOD. So let's find out the details on QURE. Bigger company, about $500 million, $475 million market cap, decent volume, more than decent, 32.3 million on the day, and the float, decent as well, 46.5 million shares, no, not big nor small. And let's find out the short float on this one super quick over here. All right, 5.5%, definitely not negligible on that. So we shall keep that piece of information in my mind. I was going to look to see here if it defended that $10 area after getting into 10.5. Right now, a little zag, breaking down below it though. I like this 9.25. I might front run the 9.25. Why is that? Because we have an obvious level of resistance there at 11.15. We dipped down aggressively into 844, got bought right back up. So I know for a fact that this is a level of resistance. Whether or not it uses it on a subsequent retracement as support, an entirely different game, but I can just stack the odds in my favor. 9.25, I like a dip trade on QURE, Adara.
Yeah, so I was just like getting caught up in what Velasquez is saying to Powell. She's like, the other regulars that have been able to figure this out, you haven't. And I was like, She said it a lot more
Hold on,
calmly than how
hold
I
on.
just did that.
What was she?
She's
accusing him of?
talking about, basically they're talking about, I'm not really, it's just, I guess, generally like, I guess,
Price?
policy-related issues, because she's saying it's like similar to the financial crisis, and Powell's like, we're not similar, nothing is really looking similar to before the financial crisis, right?
No.
And he said it like, he's the most confused I've seen him. Powell usually, poker face. No Lady Gaga for Powell in that question, though. He seemed a little bit confused.
Well, the thing is, I mean, like,
He took off his glasses.
yeah, that's a sign right there. I know, I'm kidding, but for real, like, what is he supposed to do?
Yeah.
You know, these representatives, they get complaints from their constituents. Prices are high. Hey, the interest rate is 5.25% to 5.5%. Guess what? That's low historically. All right, maybe not the past 15 years, but 15 years doesn't account for all of history. So this lady's got to cool it.
Yeah. Now we're hearing from Mr. Donald, who has honestly an epic beard. So let's hear what he has to say. Great facial hair, but we'll have to wait and see what occurs there. Also, I was long Tesla briefly. I want to shout out Jonathan M. saying he covered more of the long at 263.65. I love that level because that was such a level here for Tesla. There was definitely a resistance area in the pre-market. I tried to go long there specifically for that reason. And then Tesla was like, well, I'll dip lower. And I was like, well, you don't have to. Basically, it started flipping from support to resistance at 263.60, so I got out of the long. I am so tempted to go short here. I am literally, I can taste it. The anticipation is killing me. But I don't want to upper Tesla plate just yet. Why? Because we are seeing higher highs and higher lows. We're bouncing off the 90 MA. This is really not the vibe. If I did take the short, and believe me, I can taste the rainbow. I want to take the short so badly. I don't know why I use a Skittles analogy. I would be getting out here around that 263 because that was a huge area. We had to work our tail off to get above that. So work our cyber tail off to get above that. So that'd be an area I'd like. If we bounce here as well off that 263.20, that could be the impetus for a long. Basically, what I'm trying to say right now is Tesla, I'm only interested in playing a range. I do not see, again, shout out to anybody who long this name. I do think there could be a breakout. Right now, for my purposes, for the way that I trade for my scalpy little self, I would rather be taking these range scalps and keeping things on watch that way. Tilray, apparently, in some of these other weed movies, getting a nice little high here right now. Tilray was just at high of days. I know yesterday they published this study, Tilray themselves did, showing apparently, or they said there's some lots of interest, I guess, in the medical side of things. But yeah, okay.
I don't even think it's that. Remember yesterday we got the, hold on. Didn't the Senate pass a bill to prevent the Department of Health and Human Service from reclassifying?
Yeah, they were.
Not Department of Health and Human, who was it? The DEA.
Yeah, they were not down for rescheduling.
No, right? So I don't know where all that leaves us. Well, anyway, weed is strong today, guys. Let me show you the watch list super quick over here, Ram. The only one that's negative, the only two that are negative are Evergreen and Grow Generations. They're down 2.5 and 3 3/4, but everything else, Tilray, Cron, MSOS, MSOX, which is the triple levered ETF, Cureleaf, CGC, Aurora Cannabis as well. Look at ACB up 8%. Oh, baby. Dancing right now with 8 and 7. You have MSOX as well, up 3.5. Tilray, the second best equity name at 3 2/3. So keep your eye on wheat today. It could come in to play. And who was it mentioning that there quickly in the chat, saying that there was a whole bunch of buy and sell orders coming on Tilray? I'm only seeing 5.25 million shares on a dollar name, $1.82. So yeah, I'm not saying that that's not a decent amount, but I'd like to see a little bit more, quite frankly. So we'll keep an eye on these weed names. Now, I put in a dip trade here on Cure at 9.25 to take advantage of this possible here. Previous area of resistance, now support. The level is at $0.25, but sometimes we don't get the retracements right into the level. So I put it at 1/3. I put it at 33s. It's still making lower lows. So even though it's dancing right now on its way to 10, I may miss it, right? It may reclaim 10, and that's fine. But if it doesn't set up the way that I trade, I'm not taking it. Simple as that. So if it continues to go up, I didn't have any eyes on this 9 2/3. That's not a level that I said, oh yeah, it's going to bounce off 9 2/3. No, 9.25 is a level that I want to go for, and so we'll see what we get there. So Cure continuing to really move up higher here. Great move up, about 50% on the day. I see everybody talking about Tesla, and rightfully so. Look at this beautiful retracement here, V-shaped retracement off that 258 touch. It broke below 258 ever so briefly, got into 86s, but that was a bottoming tail candle, and it was subsequently filled. Well, subsequent candle is what I'm trying to say here. Big move up into that 260 reclaim. Now we're finding some resistance with this pre-market top at 264. So for the majority of the morning, we had as our top from 615 to the break of that level at 940, it was 264 as that level of resistance. You had, these outlying candles that breached it, but there was nothing sustained above 264. You're getting that same look right now where you're getting these topping tail candles into 264. So if you get a 264 break and take, this could be a nice launching pad for possible long. I mean, the Continuum was telling me today, 11 straight days, 48 some odd percent for TSLA. So, thinking that the move may be done on this one, I think probably not the right look right now. Above 264, so that's our resistance level for the day. Yesterday, though, it was 265. So we've got another resistance level that we got to deal with right above that 264. And you can see triple top there on Tesla yesterday at 265. Sure, breached. It got into that 265 and a half. But that was a quick wick, and then it tanked back down to 262. So 265, definitely another resistance level we need to concern ourselves with, but it's got to take 264 first. Right now, if you were to look at it, all I see is higher lows and an accumulation for a 264 break. So I'm not interested really in shorting anything off Tesla, despite the fact that it may give you a decent scalp. Because what we saw here is it dips in, or it moves into the mid 90s, and then it retraces back down to defend 263. So that's $1, right? That's not bad. But that's not really, I think, the direction of the move. The direction of move to the high side. And there goes 264. Did it breach it initially? This candle over here at 1150 got into 264. This one breached it. We got to 12s. So the higher lows and now the higher highs are in play here, at least on the 5-minute on TSLA, up 0.75%. And there goes 264. I think this squeezes into 265. Let's load up Tesla here. Forget about you, Apple. We already traded you. Let's go into the Cybertruck, see if I can get a bit of a dip trade over here, because my frugality is just unrelenting. And we're going to put in an order there to defend that 264, but there it goes. It looks like it's going to the $0.50 here. Oh, I thought Katina Man was talking to me. Yeah, so that's what I'm putting a dip trade here on Tesla to defend 264. So we'll see if we get filled. If we do, it'll have to hold the whole dollar level. I don't want to zig and zag with this one, Adair.
Sometimes trades are just being bad apples. So I like to you get kicked Apple there off of their side chart. Also, NVIDIA. So I saw this bounce. Look at this we got a little bit of a range. Mo Dalio saying in the chat, NVIDIA trying to pop. I agree with you wholeheartedly. And I saw this right before I went to the washroom. Thank you, Sharif, for coming there. I was like, I like that 134.25. But I didn't want to, even though I know I'm in the same, I was like, oh, Dara. But I was like, I don't know what, that was the voice I used. I take my trading really seriously, right? So I was like, I definitely, if I did not have issues with my ID, I'd be in that club and I'd be partying in the live. But right now we're waiting. So that's why I was like, you always want to be using every trade, especially including in the sim, as an opportunity to grow and learn. So I didn't want to just leave a resting order there and then come back. That being said, I only say all of this to say that I didn't get the price point I necessarily wanted on NVIDIA, which was to begin the position at 134.25. But I sit down and see we have higher highs. Started the position at 134.35. Had I been more aggressive, I could have gotten 30s, but it's fine. The plan was initially to start at 35, add at 31, add at 26. Didn't get any of those, but I did add at 41 when we continue to see those higher highs here. Really, I'd love to see if we take 60s. That would be great. I'd be pleased to sponge. I don't have as large of a position as I wanted. I ended up only having 2/3 of the position size I initially wanted because, as I said, I wasn't able to add everywhere that I would have liked to. We're going to take out some at 57s because that's basically the top of that candle there. Then we'll be saving a smaller piece for a dream. What is that dream, you may ask? That dream is going to be that push here above the high of day at 134.78. This is that confidence. This is that having that confidence in your trade, believing in yourself, and trying to take the trade so that you too may fly in a pile of money in an animation on Trader TV Live. That's what we all want, right? NVIDIA Wick Shimmy says, Jonathan Szymanski, do not disagree, could not agree more. Definitely a great look there. Also, if there's any stocks you think are a great look, you know there's so much moving around today. We do have the reversion man of the market, not really doing much of a reversion. We have those Mag 7s. Go in the chat right now. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you're liking. Maybe it's Apple, maybe it's NVIDIA, maybe it's Amazon, maybe it's MSOS, maybe it's AMD. Whatever ticker you fancy, there will be 5 total tickers, and they will be spoken about and trotted out by Sharif there on the green screen. And then we have Sean and Neil, the Neilage and the Confidence getting more into depth. So NVIDIA, I'm going to stay in this. I will actually add if we bounce here off 40s. That was that previous high of the range. If we don't bounce off 40s, I actually just realized that was where I have this rest of this piece then. So yeah, basically I want to continue, like I'm okay getting out flat, that's fine. I just want to continue to see these higher highs, higher lows. This 40, 45 bounce would be a good look for me in terms of adding, because I do not have, as I said, as large a position as I wanted, but I still wanted to take some profits. So we're going to try to get adding here at 46s. I'm okay with that. I think we're still seeing higher lows, so we're probably not get that 46 add. But if we do, I will be there in NVIDIA to a larger extent. Now, Gaurav saying Rivian running continue its rounded bottom recovery. I want to shout out Gaurav because Gaurav pointed out this Rivian great look here on the hourly chart. And Rivian, look at this. We bounce here. We bounce. Sure, you need a counter. We bounce here off that 1585, which is a bit of a pre-market resistance level, right before the open. Then look here, we bounce off you all beautifully. We have a plethora, may I say, of green candles, trying to make a brown bottom, a red candle now. We're gonna have to wait and see. It's a great look here though for R to the I, to the V, to the N. Benita Applebottom, I love your name in the chat. That is a great look. Shout out to a tribe called Quest. And right now, their quest, Benita Applebottom's quest is to look at Nike. So I'm going to pull up Nike. No, it was a
3.
That was a rapid succession pushback. Look at this. We do have this bounce here off 72.05. Then we rejected 72.05. 2 chopping tail candles. Nike was on my side chart actually when I in the live mode, but I'm actually going to add Nike to my side chart in the sim because this is a trade that I definitely, if we get to that 72, you know what I'm going to say, Sharif?
What?
Just do it. And I'm going to short. Shout out to Louis Tortora. Apparently, he's long Rivian at $14, so he is quite in the money there. I'm sure he's pleased as punch. Right now, I'm pleased as punch with my NVDA. Sorry for the excitement there, guys. I'm very excited by these markets. I did not get my ad. I should have been a little bit less frugal because we talk about frugality a lot at this desk. It is an affliction we both suffer from, unfortunately, frugal trader syndrome.
It is. It's the truth.
But yeah, I should have gotten 50s instead of waiting for 46s. It's all good though, baby, because it would be a dream if we could break high of day while I am in this NVDA.
All right, people talking about NOS. NOS is coming back. Shout out to, who was it there that was talking about in the chat, says, I hope you guys saw my NOS. Where is it? Okay. Well, I can't see it now, but whoever you are. Oh, Justin. Yes. Justin Chapin. I took NOS off my side list because it was below VWAP, Ram, and now it's right back into that $6 level, breaking through that aftermarket high from yesterday that we got at around 6 p.m. That was 550. Alas, the pre-market high, still elusive, 658. Yeah, 658. So great reclaim of VWAP, and it's on its way up. Having issues with $6 right now, $5.99, technically the high a day, despite the fact that we obviously have a higher print at 720. 658 is that print. So we'll keep eyes on NOS. And let me tell you quickly the details on this one. Wow, right back 80%. Right back is NOS in the game over here. $76.5 million market cap, 28 million shares basically trade on the day, and the float is quite large here. I'm seeing something around 842 million, which is quite big for this type of name. Let's check with trade ideas and see, number one, is that float accurate? Number two, what's the short float? All right, so this is telling me something completely different here. It's telling me 4 million share float, of which 2% is shorted. That makes a bit more sense than 842 million. So I tend to agree with trade ideas a little bit more on that one. $6 now the high of the day, so you can tell buyers really fighting with sellers on this one. Let's load this bad boy up. 609 now HOD. This bad boy is squeezing. Let's load this up on a trading screen to see if we can load it up over here. NAAS, I believe it's on the NQ. It is. All right, so decent spread from what I can see right now, but a couple of pennies, which is not bad on a $6 name. How do I get into this? I mean, I'm going to need something off a moving average or something. I'm not punching in at highs. That's just not my style. And it's going. So 610 now, 609, excuse me, the high of the day. We're still looking, well, I'm still looking for that 658 because that is a pre-market high. But we'll see if it can hold. Number 6 is doing the dance right now with $6, up over 84% right now, Adair.
Yeah, NVIDIA is trying to run away from me. I'm like, NVIDIA, I just want to get out NVIDIA. Now, I know I added to NVIDIA because when I added to NVIDIA, we were having these bounces here off 134.60. So I was like, dare I get some more shares for that push higher? Then what NVIDIA does is it breaks below 134.60s and we have this, oh, NVIDIA, I'm so proud of you. I got my wick into 134.52s, then we break way lower. So I'm really proud of this. Again, mostly flat on that average, but I cannot be too disappointed when I trust my read on the book. When I saw those lower highs in the book in NVIDIA, I said, Dara, you owe it to yourself to get out NVIDIA post-haste. That being said, now we're trying to bounce off 134.50 again. So I think we still could push higher. For my taste, for my trading style, I was uncomfortable and not in like you want to be uncomfortable in trades. This was like, get me home. That was kind of the vibe. So, and we are continuing to have a bit of a wrestle here with that 134.50. So let's see who ends up winning out in the ring fight here between the Bulls and the Bears at 134.50 slash 134.60, because that's kind of the range of this. But there are some interesting things I want to take a look at. AMD has been mentioned so many times. I totally see it. And sorry, guys, we haven't taken a look at AMD in a while here. But AMD, to call this one bamboozling, I think would be the understatement of the century. Waffling around this 183, trying to pop higher. This is a thing where I would probably stick to scalping because AMD does not have a sense of AM direction. And I don't know where this GPS is going to go. We try to wick lower here, but we continue to bounce off that 182.50 area that has been such a great area of support throughout the day. So I think, honestly, I would be playing this as a range around this, below this VWAP area, but it is one that is so bamboozling, it's a little bit hard to know which way this one wants to go. I guess we'll find out, Lisa, soon. But how are we doing here?
Fantastic. All right. Obviously, Neil off today, so no Neil's lesson of the day, which typically takes place around noon. So we're going to start the lesson a little bit early for the second time around. So let's do it. We're talking about Elliot Wave theory all week. Today, we'll get a bit more nuanced and talk about how to identify Wave 1 of Apple bottom
up
jeans,
here. Boots with the fur.
What's going on? What happened? Here it is. Apple aims to ship 10% more iPhones in 2024 after bumpy 2023. AI features expected to boost demand. Targets 90 million iPhone 16 units in later half of the year, reported by Bloomberg. That came in exactly at 12:16. Let me make sure that it didn't come before that. Apple is absolutely pumping to the high side here. We're going to have to interrupt the lesson to load up the dead one. Definitely not dead.
Apple's laughing at you for calling it the dead one there. I was like,
it's all good. Let's load up. There it goes. Obviously, every higher print we go from here is all-time high for Apple. Watch out, though. Mean reversions on these trades are real. They're fast. They're furious. Make sure you are managing risk, guys. On AAPL, 1 2/3 as it goes here. Big boy news coming in out of Cupertino, California, right back down into 232. So you can see the book and the tape moving like crazy right now. And that's because the algos are responding to this news and they're trading it in whichever way that they're programmed to trade. So be careful with this one. You could get stopped out before it ends up moving higher. We'll see whether it even ends up moving higher. Maybe this was already priced in and now we sell the news. Who knows? So keep your eye on AAPL. I'll start the lesson. Yeah. And then if anything important, just interrupt me, obviously, if
I will let you know.
It does anything crazy.
Yeah, of course.
All right, so Wave 1 in Elliot Wave theory can be the trickiest, wave to identify. It's often overshadowed by the more dramatic moves later on, like that Wave 3. But it lays the foundation for the entire trend. So it behooves us to know a little bit more about it and how to identify it. So let's explore some key characteristics and strategies to help you spot Wave 1 with confidence. including the RSI and the MACD, which can be certainly helpful tools. So the elusive wave 1, right? And we say elusive because you'll see in a second. So unlike the powerful wave 3 or the clear retracement of wave 2, wave 1 can be choppy and volatile. It might lack clear direction initially, making it a little difficult to distinguish from random market noise. And it can also be relatively short-lived. Compared to later waves, again, like wave 3, wave 1 can be quite less dramatic in terms of price movement, but it is the trendsetter. Right? It is the one that starts the trend, so we have to respect it for that. So despite its subtlety, it sets the stage for the trend that unfolds in the subsequent waves. So we got to know a little bit more about it. So what strategies are there to spot wave 1? Well, first and foremost, you need to, hey, Neil's back. Welcome back, brother.
Welcome back, Neil.
Too much exuberance there.
I am exuberant. I just can't express it.
Sees you. All right, look for change in the direction. So you're looking to identify the overall trend compared to the previous price movement. So by virtue of that, you have to look back to see how this instrument was trading in the past, which requires you to look for multi-time frame confirmation, which is the next point here. You need to be analyzing these charts with a longer term time frame in mind. We're talking about the weekly, we're talking about the monthly, in order to understand that broader trend. Wave 1 on a daily chart might be a little clearer when viewed in the context of the larger uptrend on a weekly, for example. And Fibonacci retracements, funny enough, factor in here, despite the fact we talked about yesterday, for a completely different purpose. While not a definitive rule by any means, wave 1 can sometimes start near a Fibonacci retracement level like 61.8 or 78.6 of the previous downtrend, not of the current waves, of the previous downtrend. So you can basically try to figure it off that. And so here is what we got. It's a blurry picture, so I do apologize for that. The reason I showed you this is to kind of show you how convoluted wave 1 can look like. It's so, kind of ensconced with the other price action movements there that it's kind of hard to identify. But practice does make perfect. So this is the initial wave 1 over here. That's your wave 2 retracement down here. Then the big boy, wave 3, comes in. Obviously, this is wave 4 retracement, and there's your finisher, wave 5, and then we retrace back down. The reason I've shown you this chart over here is to show you that point 1, when we talked about strategies for spotting wave 1, look for change in direction. Well, here you have a gnarly change in direction. You got a big boy down move and then a double bottom that forms in a clear area of support that we know was prior resistance. So check and check. The winds of change have come because, well, the downtrend is over and it's at a key area of either support or resistance, depending on whether you're going long or short. So this is kind of, again, what to look for. You're looking for it to establish itself at a key area on the chart. So we always want more arrows in our quiver, and analyzing Elliot waves using RSI and MACD helps us do just that. So Elliot wave theory on its own certainly can be powerful, but combining with other technical indicators can provide valuable confirmation, especially when identifying wave 1. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to look at how to use RSI and MACD to analyze that wave 1. So for RSI, you're looking for a potential wave 1 starting near an oversold RSI reading, which is below 30 for uptrends. Conversely, for the overbought reading, which is above 70 for downtrends. So what you're looking for here is like just kind of what I showed you here, for there to be a clear area of support. Then you're going to look at RSI. Well, is the RSI coming out of that 30 from the south to the north? Is it coming out of that oversold territory? That's another check mark if it is, right? It's a balance of the evidence thing. So keep that in mind. MACD, also an important tool when trying to identify wave 1. A bullish divergence, for example, on MACD can be a sign of a potential wave 1 on an uptrend. This occurs when the price makes a lower low, but the MACD makes a higher low. Similarly, a bearish divergence where the price makes a higher high, but the MACD makes a lower high on a downtrend can signal a potential initiation of wave 1. However, divergences don't always guarantee And that's not the only way to use the MACD. You should also be looking for crossovers between the MACD line and the signal line. And I'll show you what that looks like in a sec. First, we'll look at the RSI divergence over here. So basically, you have higher highs on the price action, but you end up making lower highs on the RSI. And then look what happens subsequent to the formation of wave 5. You get that big boy correction. So in addition to using RSI for overbought, oversold looks, you can use it just in the way that I explained with MACD for price action RSI divergence. And similarly over here, MACD, you have the initiation of wave 1. On the MACD at the line there, you get the bullish crossover between the MACD line and the signal line, which obviously we know from previous lessons is a buy signal for most of the time. And then you get the cross down on the formation of wave 2. So MACD really kind of supporting the formation of waves using the crossover strategy. And some additional tips, guys. Volume analysis, always important no matter what you're doing, no matter what you're trading. Look for a slight increase in buying volume on an uptrend or selling volume on a downtrend during wave 1, even if the price movement is modest. And candlestick patterns. Forgot about those or what? Certain candlestick patterns like bullish engulfing or piercing lines on an uptrend can signal potential starts of wave 1. However, always remember candlestick patterns alone should not be used as decision. And here it is. You get that initiation of the wave and you get big boy volume. And then you get the continuation, wave 3, you get more big boy volume. So always keep, an eye on the volume analysis. And here is what a bullish engulfing candle looks like. It's not the only one you should be looking for. It's typically any bullish reversal pattern for candlesticks that you should be looking. We gave you 2, the piercing lines and the bullish engulfing, but no means an exhaustive list. And remember, guys, identifying wave 1 can be subjective. I would submit to you that most of Elliot Wave theory is quite subjective. Here's how to manage uncertainty. First and foremost, start with confirmation. Look for confirmation of the trend reversal in the subsequent waves. A strong wave 3, for example, following a potential wave 1, obviously makes the case a bit stronger. And always combine with other technicals, whether support and resistance or trend lines, ADR, to get that more thorough confirmation.
Yeah, I agree, because you want as much, again, the balance of the evidence, right? That's literally, it's funny, as you said it, Jerome was saying the balance, and I was like, oh, Jerome and Sharif are speaking in unison.
I like it.
Jerome's in the house, watch your mouth. So, so I guess we're bound to always talk about these lessons here on the market.
We are.
Yeah, making a very old Kanye reference there. But yeah, shout out, thank you so much, Sharif, every day for putting together those lessons of the day. Those Elliot waves are certainly really important. They can help you prevent from getting rinsed, especially if you do have, I've used the wrong button, I meant to use the rinse button. But please vote, guys, for real, seriously.
Absolutely.
TSLA, AMC, GME, what do these tickers have in common? They're all tickers that you can vote for. As long as the ticker has some movement, you want to see it on the big desk, discussed by the big kahunas, you go in the chat, ! join, space, $, whatever ticker you are looking at. I would like to talk about my Tesla short briefly. So I got involved here. Honestly, I want to say I'm proud. I know I am in the same as I wait for my ID to do its thing 21. But I did my thing 21 here in Tesla, 263.21. I am proud of myself. I have not taken any trades today that I would not have taken in the live.
Bang.
I'm taking trades. It's the same thing that you said when you were having your like issues with the system or whatever, not letting you in. It's like, you have to continue to use every opportunity to build on your style, to build on things that you would do. Now this Tesla, I want to see what we do. If we come back to 60s and we bounce, I'll be getting out. If we come back to 60s and we reject, I'll be adding to the position. Did it take out some profit here? I want to wait and see what we do, because last time we rejected off 80s, so I'm trying to be a little bit more patient. I had the short last time, would have worked, was not nearly patient enough here. Looks like, though, Tesla wants to be out of that Cybertruck potentially. Let's see what we do here at 83s. I know I'm giving this a little bit of wiggle room with Tesla. Sometimes I think you have to. That's my issue with some of these trades. The Tesla's been a little bit herky-jerky. I've not given enough room. Might have arguably given it too much room with this trade today. Weirdly, we have got like an 11 penny spread. I can't tell if this is the actual Tesla spread or just things are looking different for me on due to the fact that it is in the sim. But I will say, yeah, I have not been looking at the P&L. I've been trying to honor that, because that's something I've been doing in the live as well. Probably should have just scalped everything out in Tesla here at that 63 level, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. What you do is you learn, if Tesla's being this volatile, I should not be leaving B quarters or pieces for the dreams. I should be getting in and out like a little skier. Slalom. A little bit of zig, a little bit of zag.
Have you ever been on the moguls?
Pardon?
Have you ever been on moguls?
I've never known.
Yeah. I had a teacher who swore up and down that he went backwards on the moguls. I don't know if I believe that. This was prior to, Did I see that accurately? Big Kyle Burdett has now graced us with his presence, $5 super chat. Welcome back, Big Kyle. I got your message. I know you want to take some time off. People have been asking about you in the chat. I told them, Big Kyle, he be doing some R&R right now. Welcome back, my man. SPY looking to get short if 559.25 does not get taken. First trade of the week. Been taking a break. Shout out to Big Spile Burdett, as Adara calls him. Adara, did you see that we made new all-time highs on the NQ September contract?
Yeah, and I mean, you know what? All I can say is all in a day's work, literally all in a day's work for the Qs. I remember on Monday, we were like, oh, like, you know, what was happening last week? We're like, oh, it was like, you know, Friday, there's moves up. Ramin's like, oh, it was kind of boring. We're like, Ramin, new all-time highs. And Ramin's like, the market does that every day now.
Right.
So it does feel like that. So yeah, I mean, definitely shout out to Ram and Fabian. Shout out to I can't believe I just said Ram. Shout out to everyone in our community. But yeah, like for real, these Qs. Our community, this community keeps pumping to the upside for sure.
Can we tell them what Ram said to us this morning? So we're trying to elicit from Ram what stock she invested in. She won't tell anybody. And then, so we said, Ram, can we get a hint? Can we get at least the sector, you know, the industry, something? You know what she said back? Do you remember what she said back? If I make money on it, I'll tell you. It's like, well, that doesn't work around here, like, because you got to tell us before, otherwise we don't really know if you got involved, right? Isn't that how it works, Ram? Isn't that how it's supposed to work? So yeah, that's the look there. All right, so let's keep going. Over at, I want to point out the future because we did break that 20,800. Let's see if we come back to test it because we have this attempt over here right at 1010 that got into basically 20,796 and we rejected. So we did come into 20,800 before we reclaimed it. I think we've gotten 16 points above it now to 16.75. Let's see if it now acts as a level of support. While Adara was dropping hot lines, I did take a quick scalp on Apple. This level over here I like as previous resistance, so clear it. I'm looking for it to act as support. I got long at 231.60s. I was able to wet my beak into the 90s there. I obviously would have liked to hold it a little bit longer because it did make its way up into the $0.25. 232, go Apple, go. It's on the way to the $0.25 again. Shout out to the Katina man. What's going on that desk? Where are you long? 231.60, the Katina man. Shout out to him. Hope he prints on that. Goes without saying. And Neil just sat down. Oh, baby, we're going to have a good afternoon show.
I am excited to see what these markets have in store. Because every day, every day is apparently a new high for the SPY lately, but also every day, there are just so many different things to look at. Currently, we have a man named Mr. Sherman asking Jerome Powell about the budget deficit. He's been asked a lot about the budget today. He said, like, we're looking at supply and demand. So interesting look here. And I feel badly too for these people who have to go later because one of the congressmen literally started with a lot of the things I wanted to ask have probably already been addressed. Sorry. And I was like, you poor dude, gotta do what you can. Tesla doing what it can to break above here. Highs of day, honestly, beyond these like little wild and woolly wicks here, it looks like we are pretty much at highs of day trying to break above this 264.35. Let's see. I am proud of scalping it off the position where our low is level since at 263, but I should have taken out everything there because, wow, that Cybertruck wants to vroom to the upside. That Roadster going 0 to 100 real quick. That is a great look for this here market. So, trying to take you the trading turtles in the chat as well. So, Trenta, who gave you a computer? You're here. Who gave you a computer?
Hold on, where are you looking? Is it? I can't see it.
Yeah, she's in the chat.
Oh,
Trenta.
that's definitely Ram, probably on a third account or something, on her burner account.
But no, I just want to know, like, Sharif, are you letting Trenta use your computer when I'm not looking?
No, absolutely not. No.
She's got it hiding under her little
I don't
shell.
really like Trenda, to be honest with you.
Trenta's from the future, apparently. Whew.
I have no feelings one way or another about Trenda. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Ram, don't kill me.
Oh, God.
No, Seriously, the Katina man is hyping it up.
That's so funny.
Whoa, I just got a strike 2 in my ear. Strike 1 was for scaring her this morning. Yeah, we'll just leave that undiscussed. But yeah, all right, guys, we're moving up here aggressively on the market, guys. I mean, this is obviously, it goes without saying, we're printing all-time highs every uptick now on the futures. Look at this move up, guys. 129-point move from top to bottom there, as right at 11 a.m. we touched 700, and now we just printed 20,829 and 75.75 points. Obviously, an all-time record on the NQ. Haven't looked at the NDX or the composite either, but I can just make the assumptions that everything really is moving up. And so you got to question what's moving up. Well, chips, man. All the chips yet again on my watch list are all in the green in, not higher single digits, but decent. NVIDIA, 2.6. AMD, 3 1/3. Intel now is flat. It was red. Micron, 3. Taiwan Semi reported today with 33% increase in revenue, 3%. You got ARM up 2% as well. Broadcom still pre-split. When do they split again? Like a couple of days,
They split in a few days. Yeah. July, next week. I think it's the 15th or 16th. I'm going to get you the exact date.
AVGO, Broadcom up 1%. ASML to almost 3. AMAC, Qualcomm, everything. You guys get the point. Everything really is in Greensville at the moment. And that's helping the markets pump up.
July 15th. It'll apparently be trading post-split as of July 15th from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, July 15th. That's the date that I remember as well. So get ready, guys, because we saw what happened with NVIDIA post-split as well. So we're going to keep an eye on Broadcom. Again, Broadcom, widely viewed by analysts as that alternate NVIDIA play. If you couldn't stomach the valuation on NVIDIA, some others were telling you get into Broadcom. Let me look at what the market cap now is on Broadcom. Guys, we're almost at $1 trillion on Broad. Did you see this? 814 billion Broadcom now. We're about to hit $1 trillion on Broadcom, guys. I mean, probably by the end of the year, 813.75 billion is the market cap there. So what's the PE? I need to know. 75 PE. Oh my God. These valuations are mad. They're mad. It's just so historically different than the norms. That's why, stomaching these valuations for some analysts is super tough. So, great move up on Broadcom, obviously. Lately, I'm just looking at what the chat is saying. Jeff Kim, CPI report tomorrow. If it doesn't show up, drop in CPI, then do we have CPI tomorrow?
We do.
Wow, I didn't even know
8:30 a.m. PPI
Dang.
on Friday, 8:30 a.m.
Beauty. Okay, so we get Sippy tomorrow, and and then we got Papa today on the Hill. It would have been interesting if he had second day after CPI, right?
Oh my God, they would have loved to grill him on that.
They would have been all over him on that,
He would have been like a nice burger patty there.
Oh,
He'd be so grilled.
No
Oh my
question
God,
about it.
that would have been great.
What are you looking at?
I'm in Tesla. So, just got in this trade here. I saw Scott in there. Yeah, the only reason I wasn't in any trades is because I've been scalping in and out of stuff. So, I've just really been trying to take trades as I see them. But what I'm seeing right now in Tesla is lower highs, and as I say that, we pop back up, it's fine. But basically, this Tesla spread has been getting, I'm not going to call it spreada, it's not spreada. But basically what I saw was I took out 2/3 of the position at 40s. I thought, I like that we were initially resting at the 264.20s, which is why I got long. But when we struggled with that, I did have to leave the trade, had to get out of that. Right now, I think Tesla's gearing up for either getting short here off this 264.30 or pushing higher. No, if it's a long, of course, I'm sure it is, but I just had to leave the trade. It wasn't, I didn't like what I was seeing in the book in that regard. And that's one thing I do want to work on. I'm really proud of a lot of the stuff I'm seeing on the book scalping, and I think it's been really good for me to work on that. However, one thing I really need to work on is discerning between when is a good level to add, when is it just pulling back or pushing higher for an add, and when is a good level to get out. That's the thing I really need to work on, and I'm excited to continue to watch this to get a better sense of what's going on here. Shout out to Alex Diaz, apparently winning with NVIDIA, Tesla, GME, and Chewy. Let's take a look at Chewy. Because I know you were looking at, I was sure that Chewy's on the NY. That dog is walking in New York. But let's see how we do here in Chewy. Also, guys, we have 22 minutes till the bond auction, and also 22 minutes until the hearing ends. They said we have a hard stop at 1. So,
okay.
Chewy falling below the 90 MA. Oh. It's kind of interesting. We have the stop and trade here, 25.75. Look where, after falling at 25.90, look where we get the topping tail candle into. That's right. We wick into 25.75. Then we push below the 90 MA. So that'll be interesting. I think if we come to this 25.35 level, and because we had a double top there earlier and then we pushed higher, I think that level of resistance could flip to support. That'd be a nice look. CW, I appreciate that, saying Tesla might not be the best stock to use for tape scalping. I don't disagree. And I think that's why I've been working with it, because I know it will be a little bit trickier, right? Tesla does Tesla things. There are times it will bamboozle you, but there's also times where if you see stuff you trust, you have to get out, because with Tesla, the stakes are automatically higher, I think, because it will just eat your whole breakfast, lunch, and dinner in one fell swoop, if you will. So that's why I really, that's why I like working with Tesla, but I really appreciate that. So it's a food for thought. It's something I've asked myself as well. I've liked working with Tesla on it because it does give you that movement and those opportunities to see some things in real time. Now, not everything is gonna work out or be real, and that's the thing I also have to work on, is discerning and filtering out between what these real meaningful moves are and what's just noise, so do not get lost in the sauce. But that's why I like Tesla, because there's so much sauce to get lost in. There's a whole pot of sauce to get lost in TSLA. They're trying to work out of that. How is your Apple doing, speaking of sauce?
Yeah, we're I like that. It's 20 pennies in the money here, off 10 exponential dip on the 5. I'm talking about the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. And those will always be the solid green lines on all my black charts, okay? So anytime you see a solid, not dotted, solid green line, or solid yellow, solid red, solid blue, all the solid lines are moving exponential moving averages. So I said, look, you're getting a hammer candle here forming on the 10 exponential. Go dip trade super quick. The market's strong. So I did a scalp out there super quick. Now what I want to see is, number one, does it break through 232? It's having trouble now holding or breaking above 232. So I'm going to give this a tight range, because it's going to have to hold above the 10 exponential. I'm not looking here for a 20 exponential retracement. So I'm going to move up my stop now, because it was at 69s. I'm going to put it now. I'm long 82, so I'm going to put it at 74s. So we're going to 231.74, and then we're going to get out everything. Oops, I put 213. Oops, there we go. I'll get it, 231.74, and then we're going to get out everything at 231.70. So we'll give a 4-penny spread for the out, but I really like it to hold the 10 exponential here and retrace above the 232. So scalped out, but looking to wet my beak some more. A couple of things here that I want to mention. That Softy finding resistance for whatever reason at 462.5. You have multiple candles that have wicked in there that haven't been able to breach it. The other one, 135 on NVIDIA. Look, it hasn't breached it yet. It's accumulating to it. You're seeing some, not all, topping tail candles right there at 134.95, which is technically the high of day. I don't think I want any smoke shorting NVIDIA at 135, at least not on a resting basis, especially with this umpteen amount of higher lows that have been essentially put in since the IB low we printed at 935. Every successive trough has been higher than its predecessor. We're at the high of day right now. We're looking at breaking 135. This thing's up already 2 2/3 on the day. So what strength for NVDA? No question about it. I think it's just a matter of time till we get that breach of 135, I'll get it. All right, keeping my eye here on AAPL, because that's the trade that I'm currently involved in. It's still holding above the 10 exponential on the 5. It's still making those lower lows and lower highs since we got that news about the iPhone shipments right at 12:15. That was exactly, almost half an hour ago now. In case you were just joining us, here is the headline that came in on AAPL. Apple aims to ship 10% more iPhones in 2024 after a bumpy 23. They're crediting AI features, which are expected to boost demand, and targets about 90 million iPhone 16 units in the later half of the year. I personally, and this is not financial advice, I was talking to the Katina man about this. I told Brendo about it. I want to be in Apple for a couple of quarters after the release of the 16. The reason is, you know, early adopters, they'll wait outside the Apple store. You know, they'll buy it early. They'll get it through their carrier. People like myself, you know, last time I got the 13, I got it in the April after the release in October. So we need a few quarters to realize the purchase or to realize some of the revenue generated by the purchase of the new iPhone. So I'd like personally to be in Apple for a few quarters to benefit from that super cycle. We'll have to see if it works out that way. The market has a way of making you feel very stupid sometimes about your decisions in here.
Oh, doesn't it? It's one of the best parts of it. Speaking of which, Tesla made me feel like a little bit of a cuckoo for getting out of my long a little bit earlier. But Tesla 165, that rejection was massive. I was interested in the long if we bounced at 264.40.
Bang.
We did, but Tesla would not let me into the Cybertruck. And I was like knocking on the door. So, guys, come on. And Tesla was like, Adara, you had your chance. I'm like, that's okay, Tesla. I respect you. Respectful. But Tesla now getting that break above 265 after that failure. 2 levels to watch out for that we bounced off of and were rejecting off of earlier. That 264.30 was 40 area. That was a great bounce. 265.70. Sorry, 264.70 was a great bounce. A little disappointed that I was not able to get filled on either of those, but c'est la vie. We push higher here. Tesla grinding to the upside, trying to break 265.30 as we speak. Now we still have the hearing going on. We have Mr. Foster asking some questions. Also, it's really funny too, as they introduce each congressperson, they'll be like, the gentle lady from whatever state, the gentleman from whatever state. I'm like, it's just an interesting little formal introduction.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't expecting it. But yeah, so great look there. Nvidia broke 135, says Warren. Warren Buffett, no, I'm joking. But shout out to you, Warren. Great look there. This was another, honestly, happy I got into this one where I did because I knew I would have panic sold, but so I was profitable in this name. But these grinds are interesting. I should have definitely had more of should have had my eyes more on this one. This is definitely, I've been getting into really taking screenshots and reflecting on the trades because I've really been trying to learn and journal more. So I really wanted to be learnal.
Journaling?
Yeah, I do a bit of journaling.
Say something.
I don't know, like I want to do more of it for sure, but it's been really pivotal. I keep saying pivotal, but it's been really pivotal, I think, to have these opportunities to reflect on the trades. And figure out, what's going on and what the decisions are. But yeah, Nvidia right now continuing to struggle with 134.98. Let's see if it gives up that struggle and lets those longs break through the door of that 135 area, because that would be a great look. Sean got out of Nvidia here, so shout out to the Katina man.
Here it is. This is the Katina man's trade on the monster Nvidia. Let's zoom in. This bad boy over here. This is what I think people say, keeping a stock in the corner and not letting it off the rope. This is kind of it. Every dip he adds, and then the pops, he wets his beak, and then every dips he keeps adding. So there you go. It gets out at 135 as it just 134.97. Obviously, that's the same thing as 135. You were like, what 133.10, 133.05? What was the initial long there? This one over here. 133.20 is the Katina man was long, and then is the green. What's his the blue line Katina man? VWAP. So look at, he's adding at every successive VWAP dip. So that's a plan. I do like that, man. That's fantastic there. Shout out to Katina man. Absolutely, beating up Nvidia, taking it to school there. So shout out to him. I did get out of my Apple trade at 232. Reason I did that, I noticed. We were popping into 232 and there was a whole wall of selling. So I said, no, this is it for me. So I did cover my long at 232 for a 20 penny winner. It's breaking down now, going right back into that area of support that we talked about earlier at 231.5. This is where we got out last time on our 231 dip trade. We got out the $0.50, and here it is coming right back into the $0.50. 231.5 here. Interesting area for AAPL. I'm not going to have a resting order around here, but I want to see, does it catch a bid here? As Neil likes to say, getting it on the back end. Show it. Show me that you're going to curl. Prove to me with a couple of green candles on the one that there are buyers standing in and around there. So keeping an eye on that. I also want to tell you about Amazon. Amazon has been weaker today. We heard about Jeff Bezos selling, what did he sell, 9 billion?
I believe it's like 8 billion.
8 billion, that's it. Okay, so 8 billion there for the Bezos man, as he, he needs another yacht, right? Do you know that he has a support yacht for his yacht? The support yacht itself, forget about the actual yacht. The support yacht is eye watering. Like, I got to get a picture of this. The dude just has a lot of money.
His yacht has a yacht, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, it has a support yacht.
That's
75 million, the support yacht? Jag just told me that the support yacht costs 75 million. That's the one that he doesn't even go on.
You could buy like 45 Jags with a support yacht. That is with the price of that support yard. That is crazy. Shout out to Jag for telling us that. I did not realize that was.
Yeah, he knew all about it. I don't know what he keeps on that support yard. If he's keeping the crew or he's got his little toys there, his jet skis and whatever else he's got on that. But yeah, I don't think he's actually buying yachts here. My understanding is that he's liquidating some of his assets in Amazon to finance Blue Ocean. That's been my understanding. I don't know how true that is. That leaked out, but if that's the truth, then I'm all for it because I'm space buff and I absolutely love space. So here's what I was talking about here, Ram on Amazon. It's weak as we can see. It dipped down to 197.69. It's at an important level right now. It's at the volume weighted average price. I want to see if we get a rejection off here. If we don't, what's the next level of possible resistance? Well, I'll submit to you that it's 199 and a third, owing to the closing print from yesterday on AMZN. So it looks like we're clearing that VWAP right now on our way to 199s, but I want to see what the price action does at the third of a dollar.
Yeah, we had this super chat. Sorry, took a story. Just saw that now. My apologies. Trader Nick with the €2 super chat. Palantir keeps testing $28. What's your thoughts? Yeah, this Palantir 28 I think is a great look. We have this bottoming tail candle here bouncing off the 90 MA beautifully. What I am seeing are some higher highs and higher lows. And I'm not honestly I think this topping tail candle would be definitely dicier. As you see here, we got to that 28, had the topping tail candle, fell viciously here, but look where we bounced on a wick basis, that 27.76. So I do think there is some support here. We have had the higher highs, we've had the higher lows, currently bouncing off the 90 MA, though that hasn't always been the case. We broke below it when we got to that 27.76. But I would say, I think as long as you have either, again, it depends on what you're using, everyone's going to use different indicators, different reasons for the trade. But I think as long as it kind of continues to confirm those reasons, I think not a bad long, again, not advice, just my take on the chart, right? Because if you're using higher highs and higher lows, you definitely did not get a lower low here with that 27.76 bounce. And you didn't get one either here. We had this 27.97 area. That was resistance. Now it's showing a support. So I think that's a great look here on PLTR. One thing I would be cognizant of, we do have this bottoming tail candle coming here with this bounce off VWAP, but we are seeing a little bit of maybe a lower high here. I would like to see us continue to close above that 27.97 on the shorter term, just to make sure we still have that strength and we're still able to bounce off that previous area of resistance. I'll take a look at the chart to see what we've got at Palantir at 28. Okay. Palantir 28 on the daily, a bit of an interesting level here. I think it is nice to see that we're bouncing off the daily around that 27.40 area, which is an area we've certainly wicked into previously going back to March 7th, 2024. So I don't think that's a bad look at all. But then this 27.97 area on a closing basis has proven to be a little bit slippery for Palantir. We closed nicely above it here on Monday, so we didn't close nicely above it. We wicked nicely above it on Monday, looking into 28.27s, but we ended up closing lower. Then we had this bearish candle, now we're back again. So I think I would really like to see this close above that 27.97. I think it does look like it could be a bit of resistance on the daily chart to be aware of. Yes, Luke Schoen, thank you for reminding us we do have that 10-year note auction. I have my financial juice ready to see when that happens here. We have the last few questions coming in from our senators, not our senators, but these senators, not senators, or the Congress people, because they have until 1 p.m., then they have a hard stop. So AMD I want to talk about. I had a short on that. Definitely was a little too short-lived, was my short. But I basically got involved here, like that 184.20 area, because we had that kind of resistance here in the wick. I was like, hey, if I see something I like in the book, I'll take it short. I did. I saw that we were really struggling here with that 184.20, so I took it short. Took only 30 pennies. Should have probably stayed longer, but I wanted to make sure I could do everything with the chat. It was a bit of a quick scalp. But AMD, you want to bounce off 183.30? That was a massive area of resistance. Everybody in the chat and their mother's fourth cousin's dog, as to use a Sharifism, was AMD 183.30. AMD 183.30. I was like AMD 183.30. This level was screaming at you like Maria in The Sound of Music from the hill. The AMD was alive with the sound of 183.30. So this level here has been so key. If we break below it, a short is in short order. I will be taking a short. If we bounce, I'll take it long. Right now, though, I like the short case, and I'm willing to take it into 183.50s. Lego AMD. I'm going to take a smaller position here on this. And as I do that, AMD pops higher. So this might have been ill-advised, but you have to see what you like. To me, I know it was a VWAP bounce, but I really did like the way that we were rejecting on the book. So we'll have to see how this works. I have 20 pennies here to wait. So we're going to wait and see what we're doing here. A couple pennies in the money. Get down, AMD, get down. I am in the sim still, as I said here, as I wait for my ID to do things. But I'm still happy I took this trade. This is a trade I definitely would have taken in the live, which is the type of trading you want. Oh my gosh, AMD, get lower AMD. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy I took this long, this short, and I'm more happy I decided not to take the long because it looked like it could have been long if you just looked at the VWAP bounce. But that's why Sharif says you got to take it to the balance of the evidence. The verdict was in. AMD was a short here for me at least. Chung chung. Proud of, yeah, Sharif does it better than me. She's way better at the audio imitations. But we're gonna have to see what we do here. I was only part filled.
Great trade.
So we're gonna get, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Sorry for the excitement there, guys. This was just a very exciting trade. And I keep getting part filled. It's like, AMD, why will you not let me leave in my entirety? So let's see how this goes here. I'm willing to just get out below 183s if I get any kind of fill. This AMD swooping back up to 183 in a way I do not enjoy. Too bad I wasn't able to get everything out where I did, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. Things happen. What you have to do is just take the trades you see and try to get filled where you may. And it looks like we are fully out here of that AMD. I am, may I say it? Please just punch.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very, very sick trade. I didn't even have eyes on AMD there. Good for you for catching that. Great trades and good execution. All right, I'm back in Apple here to test the 231 support. Very tight stop. It's going to be low 90, so we're going to risk about 10 pennies or so here for that 231 dip or defend or drop. It's a little bit below VWAP, so there is some confluence here between support, but I don't know if it matters on the day because right now Apple is awfully volatile after that 12:15 news item about iPhone shipments, so we'll have to wait and see what we get there. Woo! Tara.
I'm not going to be able to do this.
Okay, well, I'll have to read it there because I can't.
Pretty funny. It's not bad. It's just a challenge I will not be able to fulfill.
Okay. Well, let's read it out. Let's read it out. Here it is. I have a challenge. Well, first of all, thank you for the $20
Thank you
super
very
chat.
much for the $20
Obviously,
super chat.
Tara. I have a challenge for Adira LePage. If she can go a full hour on Thursday without making a pun or saying the word punch, I will pay for pizza and beer on Friday. Adira, as a recipient possibly of the pizza and beer, I'd really like to see you take up this challenge.
Okay, I have to give a parameter for this challenge. Punch, of course, not please just punch because that is I'm sure what you're referring to because we do punch in and out of trades. So that's my one parameter. Of course, it would only be referring to, I'm assuming if I use the phrase please just punch because we do punch in and out of stuff. Yeah. I will do my best.
Hold on. Did you hear what Ram just said?
No, I didn't.
She didn't say it? Okay.
I'm plugged in.
Well, she mentioned a very good point that you're on the big desk and there is nary a pun on the big desk. So we know for a fact that you can do it.
That is
true. It's just whether you want to or not. That's really
I'm down. I like challenges. Sharif, I always say I'm best when my back's against the wall. So yeah.
There you go.
Thank you very much for that challenge. Guys, yeah, I like I know I like the puns. There's people in the chat the puns. But you know what? I really enjoy doing them and yesterday I got Brian Shannon and Sean punning on the after show. So that made me pretty happy indeed. But yeah, don't worry guys, I will try to take this challenge. Thank you very much, Terra Engineering. I'm willing to do 11 to 12 tomorrow. I gotta set a reminder for myself.
There you go.
But I'm down to do this. Thank you very much for the super chat and challenge accepted.
Hey, all right. Sounds good. I like that. Thank you again, Tara, for the very kind and very generous super chat there. I'm long Apple. I did wet my beak there as it popped into 20. So we took 12 pennies there. But really, I want the move to hold here at 231. So I want to leave the remaining amount to run a little bit. We're having trouble with the fifth of a dollar, quarter of a dollar. Here comes the quarter of a dollar on AAPL. I'm looking for a double bottom here off 231. Go Apple, go. All right, here we go into the third of a dollar. Happy with this trade so far. Third of a dollar incoming. Can we get half? In addition to being frugal, I am quite greedy. No, I'm kidding. Of course, I'm actually not greedy at all. Yeah, no. All right, we'll take it at third of a dollar here. Happy with these trades today. I mean, I feel like I've done well decently today, but that could change in a second. So let's not get too excited over here. I'm still keeping an eye on Amazon and call me crazy, but I like the short on the Zon today, even though. Look at it. It weaseled up above 199, above VWAP, and now it's above 199. So yeah, like look, I'm seeing some weakness here on Amazon. Now, if the market turns, I definitely will want to take Amazon short, but I got to be real with myself here. We've got a series of higher highs and higher lows. So no matter how badly I want to short this name, it's not setting up to at the moment. But I just feel that there is distinct weakness here on Amazon. It's distinctly different. It is perfect to say because of
Amazon. That's so apropos.
Fabian is here though, so I'm gonna have to send it to you.
Okay, nice. I took another AMD short. Let's go AMD. I really should have been taking more size on this, especially because I already saw. But basically, what I was seeing here was low. Oh, I only got par filled. Oh, this is such a small position. Okay, this is a little bit less exciting. But basically, what happened was I saw these lower highs here on the book. I would have been interested if we got to 182.30 to short, but we couldn't even reject that. We were rejecting 182.15s. I see these lower highs. I say, Dara, or sorry, 183s, right? So I say, Dara, you got to get out. You got to get in with the irons hot. Strike while the iron's hot. And so I basically decided, I was like, we're going to get involved here if I continue to see these lower highs heading into 183. I got involved 183.02, only got a third filled of what I wanted out of this position. So I have really small share size. The shareage is very minimal, but that does not mean that I want to have a minimal trade. I still want to trade to the best of my abilities in a way that I'm comfortable with. This spread is getting me. I should be filled here. Have I? Yeah, there we go. Got out there, pleased as punch, took a cool, I'm really going to struggle with this challenge tomorrow. Took a cool 40 pennies on that AMD. That is true. I'm very motivated as a person.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm a deeply motivated individual.
No, and like you've made it very clear that you can absolutely turn the on button and the off button on the funds. I'm big. That's great.
So but shout out again to that super tech from Terra Engineering. Shout out to AMD. Happy with that. Microsoft news. Oh, we'll see the auction guys in a minute here.
Microsoft is flying. I just looked over to the Katina, man. I'm like, it went from exactly 460 into 464 without one red candle on the 5-minute chart. This is what I'm looking at right here on the softie. I'll give you the headline in a hot second, but there it is. There's the 460 touch, and then unabated to the quarterback right into 464 and 13, lucky number 13 there on MSFT. And this is the headline that I'm getting. I'm not sure what to make of this. I did look to see if it came in earlier. It didn't. Breaking news. Breaking views. Okay. Breaking views. Microsoft opens Windows onto AI antitrust paradox. What the hell is this? The software behemoth is ceding its non-vote. No, we already knew about this. This is the non-voting seat that they had on the board of OpenAI, and they're getting rid of that to get the European regulator and the English Competition Market Authority off their back because they were going to get investigated into that. So, no, I'm not seeing anything here new on MSFT, but there it is, guys. I mean, it's just flying to the high side. It just printed another high day, and I think this is all-time highs on this. No, it's not. So all-time high on the softie is over here at 469. That was in, I think that's an institutional print, so I don't think that that's real. I think this is the all-time high at 468 and a third. I'm unsure there. Oh, thank you for that, Brendo. I did not know that. So Brendo letting me know that breaking views are opinion pieces. So yeah, we definitely have to.
Oh, that makes sense. Breaking views.
Yeah, we have to keep that in context because editorials are a lot different than factually based articles. Adara, anything you're looking at over there?
Yeah, I'm waiting for this auction to come through. They just banged the last gavel there for the meeting. Now we're seeing everybody stand up. One blonde lady's handing some papers to someone, so I'm closing that screen. That is all done there. Also, I got short AMD, and this is my issue I've had sometimes, where you have the right call on a name, you have a look at a name, and then I try to get involved for the same reasons, but with a little bit more size. I don't know if this will work here. AMD, I did like the fact that we were rejecting that 182.75. Now it looks like we might be using it as support unless I see something distinctly different on the tape or a big push above that 183. I will be staying in this here trade right now, about 10 to 12 pennies on the money, depending on the spread. And the second you look at it, if I see another bounce here, though, like a higher low bounce, like let's say if we go from finding a bounce at 182.75 to like 182.80, that's not going to be a look. I'll take my scrape and my paper cut and get out. One of the things I've noticed is I feel like I do have a decent read on the book. Not always, no one ever is going to, but a lot of the times, and sometimes I'll ignore it because it's like you want more profit. You do get a little bit greedy.
Yeah.
So, also, you saying I'm greedy, but I'm also frugal is like literally the funniest thing of my whole life. It made me laugh out loud. But But yeah, so this AMD giving me pause for sure. AMD not making me laugh out loud right now, Sharif. I am not a fan.
But you were really exuberant with AMD.
I am. No, I'm joking. I'm actually not even upset right now. I'm just saying, like, trying to do a transition.
I got you.
But yeah, so I have a question as well with regard. We got the bond auction here, 4.276 versus the 4.438. That was going to be the previous auction there, so slightly lower than the previous number here for that 10-year note auction. So interesting look there on that. Why is the market green, says Open Victory? Honestly, I think the market has just really been exuberant as of late. I have a question as well here. So for this deal, me not punning, am I allowed to laugh at other people's puns? May I appreciate other puns? I just can't
think
make them
that
myself.
was part of the deal.
Okay.
Because I think that, the way she stated, we can go back and look because it's still there, but
I just want to make sure because I'm like,
she didn't say don't laugh.
because I'm like, if there's a good pun, I want to appreciate those puns, you know what I mean? Especially if I'm not there to make them. But yeah, I am really excited. I love being challenged. I'm a very this is something I'm really excited about. I got out of AMD about 10 pennies out of the money. We made higher lows. I could not stand by that. So that's on the book anyway. Now, as I say that, we break lower. So it's all good there. You have to trust what you see. And I'd rather take a small paper cut than end up with a much larger gash on my arm from this AMD. And then you have to go to the hospital. And no one wants that.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
Well, at least it's Canada and we have healthcare. So it's all good there.
That's true.
But no, seriously, guys, QURE, I'm a little disappointed in myself on this one. I had a resting order that I removed because I started the lesson and I didn't put it back. That's on me. Here's the deal. We talked about this 9 1/4, 9 1/5 being an obvious level of resistance initially after we cleared it by some distance. So if we were to come down to it, I wanted the smoke. And sadly, I didn't get any of the smoke right there at 9.22. Now it's at 9.50. Look, there's still more room. I mean, we have a 1040 high a day, right? And a 1047 exactly high a day, but I wanted my entry. And I'll wait. I want to see if it can dip possibly again, maybe test it again, maybe dip into 9. What really kept me out of this trade, I'll tell you the truth, is the fact that 9 1/4 and 9 were really close together. And the reason that matters in this case is because 9 is where VWAP is. So it's a whole dollar level. It's a volume weighted average price. So I was like, look, there's a really good chance that this retraces into 9 and completely blows through 9 1/4, despite the fact that 9 1/4 was the actual price action support, formerly resistance. So that's what kept me out of this trade. I'm just telling you exactly what my thought process was on this. But yeah, as the Katina man says, a scared trader is a deficient trader. And there you go. I didn't get the fill because I was scared. $9 is the whole dollar level, and $8.95 technically was the volume weighted average price. I could have dipped at 9 1/4 and put another DCA, a planned DCA into 9. I don't like to DCA into these small cap gappers because once the bottom drops off, sometimes it really drops off, and support or not, it just blows through those levels. That's what kept me a little bit apprehensive about the trade, and that's why I didn't take it. But QURE, if you took that 9 1/4, chapeau to you, because that's one hell of a trade there. I got to tell you, though, looking at the small cap gappers here, they're all really breaking down below VWAP. The only one that's really hanging out is QURE, KZIA, and LNTH. To be honest, this one over here, AEHR, GovX, NAS, VRPX, all really breaking down. And I did take a couple off already. Like I took VVPR off. That's also below VWAP, trying to hold at $4. Somebody just mentioned Longeveron to me, and I said, hey, man, I got eyes on LGVN. It's a monster. It's been moving well, but from a breakout trade perspective, it ain't my cup of tea. Right now, in fact, it looks like a range. So this is an obvious area of price action support that we had from around 9.35 to 10.35 until we broke down at 10.45. And that was $5. So the wicks were bouncing off 5, generally a $5 area of support. Then we break down, we get into that 4 1/4. Lo and behold, now we're using 5, surprise, surprise, as that level of resistance. So this one looking more akin to a range trade than a breakout trade, and that's not the smoke that I want with these type of names. So it's up 56%. Who can disrespect that? But the price action, at least for my taste, not doing fangs at the moment. Let's switch to the large caps quickly here. Amazon is pimping and it just went green. Okay, So I did not have the right read today on Amazon at all. I want to see what it does if it gets back to 200, because that's where it looks like it's going to right now, Adara and Katina, man. 199.50. This thing is on the way up. It broke VWAP. It broke 199. It broke this area crest over here at 199.80. So it looks like it's on its way to 200, Adara, because that's where the high of day was, $211. And we've seen that this one has been consolidating at that 200 level for a hot minute now.
Yeah, it really has. I think if you go longer on that pivot point area, I think that was, that red one.
Ram, go back. She was showing me something on the chart, Rammer. Yeah.
I think that's a great look if you got longer.
Where, this one right
here?
here?
Yeah, right, because we rejected that. Then we bounced here. That's a great look. Then you're certainly got expedited, delivered some profits for sure on that A to the M to the Z.
It's a hell of a double bottom. Look at that.
That's true too.
Yeah.
And also slightly, this one's slightly higher.
The bullish double bottom, as we call it, because buyer exuberance doesn't make them, they don't want to wait till that level. That's the thing.
No, it's a really good, and then it bamboozles you with that topping tail candle.
The topping
tail
was,
a little bit, gives you a small bamboozlement, just a skosh, then it pushes higher. It's a really good look there on Amazon. Also, it's funny because you were just talking about not clearing out your orders. I had that issue with AMD. Remember when I got part filled, turns out that it full filled me when it came back up to 182. Lost a few pennies on it. It's fine. I had to get out where I did. But I just wanted to address that because we are all about transparency here. And I know you and I both have this tendency to not clear up all the orders sometimes.
Yes.
And it's very frustrating.
And I want to remind everyone to vote right now. If you haven't voted for your favorite tickers of the day, as to be discussed by the big kahunas on the afternoon rundown, get into the chat right now, hit that exclamation point, write that word join, then hit the space bar, and then shift 4 for the $sign and enter the ticker of your choice, whether you want to see Microsoft making that 465 pump, or NVIDIA rejecting 135, or Amazon recovering, whatever you want. Get into the chat right now. Enter it in, prompt it in, solicit your friends to vote for you, vote your way, because only the top 5 names make it on every day. Adara.
Yeah, do some campaigning, get the word out there, make buttons, make stickers, make posters, whatever you need to do to make sure that your voice is heard in our chat. Before I do the lesson, I love this comment from Fat Figure, so I want to read this out. Frugally greedy sounds healthy to me. Ooh. I got a kick out of that with regards to the whole, I'm frugal, but I'm greedy. So shout out to you, Fat Figure. Shout out to this whole chat. Such a fun time. You know what else a fun time, though? Riding those Elliot waves. So we're going to be talking about identifying the first wave in the Elliot wave theory. This is a really interesting lesson. I do want to shout out Sheree for preparing these. So this could be the hardest wave to identify because it's often overshadowed by the more dramatic moves, the larger waves later on, but it lays the foundation for the entire trend. So how can you spot it then? Well, let's explore some key characteristics and strategies to help you be a better surfer when you're riding those Elliot waves and you're trading there, and to help you spot wave 1 with confidence. And we're also going to talk about how some other tools can be used and helpful there. So let's talk about the first elusive wave 1. So unlike the more powerful wave 3 or the clear retracement you see in the second wave, wave 1 is going to be a bit more choppy and volatile. So it might lack a clear direction, which should make it a little bit more difficult to distinguish it from random market noise. It is a bit harder to see between all of the other market trip chop. It's also relatively short, so these later waves are going to give you a little bit more movement, opportunities to hop on that surfboard and get involved in that trend. And also, it is a trend setter, so it is, even though it is a lot more subtle, it does set this trade the stage for the trend that will unfold in the subsequent waves. So it's so key because it matters so much and yet it's so hard to spot.
Right.
So how do you spot it then? Because that's what the whole lesson's about, right? So let's talk about it. You want to look for a change in direction. So maybe identify a shift in the overall trend compared to previous price movements. Are you seeing something, to use the words of someone who sits behind us, distinctly different? Are you seeing something that's very different in the trend to give you a sense of that change and shift? Because then you might be finding
a new kid.
wave 1.
Oh, you did?
Now, what about confirmation of these higher time frames? So you want to analyze charts with a longer time frame, like say the weekly or the monthly, in the context of the larger up, to identify the larger trend. So maybe wave 1, for example, on a daily chart could be clearer when viewed in the context of a larger uptrend in a weekly chart. So using these different time frames to get a better sense of larger movements. Now let's talk about fib retracement. It's not a definitive rule by any means, but wave 1 can sometimes start near a Fibonacci retracement level like 61.8% or 78.6% of the previous downtrend. I'm going to interrupt the lesson to read this chat from Desi. Thank you so much. Just go to my Microsoft calls, 85% in the calls. Let's go with a plethora of O's. What an amazing day. Thanks for the show as always. Love to y'all. I love to see y'all every day. We love to see you guys here every day. I did want to briefly interrupt the list to shout out Desi for that. Yeah, Microsoft calls were certainly the right call there. Dipping below here, that 464, but great look for MSFT. Shout out to you. Let's talk about, here's one example of the start of wave one, right? So what you've got here is a bit of a downtrend. You got a bit of a downtrend. Then you see here a sharp uptrend. And look where this uptrend goes. It actually pops up into that previous area of resistance. This chart is a little bit blurry, but I think it shows you something different, which is what you want to see. Then after your wave two, look where you pop up. Then we see wave three. Now this might be easier to see in retrospect, but it does show that we are trying to make these higher highs and higher lows with this first wave. So I think that's a really good look there. Now, let's talk about wave one off support. Let's shout out to Neil Roberts. We will see him on the afternoon show. He's saying join AMD. That is a name that has been so much fun. So shout out to Neil. And if you guys want to vote, definitely make sure you do that. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you fancy. Now let's talk about wave one off support here. So here's a bit more of a am I looking? Yeah. So here's I'm just making sure I was looking at the right chart. We're bouncing here off this support, then we make that smaller wave and continue to grind higher, right? So even though it is off support, if you look at this in retrospect, you're seeing a difference in trend because this is a little bit more of a smaller move. This is coming into that previous rejection and knocking back down. But this is, especially with these bottoming tail candles, we're seeing a change in trend. We're pushing higher. Great look here for wave one support. Now let's talk about the analysis with RSI and MACD because the Elliott Wave theory on its own can be a really powerful way to surf the markets. But what happens when you combine it with other indicators, especially when you're identifying wave one? We're going to talk about it. The RSI and the MACD can be really helpful. With the RSI, you want to look for wave one potentially to start near an oversold RSI reading below 30 on an uptrend or an overbought reading above 70 on a downtrend, which suggests that there is a potential shift of momentum, a change in the tides, if you will, as Sharif will sometimes say, that can lead to a trend reversal. But however, remember, the RSI can stay in these zones for extended periods. So be aware using it as a supporting indicator. It's not going to be the star of your show. It might be nominated for the best supporting actor, but it's not going to be best actor. It's not going to be best director. Also, MACD. Bullish divergence on the MACD can be a sign of a potential wave one on an uptrend, and it occurs when the price makes a lower low, but the MACD indicator makes a higher low. So this occurs when the price is wow, you just read that. Similarly, bearish divergence, which is when the price makes a higher high, but the MACD makes a lower high on a downtrend, can signal potential wave one. So basically looking for the divergence can show you where you might have a divergence in the trend and a new wave. But divergences don't always guarantee a trend change, so use them with caution. Also, I'm going to shout out this comment. It looks like Sherry saw this as well. Neo Robert saying, wow, that's the first time hearing Neil and getting confused with my name. The tables have turned. Yeah, I'm going to quote Steve Carell, aka Michael Scott in The Office, how the turntables. But yeah, shout out there to Neo Roberts, great participant in the chat, and having a striking similar name to Neil.
And I wanted to mention super quick that Neil's in the chat really early in the pre-market. So if you're one of those people that like those pre-market movers, Neil's always there.
He's always on that.
Yeah. So I just wanted to shout that out. Yeah.
Thank you for that shout out of the words. Let's keep going. Here's the Elliott waves on the RSI, right? So you've got these lower highs here on the RSI, but you have these higher highs here on the waves. So it does show there could be a potential move. And look what we see. A correction. Also, I love this little logo. See the waves. That's a great look there here. But you do really see it. And it's been indicated if you saw these lower highs in the RSI, you might see this divergence. It might be something to note. Now look at the Elliott waves in the MACD. We have higher highs and we have this kind of coming in together, this tightening on the waves. And at the same time, we're seeing a bit of a widening here on the MACD. So it's not super surprising when we do fall a little bit lower here.
So in this particular one, if I could just make, because I know that I didn't give you context on this, but this one is actually not MACD divergence. This is actually using a crossover. So if you look at wave one, it initiates when the blue line crosses the red line, which we know, the blue line being the MACD line, the red line being the signal line. And so that's your bullish entry. Look at the top of wave two. You get the bearish crossover with MACD on that wave two. And so that's what we're not looking at divergence there. We're looking at actually triggering signals.
Thank you.
Yeah,
appreciate that.
I didn't give you
context. Yeah, so my brain is also
it's all good.
So thank you very much to Sharif for pointing that one out. Now let's talk about some additional tips. So volume analysis, you might want to look for a slight increase in buying volume on an uptrend or selling volume in a downtrend during that first wave, even if the price move is modest. You also might want to look at candle patterns because certain candlestick patterns, for example, bullish engulfing or piercing lines on an uptrend, they can signal a potential start of wave one. But, however, candlestick patterns alone should not be the sole indicator. As Sharif says, you don't want to put too much stock into one candle because it will take lots of candles to make up a stock.
Yeah, it's coming down.
Now let's talk about wave one volume here. You can see here that first wave is going to be getting this nice little volume bump here. So that's how you can really look in a slight increase in volume in the uptrend, which we certainly do have here. The uptrend volume compared to the downtrend volume is pretty staggering, shows you we could be on the move on the way up on this Elliot Wave. And here's an example of a bullish engulfing. So you have this move here. If you got this bullish engulfing here, where you have that entire bullish move encasing nicely that bearish move, that could be a sign if you have that in confluence with Elliott Waves that we've got some more moves up happening. So let's talk about remembering that wave one and this identification. Like all things in this market can be, not all things, but a lot of technical analysis can be subjective. So here's how to manage the uncertainty. First, you want to start with the confirmation. Look for the confirmation of the trend reversal in the subsequent waves, because a strong wave three with a viciousness that's really lapping things up here, that can follow potential wave one and strengthen your case. Now, you might want to also combine with other techniques, use the Elliott Wave theory alongside other technical analysis tools for a more comprehensive picture. Not all waves will look the same. Not everything will manifest in the same way, but this will just give you some opportunities to take a look. Thank you to Rory Alderton for this super chat. Woo.
Hi, guys. SPY will pop as much on data CPI, PPI this week, or is inflation data already baked in now? No, I would not say that because we haven't got a price cut. In fact, depending on which analysts you talk to, we may or may not get one this year. There's some that are saying, no, I don't think the Fed's going to cut. They're not going to see what they need to see. Some others, like if you look at the Fed rate tool, pricing in one cut, possibly in September. So I don't think that's baked in at all. I think we still react to the CPI. Now, it's not going to be like 2021, 2022 reactions to CPI, but definitely there's going to be a market reaction, especially if it comes in below consensus. So that's just my personal opinion. Obviously, it's not financial advice, but I don't think it's baked in, especially in light of the fact, too, that we got 3 straight months this year. January, February, and March all were higher than expectations. April changed that, and that's what Powell said yesterday at the Senate, that, you know, he's starting his count for weaker or inline CPI prints from April onwards. So he's got a few months of data off which to work now, but that doesn't negate the fact that we started the year hot. So I don't personally think that that is the case. And shout out to a couple of things here. I wanna mention a couple of things. So Derek S. astutely pointed out, he's like, how come wave 3 in that example that Derek showed isn't the larger one? Isn't wave 3 typically the largest one? Yes, but there are always exceptions to the rule. Jonathan as well astutely pointing out that didn't look like a real good sort of Elliott Wave sequence there on the charts. The reason I chose that chart, John, is to show you the MACD and the RSI. I didn't really choose it for its relevance or its applicability to wave theory. I just kind of wanted to show you what the RSI or what the MACD would look like at successive peaks and troughs. But astute of you to point that out, and thank you for pointing that out, by the way. All right, let's look at some futures looks here, Ram. And the thing is, now I'm starting to see interesting looks on the market. You're getting a lot of these ones are at highs. For example, Meta at high, Microsoft at high, and goggles. All the top 3 right here with the future. So all top 4 charts on these charts are all near days high. Now you have the likes of Amazon, Apple, and a little bit of Nvidia as well, curling a little bit down now. Nvidia just came into that 134 area, defended it. So it defends the whole dollar, didn't make it down into VWAP. VWAP was a skosh below the whole dollar. You're seeing Apple absolutely dead right now and has been for a little bit, I would say, since 1250. So going on almost half an hour of really tight range between that 20-30-75 and that 231.25. So AAPL below VWAP, in fact, actually using VWAP right now as a little bit of a resistance level. So we'll have to see how that all resolves. Tesla was close to day's high. It did breach 265 by some distance. It got into 72s, but alas, look where it rejected, right at the IB high. So if you were spotting that IB high on TSLA and you took that short, chapeau to you as well, because that was, where'd that pop? Where's the IB high there? 265.72, and we got on this candle 265.65, and on this one 265.60. So generally in that implied balance open high. I was just talking to the Katina man there. I was like, Amazon finally put in a red candle. It comes into that 169.70, 169.69, and then puts in a gnarly red candle there. And now we've got a topping tail candle forming. Let's see if this one can make a new low below the low of this candle, which is at 29s. We're printing 32s right now. So this could be retracing down. Where could it find some support? Well, I'll suggest to you that it could be 199. There's a reason for that. There is price action previously resistance at 199 owing to this crest over here in the mid 80s. You have the whole dollar, and you also have VWAP at that 199-ish area. So that could be a nice retracement off those highs. It did reject off pivot points. But, you know, I got to tell you the truth. I've kept pivot points on my chart now for like a good 8 months or whatever. But I'm still a little hesitant to use them. I don't always feel that they feature in the same way as some of these moving averages. I find the moving averages to be a bit more usable intraday than some of these pivot points. Maybe you guys use them a little differently, but this one finding a rejection off said pivot point, which is a green dotted line, it also happens to be the, let's call it after the bell range low. So Amazon didn't tank nor pop on the bell. It ranged until 10:20. So for 50 minutes, it zigged and zagged. And so this was the bottom end, you could say, of the range of that zig and zag, this 199.70 or whatever it is. So it comes into that area and puts in a rejection candle. So we'll have to see if it retraces back down into 99s or not. But getting some weakness finally here is Amazon. Also, Softy rejecting off that top as well, 465.10, and now we're talking about 463.75. But we do have support here at the $0.75 to $0.2. You have the 10 exponential on the 5 there. You also have this IB high at 1030 that we put in on Softy, right where we are right now at 463 1/3, or sorry, 2/3, half, give that area. So I want to see, does Softy find some support here after clearing that previous high of day by some distance? And by some distance, I'm talking about $1.60. Or do we continue to trend down and, you know, zig and zag a little bit in a way that I don't understand? So we'll see here. Keep me on Softy. I definitely could be persuaded to weasel my way into this trade. Shout out to the Katina man. What is he doing over there? Apple on the... Say it again? Amazon short, Apple long on the Katina man screen right now. And here it is, Apple. I was just talking about it using VWAP as a level of resistance. Well, I spoke too dang soon. There it goes into the $0.5. Again, 231 $0.5. We know, though, the high a day is at 232.75. Adara.
75 or whatever. That's a good one. Sorry, wow, I was like mid-yawn there. As you can tell, we are getting to the tired portion of today's, no, I'm joking. But yeah, all good there. This stock, it has a name. Tesla, what happened was, I am proud of what happened here. I switched the style up. If they let him hate and watch the cents pile up, I have a really small position left because I already took out 2/3. But basically what happened here with TSLA and why I was interested in getting involved in the first place, Tesla, let me leave, okay? But yes, what happened here with Tesla and why I switched here. Initially, I was interested in the short because we had this basically area here of rejection. So if you see here with this topping tail candle, and then we also had, I'm just gonna try to it keeps like part filling me. I'm like, Tesla, please fulfill me. There we go. Tesla might still be bouncing off 265s, but clearly I am too tired to be in that trade right now. Basically, I took the short here off of that 264.60s. This worked for about 5 pennies. I was gonna scalp it in and out as the 40s because I really wanted that breakdown. But it's like Adara, zoom out. Realize we do have some support at 40s. And honestly, I'm a little bit disappointed in myself because I should have seen in the book, and I did see in the book, and I ignored it. We were flipping to support on 265, 460s. So I ended up getting out, lost a little more than I wanted to. It's fine. Then I said, Dara, if you keep seeing that area you like, flip from support to resistance, resistance to support, you flip long. So I did, took 30 pennies with a third of the position, ended up taking, we got a lot of part fills, but it's anywhere from about 40 pennies to about 35 pennies with the remaining third of the position. If it wants to keep bouncing off 265, I am okay with getting long on this one again. But I have said repeatedly, I do not always trade my best when I'm a little bit sleepier. So I'm going to respect that. Happy with this Tesla, though. NVIDIA bouncing. Wow, NVIDIA. Bouncing near VWAP.
I lost count. Is that
What's that, like 4 or 5?
Yeah, okay, that's decent.
I think you're right. 4. I trust your count better than I trust mine. Look at this bounce, though, here. We come to that area, that 134 and some change, and we bounce there beautifully. Wow, NVIDIA. Let's see what we do here in 60s. That was a bit of an area of chop and turn earlier because it was near that previous high of day, 134.78. I want to wait and see, but I think this NVIDIA could give you some opportunities for sure. AMD wiffle waffling. See a lot of people in the chat frustrated by AMD. Honestly, do not blame you. This name has been running for Bamboozler in chief, and it's been winning. But if you want to, if you believe in the democratic process, vote for some stocks. Go in the chat, !join, space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. Parabolic FOMO dip rip. Promise I was not having a stroke. Just sometimes when I get a little bit tired, I get a little bit. Sure, you've seen me when I'm tired. It's another. It's like I think it's score like you're a different person when you're hungry or Snickers. That's me when I'm tired.
I like that.
So there we go. That explains that. But yeah, so definitely vote for your ticker. Thank you so much, Bears vs. Bulls, for making sure everybody gets their ballots in appropriately.
Luke's Bright in capital letters wrote, share Katina Man's trades. Well, I got to wait for you to do that, Luke's Bright. That's a hell of a name there you got. Here it is, Ram. This is what we call More Trader TV. Ram. She's trolling me. Oops. This is More Trader TV. It's a simultaneous channel that we have. It's on a different account, though. You got to go to More Trader TV. It's in the link in the description. Bears versus Bulls. Put the link in the chat. This, obviously, as you can see, has the Katina Man's positions there. He's long the dead one at 230.92. He's also short Tesla and Amazon at those prices. Neil is back, but it shows Obi's position. I'm sure the production team will change Ob and put Neil in there. But as you can see all their trades. Look what it says. Tesla, sell at 128. Apple, buy at 127. So it's showing you all their entries, all their exits, so you can see what they're doing at all times while we bore you to death here for 3 hours. Let me also show you that there is the economic calendar, which Adara gets ready every day. It shows you when the auctions are, if we have any Fed speakers, CPI, PPI, and any other economic numbers that are going to get released. This is your calendar right there, and obviously the top stocks to look at and the headline, as well as the day's biggest movers right there, and showing you that obviously it's the ETFs. It's showing you what areas, what ETFs are doing the best on the day. And then the bottom is the actual ticker. It shows you the headline, crypto BTC recovers to reach 57,000, yada, yada. And then the top over here, we have the ticker list that is live in case you are not with us and you want to see what is going on live with these tickers. So yeah, make sure you are subscribed to More Trader TV. And run it simultaneously. There's no audio on it or anything like that, so it's not like it's going to interrupt your experience on this channel. So shout out to the guys there in the production team, always doing the absolute most for
the guys in Ram. The guys in Ram.
The guys in Ram.
These are the guys. I was like the guys in Girl. The guys in Ramin.
Oh yeah, the guys in
production.
Yeah, Ram. All right, Softy's taking a bit of a dive here, Dara, and I don't really know what's going on. Nice retracement. It's breaking down below the 10, breaking down below the 20 now. It broke down below 463. So all the different little areas of possible support really giving way here. Where do we find support? Well, we got pivots hanging out at 462 and change. VWAP, which intersects with this area crest over here, is at 461 3/4. That would be a really interesting area because VWAP and price action resistance now looking for support at that level is intersecting at that 46175 here on Softy, topping tail candle forming at 105 at 465.10. So good luck, but a nice gnarly recovery there on the soft one. All the while, AAPL headed back up again, baby. We are on our way possibly into that 232. This is an interesting area of resistance that we're at right here. Look at these wicks earlier from 10 a.m. all got us into 231 3/4. We're printing low 80s, but we did breach it. But we breached it on a news catalyst. So you wonder how many algos we're punching in here just trying to trade it till we broke back down. So finding resistance again, as expected, at this $0.75, $0.04 right now. A local area of resistance owing to that crest that we put in at 10 a.m. on AAPL. Good look though, up 1 1/3 a day.
Yeah, this has certainly been an interesting look here on all these markets. They're just shopping, they're churning. You're living and learning. Pardon?
I can take over.
Oh, I'm okay, thank you. I want to talk about this AMD because this is a situation where you do have to look at the balance of the evidence. And sometimes the balance of that evidence is deeply confusing, and it's like it's a really long piece of evidence. You got to sift through it. You got to like get your paralegal to read it through for you. This AMD had a moment here at this 182. I tried that short earlier, lost I think like maybe 2-3 pennies, maybe 6 pennies. The point is we lost less than 10 pennies. But then I got short again because I will have to say I was hesitating taking this short because we did have this beautiful topping tail candle, so I got a little excited there. But we also had we have these slightly higher lows despite these topping tail candles. But I said, Adara, try this short. I was seeing stuff, the second I entered, I was seeing stuff I didn't like, so I should have gotten out immediately. I'm trying to get better at that. And I've been getting better at that to some extent, but definitely not as consistently as I would like. I ended up getting out, and I wasn't able to get filled as quickly as I wanted to. I was down to get out 20s. I don't think I was able to get out to like 25s because the spread in AMD decided it wanted to be a little spready. So there you go. You got to figure out what's going on here. You got to trust yourself. Although we're still rejecting the 9 EMA, we're still rejecting that 182.50 area. I'm not seeing anything in the book right now that makes me short it. Continuing to see higher lows. NVIDIA, great look here. NVIDIA's like, what do you mean I fell from 135.09? No, I didn't. NVIDIA bounces like a champ at that 134.10 area. So great look. Shout out to NVIDIA here and all these chip stonks. Let's look at SMCI because I looked at that one earlier for some people. And
Five.
It's been a lot. But I mean, Sharif, I stand by the pushback because look at this 901.
You're justified.
I appreciate that. The pushbacks, they're just things, I see things I like and things get pushed back. Look at, though, we had this support here at this 90, we had a flat bottom break. We fell from the support at 901. Now look what we're trying to retest, 901. It's a great look here for these SMCI. We're below the 9 EMA. Well, I say great look if you're short, but I would like to see what we do here at this 894 area, 895s. That was a bit of a top there earlier. So I think that could be an interesting look for SMCI, but wow, that flat bottom break was that was chef's kiss. That was a beautiful look. I love this look on this here market. I wanted to take a look at Intu though, because I know John Del Segno wanted us to get into it about Intuit. And INTU, I actually knew what the catalyst in this one was because I covered it during the sector recap because it was down so much. I was like, why are you so red into it? Well, it turns out it's because there was a report from the information. They are letting go 1,800 staff members as part of a strategic reorganization.
You don't want to see that.
You really don't. And the market did not for this into it. So the volume on this is really low. Worth noting here, we're below 1 million shares. We're below a milli. We do have these lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. Then we form, this is the rounded bottom John Del Segno was referencing, this beautiful little base here, 623. We can't get it perfectly, mind you. We come back a little bit to this, we come to this 624, which is that previous bottom. We reject it, support resistance flip-flop, but not for long. The flip-flop is then put right back on. Shout out to Gucci flip-flops by Bad Baby. You're right, that level too. Oh my goch, it's twice. We get it again. We get it at 624. We get it again at 629.
It's still a green candle right now.
But we got this one already at 629 still.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what I thought you were talking about.
There you go, yeah.
Yes, the next level you want to see here is at 629. Thank you, Sharif, for that. Teamwork does, in fact, make this dream work.
Interesting.
And then we bounce up here.
Is that
at
blue
this
line VWAP?
Pardon?
Is that blue line
VWAP? It is VWAP.
So reclaim VWAP. Interesting.
It's a really interesting look here. The way that we curled to the upside. Thank you guys for the support in the chat. I'm aware we are a little bit raspy. We are a little bit in sleep mode early because you usually see sleep mode hits around 2 p.m. But I'm so happy to be here, and these markets are always waking you up and giving you that extra dose of caffeine. NVIDIA, you want to reject this 134.70. I'll take you short, but if you bounce off the 9 EMA, I will go long. I do want this NVIDIA smoke if you're going to break out.
All right, it's about almost 140 now, so I'm going to take down the pace a little bit, talk a little footy, as we typically do. So a couple of games to review for you guys yesterday. Obviously, there was the main game. Well, not the main game, the first game, which was Spain versus France. Let me tell you, France got on the board first, but Spain looked promising from the get-go. And even though they went down 1-0, you could tell those cannons were firing, baby, because they did not stop, and they put 2 bangers super quick. I got to put that 16-year-old kid, what's his name, Yamal Lamine or whatever.
He's 16?
He's in, like in 361 days, so essentially 17. Like his birthday's in a few days.
Oh my God.
Yeah. The youngest player to ever play in a semifinal, the youngest player to score in a semifinal, so a bunch of records there. The kid is talented, let me tell you, and this kid has been on the radar for a couple of years. He plays with Barcelona. He's a winger. He's insane, and he's going to be quite good. So keeping an eye on that kid. Then, so obviously Spain ends up winning 2-1. France is out. Mbappe now moves on to the bigger challenge, which is to join Real Madrid, which is going to be really interesting to watch. Can't wait to see how he fares with that team with Los Blancos. So it's going to be awesome. Then Canada played Argentina. And this is kind of where, obviously, I was under no illusions about how good Argentina is, defending Copa champions, defending world champions, Messi, everybody and the like. But I got to tell you, man, Rodrigo de Paul, I lost a lot of respect for that guy yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. And that's why, no offense, that's why he plays in La Liga and he doesn't play in the Prem. He can't handle the intensity of the Prem. He kept grabbing at his neck and whatever other body parts he thought were fouled, which was quite pathetic. But and anyway, I lost some respect for that guy yesterday. But I think Canada played decent. I think Canada obviously has a problem with the quality in the final third. I think they have a lot of speed and they have a lot of good passing in the middle of the pitch as well as in their own third. But the quality in the final third really needs to be improved upon, and I'm sure, obviously, that will come with more.
Cybertruck. Big old green candle.
Cover it. Yeah, take it.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
We look at this bounce here. We get this bounce off that area, that 264.85, which we saw we bounced off a couple times here. It's a great look here for TSLA. Wow. Are we seeing, honestly, this isn't even the biggest volume candle for Tesla, though it looks like it's trying to be. It's not even, I was going to say it's the volume spike, but Tesla loves volume. And honestly, this is kind of small potatoes compared to some earlier volume spikes for TSLA. Great look, though, here if you got long. It'd be interesting to see if we get some support at that previous area of resistance at that 265.50. That's about $1 away from that, though. So even if you got long that support, you were in the dollar club. Shout out there to Tesla, this one kicking that soccer ball to the upside.
Oh, yeah. Is it ever?
Great look, sir. I'll let you get.
Oh, no, of course. This is way more important. It's a trading show. It's not a funny show, right?
I know, but you were going over the football reviews.
I got this headline in. I don't know if you ever saw this. Did it come in today? Elon Musk beats $500 million severance lawsuit by fired Twitter workers. Obviously, that's not anything to do with Tesla, but just saw that come in there. Elon won dismissal of a lawsuit claiming he refused to pay at least $500 million in severance to thousands of Twitter employees that he fired in his mass layoffs. And remember, did you ever see the picture of him walking in with a sink?
Did not see the picture, but I heard about what happened.
It's amazing.
I need to find that picture.
So yeah, back to footy. I'm just going to finish off here, guys. I think Canada will definitely improve in the future. We just need an attacker. Obviously, Tayshaun Buchanan was injured, one of our wingers. Today, though, big matches to cover today. England! Yes, I'm obviously going home right after here to watch the England game. Netherlands, England, 3 p.m. England are favorites. Netherlands got to the playoffs or the knockout rounds vis-a-vis a third place finish in the group stage. They were one of 2 teams to get through that third place spot. It was the top 2 third place teams that get through. So, we'll have to wait and see. I have my reservations with how England has played in this tournament. The goals have been few and far between. I'd like to definitely see more goals. That is at one hell of a talented squad. They should be putting in a lot more goals than that. And then we have the Copa America semifinal as well. Uruguay and Colombia. That is going to be an amazing game. Colombia is undefeated like 30 matches. So I want to see Uruguay, what they're going to do. But I've got Colombia likely winners today to face Argentina in the finals.
Yeah, I remember when I was up this weekend, my friends and I went out, and my friend's dad kept calling us he's like, oh, did you guys watch the game? Are you guys watching the game? It was so sweet. He was like, apparently he's been very excited and following the entire Copa. So
Love it.
yeah,
Love it.
really, I think it was really cool. Yeah, really fun energy there, and it's so cool when everyone can unite around a thing like sports. And what's cool with these, you have all these different teams, everyone rooting for different teams.
Yeah.
My weird
it's all
go
love.
sports.
And
yeah,
it's all love.
Exactly.
That's the thing,
Go
right?
sports, right?
Yeah. Go
Like
sports.
you had the friendly fire as well over here when you had we had Spain and Italy playing because you had Yannick and Sean going to back.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Right, so the point I'm trying to make is, like people just bonding over sports. How fun is that? We all bond over stocks over here. And this NVIDIA, I got out of this maybe a little bit early, 134.72. That makes me a cool 5-penny winner. Spin that dollar club. No, I'm joking. No, thank you. I will take that. But yeah, why I got out was because I was like, we have lower highs here in the book. I wanted my bounce.
wow.
I got my 90 EMA bounce, but this was paltry. This was like little tiny small beans, small potatoes. There was nothing. There was no like oomph to this bounce. I don't like spice in food, but I like it in the market. This NVIDIA, this was not seasoned. This was an unseasoned bounce. So I said, Adara, just get out. You're going to get bored. You're going to get frustrated. Happy I got out where I did. If we see something more in the book to give me a bounce, right now all I'm seeing in the book is a 5-penny range, which I would have to take with way more shares than I'm comfortable taking on NVIDIA for a range of that ilk. So we'll have to see what happens in NVDA. That being said, if we really can continue to make lower highs in the book, which I'm kind of seeing, we go from 75s, 74, 73, 72s. I'm like, yo, NVIDIA, I'm sorry to disrespect you, NVIDIA. NVIDIA, kind sir, third largest stock by market cap. I will take you short if I continue to see these lower highs. Also, let's talk about voting. You can go in the chat, exclamation point, join, space, $, NVDA, NQ, SPY, AMD,
Tesla, Microsoft, AMC.
Tesla, Microsoft, CPOOP, AMC, Truth Must. I know I'm joking. Don't vote for that.
Yeah, of course.
Someone was like Stash Nation. I think they voted for that. But
I don't know. It's
yeah.
kind of like a little bit over now, but yeah, whatever.
No, I think it's died down, but I saw a couple of people. But yeah, shout out whatever ticker you fancy. Get involved there and get up at it. Also, I saw a comment earlier in the chat. Someone was saying that like calling Apple the dead one is like saying that you're the bearded one.
Yeah.
Which I
know.
But like that's the whole point. It's kind of a relic now.
Absurdity of it.
Calling an Apple the dead one is kind of more of like a relic of remembering it as it once was.
Yeah.
We're humbling it.
Those were good
We're
days for
humbling
me,
it.
Adara. Those were not good days for me. I held
you
that
added,
one.
you got to build.
Yeah. Well, there you go. All right, guys, I want to mention to you that LNTH, what a mover this is. This is not a small cap gapper, but it's certainly moving like one, 36.25% in the clear with a $106 high a day. This one did start off its life south of $78 at 77 and change. And it's absolutely flying to the high side. Let me show you why this is moving here. If I can just load it up in case you want the headline. Lantheus Holdings, I think Lantheus, holding shares are trading higher following a CMS proposal to improve payment for specialized diagnosis radiopharmaceuticals. A whole lot of technical words, but all you need to see is the chart. Great move up, and it absolutely held the 10 exponential on the 5 after 1230. Any dip into the 10 exponential on the 5, and you did print on this one. However, there was a bit of a correction there, so we did test 106 right at 1125. In fact, we got all the way up to 68, 105.68 before we retraced aggressively and dropped, $5. You would have had to hold that and beast $5 against you. It came into the 20. Held the 20 quite well. The 20 is the yellow solid line there. It did not touch VWAP, and it has not touched VWAP since 10 a.m. this morning. It's been up and to the right, as you can see, with one measly 15-minute retracement here midday. So keep your eye on this one. Likely going to remain on my side chart for tomorrow. I want to see what the second day play brings. In fact, this one sold off a little bit yesterday. If I'm telling the truth, from top to bottom, we were down like 3%, but that's nothing compared to the move we've had today. 106 HOD, trading out 105.5. It is obviously a larger name, and it is quite spready, so manage risk effectively on this. The other small cap gappers, unless you're QURE or KZIA, all of them are breaking down now below the VWAP, and that makes them untradeable on my system. So we'll keep an eye on these ones. QURE is having one hell of a day, and so is KZIA. KZIA, though, did fail at that $1 area, and we were talking about that when it materialized. We talked about how that is a specific trade to be had, the break or the take, the break and take of the $1 or the rejection. This one showing you, well, it didn't show you. Well, I mean, it showed you, what am I saying here? That it did reject that $1, but it is finding some support at 65 pennies now, trying to weasel its way up into 72. So this one definitely still in play on the day, as is QRE. With respect to big tech, you're getting some curl-ups here on Amazon. I think we could test 200 again on AMZN. We bottoming tail right into that 199 area. You can see how aggressively buyers were buying that up because it finished as a bottoming tail hammer candle with a another 5-minute candle to make a new high. Well, let's see though if we can breach that 199 3/4. That's where we rejected last time, owing to the bottom end consolidation that we had in the pre-market. At least that's how I see it. So if we work our way up to 200 again, there could be another trade to be had there. We already know that Bezos likely selling at that 200. Obi went through this quite thoroughly on the morning show. If you want to listen to what his analysis was about 200 and the Bezos sell that was filed in the 13F, go and listen to that. I think it was about 8:30, 8:45 or so this morning with the OB. The one, he is the Canope. Go ahead.
I was going to say, you get from the Amazonian himself, so why not?
Yeah, absolutely. Right?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
So basically, the same look here on Amazon on Meta. So you can see the curl here on AMZN bottom left, and then top left, Meta off the 20 as well, looking to curl back up. 538.50 is the HOD. We're at 537 2/3 right now. Great hold up at the, let's say $0.50, 536 $0.50 at the 20 exponential. Apple rejecting 232 yet again. It's tried to break through that level multiple times today. It did obviously on the algo spike that we got midday on that headline with the iPhone sales, but organically it's had a hard time closing above 200. We'll have to see if it can weasel its way up there on a closing basis on the day. And the Cybertruck is absolutely unrelenting. Another new high and very much yearly high, 267.33 on TSLA. This continues to print higher. Let's look at the daily. And because the Katina man was telling me about this one being up 40 some odd % in a matter of 11 days. So let me take off pivot points so we can see this properly over here. So here we are. Let's take it from here because I want it from June 12th, middle of June, okay? Let's remove this Tesla thing so we can chart properly. So we're going to drag and drop. All right, guys. Since the middle of June, Tesla is up 58%. That's just crazy. And it's now positive on the year. This thing was down like 40% on the year like a few days ago. It's now up 7.5% on the year. So as you can see as well, it's broken well beyond the upward channel line, or sorry, the higher downward channel line over here. So this was the channel and it had been respecting that channel essentially since 2021 with this outlying event over here in January of 2023, which it quickly reclaimed. So I want to see, are we going to have one of these outlying events on Tesla where we breach this downward channel only to quickly, come back into it? We'll be able to tell because look, I mean, these green candles that reclaim the lower trend line, we're pretty quick to do that. So if we get that big boy retracement, we could have a multi-day red, sesh on Tesla. We'll have to probably wait, I'm assuming, until maybe August or so, because that is when they reveal the robo-taxi stuff, right?
August 8th.
August 8th, yeah. And I don't know. I'm just making a guess here or there, but I feel like a lot of the strength that's come in lately on Tesla might have something to do with this robo-taxi news. I just don't think it's Optimus. Brendo was telling me something. He's like, look, we may be pricing in Optimus at this level. I just don't know. I think Optimus is some ways away. I think it really has to do with robo-taxi and the way that other companies have been front-running Tesla to release their robotaxi. We saw that today with Baidu. They did it. There was another private company I read yesterday that wants to release their robotaxi. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, would you drive in a robotaxi? Because I know you like the eVTOLs.
100%.
Yeah, okay.
100%. Yeah.
I mean,
especially
I'd be
if it was Elon's. I would.
If they had a Cybertruck taxi,
I'd be in it right away.
I'd be so excited, Sharif. Never mind, yesterday.
And there was like no danger in that. Any car you hit is going to get wrecked.
Oh, that's true. Right? Yeah, wrecked like WREKT.
Yeah.
Like not even. Also, yesterday, I saw, we know like a boxy vehicle. Yesterday I happened to see a Chevy HHR and a Kia Soul parked right next to each other. And I was like, literally, I've never been more in heaven.
Again?
So yesterday I was walking down my street and I saw a Chevy HHR and a Kia Soul parked right next to each other.
Those are your two favorite
Those
cars?
are my two favorite vehicles.
I know.
I was like, I almost took a photo. I was like, that's a little weird. So I didn't. But they were like almost the same color too, so they match. It was like, these are two of like my favorite boxier cars.
I like
Just
that.
thinking about that because the Chevy
Yeah.
or the Cybertruck. But yeah, right now what I'm thinking about is AMD, will you get lower? Asking for a friend. No, I'm not. I'm asking for myself. I think the real area here, this AMD was that 182.50, 182.30. That's where I tried to get short, was not able to get filled. It's like, fine, whatever. Then I see we get to this 182. Now, I dislike my area of entry. I will be really honest, not a huge fan of this entry point here on this AMD. But we did break below 182 a couple times, which is why I wanted to get below. Should have waited for 182 to retest instead of getting involved 180, 193s. But I have nothing that I'm seeing that really makes me leave. If I see anything distinctly different, if we push back up on the tape here in the book, we push back up to that 182.20 aggressively, then I'm going to have to get out. But right now, we're just continuing to grind to the downside. I do have this on my side chart, and I also have the book up, so I'll be watching these two like a hawk. We do have key breakout level for Lucid, says John Del Senio. So let's take a look here. Speaking of cars, let's see what Lucid's doing. Is it speeding to the upside? Oh, okay, wow. And this is an interesting area here too. Earlier, this 317, right? I like this. Gets 317, go lower, make a roundy bottom. Then we come, try 317 once, twice, thrice, can't get above it. Then we eventually do. We come back here and we rest these candles here, 317, before getting another pop to the upside. Now let's take a look at a daily chart. Oh, yeah, this is a key breakout level. I totally agree, John Del Senio. That was another pushback. I think this is a really nice look here. We did have, of course, these wicks here, these pops up into the 330s. So it'd be really nice to see us push above that. We're about 6 pennies away. So let's see if Lucid is able to lucid dream its way to that upside. Lucid like a dream, says Darwin. I like that we had that pun idea at the same time. So shout out to you. I'm saying it like a ticker. I was going to say spell Darwin's name, but shout out to Darwin. There. Great look. Also, Jay Haas, apparently not a fan of the HHR. I get it. It's not a beautiful vehicle, but I do love it with all of my heart.
You know why they made
nice
those
little car.
vehicles?
Why?
They went through a little bit of a period there where they were trying to make like boomer cars that were popular during like the boomer age,
Really?
but like in modern versions. So
That explains
HHR,
that.
you got the Mustang boomer version, right? Like in that earlier one. There were several others as well. So
That's cool.
Yeah, I like that time. That was like a nice
Different
early
era.
2000s,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Early 2000s era.
It's like-
There was another one. There was a Ford Thunderbird. The
Oh, I know
Ford
what you're talking
Thunderbird with
about.
those circular windows in the back. That was another boomer car, kind of like to bring the boomers back to their heyday kind of thing. All right, 232 again here on No, like during when they're youth, Katina, man, like the cars that they couldn't afford when they were young, they can afford now, so they made new versions.
That's a really interesting way of playing themselves, and it makes sense.
That's how I took it anyway.
I agree.
232 on AAPL, guys. I mean, obviously we've been watching Apple at this level for basically the majority of the day because we tested it right at 10 a.m. We made an attempt at 232, which got rejected. The breach did come midday there on that algo spike, so we'll keep an eye on that. But Tesla, all the rave. Unsurprising again. I don't know, man. I think maybe by the time the day ends and I come in tomorrow, I'll hear about a 270 closing price on TSLA. It's about $2.50 from where we are here. And the way Tesla moves, 250 ain't nothing. The volume dropping off, though, a little bit, Adara. That 267.54, a bit of a topping tail candle coming in here. We'll have to wait and see if this 267 can hold up as a level of support. Another interesting possible dip trade here could be at this 265.5. There was a bit of a consolidation top there before the break right there at 135 on volume. That's when you interrupted me to let everybody know that this one was moving big. So I want to see what Tesla does at 265 and 2/3 to a half consolidation area there from the midday. Also, multiple topping tail candles here. There's a seller on Google. I won't be convinced otherwise. Look at all these topping tail candles into 40, kind of a random area to find a seller, but they got to be somewhere. 191.41 HOD on goggles, and we've been rejecting off that area since 115 with multiple touches into that area, none of which have breached. Interesting look here on Google as it flat tops, consolidates at high a day essentially. This is, I'm assuming, is another all-time high on goggles. Let me double check that real quick. It is another all-time high. I think yesterday, maybe at 9:30, we breached it. We got to 36s. Yes, so today we breached that 36 print. We get to 41. So ATH on Google, but there is a whole bunch of excitement on that left side of the desk. Tell us about it today.
AMD flat bottom break. Let's go. Sean, you have that? Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate the clapping there. Took 50 pennies already in half of this. I have half of this still in the money. And I would love to see us break into that 181s. Why do I say... Thank you, Sean. Why do I say 181? Because that was that area of resistance earlier. That was a really interesting look. We saw that long that Obi and Sean had this morning, and then also we know be shorting it like today. Like AMD's giving you so many opportunities, and I think when you saw the morning, that 181 level was really pivotal, really critical. So I don't want to stand to be on there, but hey, AMD, if you're gonna start rejecting your earlier, say 181.50s, you know what? I have no qualms about getting out earlier. I am qualmless, happy with the position size, but I did want to add to this initially because, like I said, I don't love my point of entry. I should have been getting involved at a much better price than I did instead of getting involved just below that 182s. Right now, we're kind of coming back to flatten it, so I should have probably taken everything out where I did or scalped the rest a little bit earlier. But that being said, I'm ready to get up the rest at 80s. I have no qualms. I am qualmless. I'm really happy I went after the trade, but I can still reflect on the fact that A, I should have added, and B, I should have been starting the position at a better level. But happy with the size, happy for the most part with the execution of these outs, and be even happier of AMD. There we go.
Nice.
We're out of AMD. I'm out of AMD. To say the truth. Now, nice. Happy with that trade there.
All right, hope you kill it on the rest of the 2 minutes that you have on the How to Trade Midday Show. I will see everybody at the green screen.
See you will be green on the green screen because he is wearing his khaki shirt. Shout out to Brendan and Sharif who were matching actually on the big desk a little bit there. So great look. Also here, I appreciate Sharif for saying he hopes I print. I do not know if there will be any trading or printing for the rest of the show for me because we do have about a minute left. AT saying, what's a price entry for AMD? I mean, I don't want to give advice, but there are certain levels I think that are really interesting. If you're looking for shorts right now, or even in general, areas of resistance and support, we've had an interesting tug of war at 182.50s for AMD. That was where we had that chop and turn before pushing higher. Then we had that 183.30s, that previous VWAP that gave you some fun and funky areas. The 182 whole dollar level, we just had the flat bottom break. That was also a level as well. So a couple levels. Then if you're even thinking lower, 181, to me, that will be huge, that 181 level, because that was definitely an area of resistance earlier. We're also finding some odd tug of war at 181.50s because of these HAP levels. We're almost on the show here. A couple seconds left. So happy. I hope you guys had a great time here in these markets. I'm always so happy to be here with you all in this awesome community, this awesome chat. And we are going to see you again tomorrow to ride some more Elliot Waves. And I will try to do that challenge where I don't pun for an hour. And I have to say, because it'll be my last one for an hour, please just punch to take up this challenge. Yeah, it'll be hard for me. But we'll see you tomorrow, same bad time, same bad channel. We're going to see the big kahunas and Neil. Sean, Sharif.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, guys, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Neil's back. Sean's locked and loaded. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you on the How to Trade Midday Show. So make sure to check that with Adair and I and get your vote in every day in the chat. Here are the triple Qs. And yes, we did touch that 500 ever so briefly. Topping tail candle there coming in on the triple Qs. Great strength today from the Mag 7. Good participation from microchips as well. Also spreading some other sectors we'll talk about, but the number one ticker as decided by you guys, TSLA, and more appropriate it could not be. This one breached local highs during the midday show, really up into that 266, 267 area. Great move for Tesla today, getting the nod from Goldman and Morgan Stanley, both in the same day, guys, with price target upgrades. Welcome back, Neil.
Yes, welcome. And look, man, breaching the highs on Tesla, much like, and only because there's this pun challenge going on, England is going to be breaching the defense of the Dutch in about 1 hour. Let's go. No, whatever. Breaching a defense, no one even says that in football or soccer.
Yeah, maybe
But no, it's not a football term. But Tesla, look, I'm not going to have any trades to review in the morning. Let's get that out of the way. There's just what I was taking at lunchtime in the afternoon. But I can tell you that selling some of my Tesla in the personal account was good because I sold it yesterday in front of 265 for the open, and 24 hours later, it's already higher because Tesla is Tesla. So it's trend up. It's 1.5%. Is what it is. I don't think this is the one you want to step out in front of. Maybe there's some short level. We talked about this on the daily chart, which My daily is hating me since I logged. Ooh, look at that.
What up?
It was waiting until we actually started the show to fill in. My daily wasn't. Now it's filling in. So I was kind of avoiding it for a minute. But yeah, the next level we get to is probably 275, 280 in terms of an actual like previous hump top, and then the 300 level. So I think you're still favoring longs until we see some kind of a reason not to on Tesla. It was pretty much trend down in the morning, and the reversal, wow, when it does the V-shaped recovery, you just got to look for a breakout. I wasn't really on that one. Of course, I did that thing where when I was waiting for, there's Randy. What? You're acting like you're not Randy, like you're looking for somebody else?
Animation should be here shortly.
Now the animation can wait. The real deal is right here. Why would we want to wait? And why is the bull like sitting down? Like that's not. Tesla's ridiculous.
We're talking about Tesla and you're
let's
here.
Just leave it at that. He knows when we're talking about EVs.
Yeah.
What the heck happened to Volkswagen, bro? What do you mean?
Yeah. It's almost like you can just stream this thing from anywhere and watch it and know what's happening.
For free. Well, we make Randy pay actually.
You have Friday off or tomorrow off as well, or what's just Friday?
No.
All right.
Yeah, go eat some slop and then you're good.
Yeah.
Ooh, I saw that.
But now we got feedback on the food coming. Today was chili, and there was some chili reviews of it.
I didn't say anything positive or negative about it.
I didn't have it.
I didn't.
I didn't have it. We had little pieces of chicken.
Yeah, that was actually not bad. It was like a seasoned chicken on
in case everybody was wondering.
Yeah, go with Tesla, yeah.
No.
I don't know.
We'll talk about stocks later. What was for lunch today was beef chili with toasted garlic bread.
Do you have to say beef, though? I think it's just like if you say chili, it's assumed it's beef. And if you want to put something else in it, then you have to say it's the other
Right,
thing.
that would make sense. Chili. I
Chili
guess that's true. My wife had this back when my daughter was doing vegetarian. There was, hopefully it wasn't Beyond Me, but it might have been. There was some ground that was pretty good to put in a chili to mix it up.
Down with that.
Ground, yeah.
You got to try things.
Oh, you know what's really good in chili too? Pumpkin. Shredded pumpkin puree.
Yeah, you know what?
Pumpkin puree.
Our boy's older brother, Nair, used to do that for us.
Oh, yeah. That's my wife does that, and my grandmother
so good.
has stolen that recipe. It's it's always
your grandmother stole. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm saying. I was going to say, it's always a good sign when grandma takes your wife's recipes.
Yes, it means you're winning on multiple levels.
Yeah, something like that. Okay, so right here. No, I'm not done because Tesla was again my biggest stock yesterday and the day before, but today it's going to be my biggest losing stock because look, we were long here and we said the only trade that we were long and then we were short and then we got blown out of it. That worked until it didn't. Thing is, I said if we break 265, we should probably be on our way to 270. It looks like that got halfway there. It's just too bad we didn't have that 265 long. So I just feel like today, again, it's another $10 range. I was actually talking with Mateo in the back. It's like, why are you stopping out? Like, our play was long. And everything, my whole mind changed when we got stopped out there because I thought the momentum was going to continue to the downside. Now, it's been really light volume on the way back up. Started to pick up a little bit up here at 267, 268. So if you're going to short for reasons, not just because, you're in some of these middle ranges, not really worth it. This one made sense to me because we had these high wicks, and that worked. So we had about $3 there. That's 263, and that's 261, for $2. So there was opportunities there today for Tesla to make the money. We got sort of screwed up right there, like when we could have just waited. And I was like, oh, well, it's a good thing we didn't wait, right? Well, we could have waited an extra $1 to save us from all of this, but it's fine. It's not a day ruiner or anything like that. It's just, that's too bad because I feel like we had it right, and eventually it went wrong.
Oh, I forgot to say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Only because a couple people asked in the chat. Oh yeah, so the phrase used for my Achilles.
Oh, right.
Instead of just telling me that it was like totally torn, he used the language of just because he wanted. Like, I know you went to med school. You're a surgeon. You know what you're talking about. It was a total disruption. Because why say, oh, you have a fully torn Achilles? Instead, he's like, it's a total disruption. Like, come on, man.
Maybe
you
that
don't
is
need
a
to
medical
over.
term.
I don't know
Maybe
if it's a
that
medical
is.
term.
I don't know.
Like, you don't need to overstate it for effect. So I'm having surgery on Friday. So we know what's up now.
That's quick. That's a quick turnaround.
I actually smiled to the nurse when they were doing the scheduling when she put the paper down and it's like, it's the 12th. And I was like, and I kind of gave and she's like, are you excited for surgery? I'm like, no, I just thought I'd be waiting weeks. 2 days? Like, are you kidding me? Go Canada. I'm very impressed. I was actually expecting you hear all the stories, whatever, free healthcare, you have to wait for a while. But I was
Free
pleasantly
healthcare.
surprised.
Oh, don't start.
No, I'm just talking about like people will say because of that you have big wait times. I was very pleased that it's only going to be a couple of days worth of a wait because
Healthcare is very expensive in this country, my friend, especially if you pay taxes.
Who pays taxes? I don't pay taxes.
I pay more. I think I pay more for healthcare. I think we all do. We pay more for healthcare living in Canada than if we had our own insurance plans in the States.
Oh yeah, it's probably true. But I mean, I know this really good accountant. He had a lot of like Hollywood clients, Wesley Snipes. I mean, a couple of singers you might know. Trust me, I'll hook you up.
Yeah, I don't want to go. I don't want to. Not for Wesley Snipes hookup. Right there. All right, Sharif, you got any accounting hookups or what?
Nothing like that, Sean. Obviously, I want to wish Neil a speedy recovery on his surgery on Friday. We want to see him get back into health and very soon, guys. GameStop, no headline. Nothing really on social media that I can glean, but we've seen this before. Stock pumps, and then later on we find out really somebody was buying into it. They tweet something or something the like. You'll see there that we got into that 26.5 right here in the pre-market, came back down later, held that same level, or sorry, 25.5. It did breach 26 today though, guys. I don't think a lot of us had eyes on this because it was ever so brief. Did you guys look at this one?
Well, I mean, based on the fact that I wasn't here, like obviously didn't have this breakout. Anybody that, great, look, if you took 25 this morning, but come on, it's right back to where it was before. The story for the afternoon for me on GameStop is usually if it's trending, put in a bottom already and make some higher lows and be above VWAP. So maybe a bottom, but still on the lows. Doesn't look like it's that exciting, except for the fact that 25 is held. So that's about all you got going for this thing. And it's coiling. Remember that Chewy the other day did the same thing? Like it'd been doing nothing, holding VWAP, holding on the daily chart. And then you got this like muted breakout that got everybody excited and then it pulls right back in. I feel like that's what we're getting today. So 25 looks like a level, but the market is at the high of the day. Excuse me, NASDAQ is going. Palantir just broke out because Palantir is finally getting through 28. There's a lot going on today to the upside without necessarily needing GameStop. Yeah, sure, if you had it early, that's a hell of a trade and a breakout through 25 even, but, unless you want to scalp it off 25, I don't know if there's a trade this afternoon for it.
So many missed opportunities. We're in Roblox, Amazon. I didn't even see this. I saw the Palantir early. Someone brought it to our attention. I was like, what? So yeah, I did see it, but did miss that opportunity right now. There's a little bit of Roblox. I missed GameStop. So GameStop today, yeah, I feel like, I don't know, were you guys yelling about this in the chat earlier on? I feel like it just happened early, and obviously we were looking at other things, but then the pullback into the 50 period. Like when stocks are moving, and we'll talk about this with, okay, now Amazon's going down. I'll have to deal with this in a minute, but here comes Amazon, AMZN. Finally coming in. So we'll, I have to take some out. We are kind of loaded up right now on Amazon right now. This is a little bit of a revenge trade, to be honest with you. I mean, I got to be honest. I was upset that we didn't hold 199. So then we shorted more, and we just made it back, shorting again, making it back. But we haven't had this dip until just now. We're just breaking back below. So here we go. Yes, sir. Making them sing, Amazon. Make them sing. Right now to the downside. So good little trade here for Amazon. We're still $1 in the money on Apple, and we will not talk about that. All right, let's just go over Sound. I didn't even look at SoundHound either today. Wow. Whoever was in this chat on the midday really got their wish here. Must have been a couple low-voted names today.
I actually voted for Palantir, so maybe I put that one over the top, but...
Maybe your one vote put that over the top. Well, you think no one voted for it?
I don't know.
That was one, maybe.
Well,
maybe.
Every vote counts, right?
Ramin said in the midday there was.
Just like in real life.
Yeah, exactly. Especially around here in Canada, right? Like you don't. There's only two parties. Very easy to vote.
Oh, there's more than two parties.
That's why I'm joking. There's so many different like ridings and this and that and by the way, I guess I don't know. We'll talk about politics later. All right, what's up, Sharif?
Oh, we could have talked about it.
SoundHound, Sean. This company, we obviously know NVIDIA invested in this company back, I believe, a few months ago. But they are moving up today after they announced their chat AI voice assistant is going to get integrated with ChatGPT and now is live, Randy, in Peugeot, in Opel, in Vauxhall. So you'll be able to use that prompt orally and when you're in the car. We'll have to see how that does in real life. Up nicely, though, guys, 22% for this name.
I mean, I'm glad the chat
sounds
does this.
great.
Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, that's another good. That's a great one. Yeah. So again, yeah, no. People, there's a misconception that puns have just started recently. We've been doing these puns for a hell of a long time.
Well, puns.
I mean,
we were doing puns before on YouTube.
It's been taken to another level.
Oh,
are we ready for a sign here? Because I'm short everything, so that would be nice.
Some things are market's going up. The bulls are out. I'm just saying. It's for sound. This is
that pizza.
This is great news, by the way, for them. They got their chat. They got their chat AI
you're not here
in
Friday.
Peugeot, and there was a couple of others. I kind of missed the story, but Peugeot already has this rolled out, so AI is going in those vehicles. Great news, 25% short flow. It's already breaking out through $5 to get the technicals out there. And Randy, I'm gonna say you love it.
It's coming. I mean, just a matter of time. Is this thing on?
Yes,
it's on.
It's on. It's always on. Whenever you're
we actually don't turn it off, I don't think.
It is on.
So like anybody can walk past here and then hijack it just by being on the mic.
No, I think they could turn it off and on over there.
Ramin
has all the
says
powers.
it.
She has all the powers.
Ram.
Here.
Ramin.
Yeah, no, I think AI. I mean, I think a lot of people are making car decisions based on some of the tech that's in them, right? I mean, that's, that's what it is right now. So that's a good little look there for SoundHound. I'm actually surprised that we didn't look at it even more today. So Amazon for now, SoundHound for later, I guess. But you have any thoughts on sound?
No, I don't think, what are you doing with this right now? Buying the literal high of the day?
Right.
It's been a pretty linear move to the upside where most of these are like 15, 20 cent scalps, and then you break out and then it scalps for a bit. And even the break is there's like 20 cents in there. So I don't know how much more it's got left in it. On the daily, there's room to 550, so I suppose it could do something. But on the 15-minute, there isn't even a red candle. So it's not like if it gives you another one of these, there might be one more shot that it could go parabolic. But it's got to consolidate somewhere before I think it's making another move. Great look. I didn't know. When I was waiting in the waiting room, I was reading stories this morning. I felt like I was just doing the regular thing, and I don't recall seeing this about sound. So it's a great look. I think you want to see maybe some day 2 continuation if it can hold VWAP here for the afternoon. We'll see what happens. But good look, runner. 25% short float. I wouldn't be buying the top here. I'd look for some kind of a consolidation, maybe scalp it.
We will. I was going to address somebody about Palantir, but we're going to do that in a couple of minutes when we get there. And they're thanking for the swing trade of Palantir. Yeah, I also like the swing trade of Roblox. We're long Roblox. We just bought some at 34 on that break higher, up to $40 right now, running into a little bit of resistance. We're short here today, but we do like Roblox. For the summertime for sure. See if their daily active users, monthly active users start to get a bump, although they do not broadcast those anymore. But we'll wait to see what their earnings report comes through. I like Roblox coming through right now into the summer months. So that's a little take there. Hey, the only chip name on the board is AMD. That's a bit strange.
That's surprising.
But they had a crazy move early, which started me down the red path for this stock. Let's go find out the story from Sharif.
Big day today for AMD, Sean. They made an acquisition of what I believe is called Silo Labs AI. This really gives them a foothold into the software aspect of AI. We've seen NVIDIA already dominate that space with their CUDA software. AMD finally getting a foothold there, up 2 3/4 right now, guys. What's the look?
Well, I mean,
I could tell you weren't here. So
no, you tell the open.
I can just show it real quickly here. So we got that news. This wasn't even on my radar at all. And then all of a sudden, this came through at 9 o'clock, 9:05. And then it just started to run up there. We saw Obi. Everyone was going crazy. Obi hit the long of one. I forget where exactly. Maybe it was 180, got some out, then got sort of caught long in here like we all did. Then it dips down in back into basically the pre-market where it started, pre-story. And then it just blasted right up from there. So this is going to be a fun story to tell because it's an interesting one. All right, so for me, it was very, very simple, and I'm fine making this trade. I don't know if I would do it again because it was so early on, and we talked about trying to be patient with early trades. We were not patient here, and that's the problem. So there's the move up, right? And I'll show you why we went long. So here's the pullback into VWAP. The volume's actually pretty good here. Obviously, it's not going to be like it was at the open, but I was watching the levels, and I thought it was trading fine. Nice move up, nice move back. When you get a move up like this and then a move back into VWAP where it was at that time, especially it being in and around 180, then you get the retracement back up. So I feel like we had the retracement there, then the blast up, looking to take out highs. I took out 181. with it, thinking that this was about to happen. So kind of like hide this area over here and just pretend it extended. That's what we had thought. Okay? As you can see, it doesn't happen until we retest again. So then it falls all the way back down. Not only does it retest VWAP, look where we get out. So we blast the 181, then we get out at 179.50, but we only get out of 75%. This is the fun part, right? Once it came back down in, then we're like, well, what about 178? And then we're like, okay, now we have to test the 200 and this pull back in. So this is where we got back in, but we did not load up as many shares as we had. So on this move all the way back up, we start scalping out at VWAP, scalping out to 200, getting back up at 180. I mean, at this point, it's a $3 winner. Up all the way up here, it's $5 or more of a winner. But again, we only have a piece on. So we make back more than half, a significant piece. We made it back, but we had to sort of step in front of what could have been a falling knife. So I'm not impressed with this trade. More impressed with the fact that we're able to buy it here. Not happy with that punch there, but it sort of fit the rules. So when that happens, I want to take the trade. So that was the mistake early. Now, if you want to look for a trade now, I'd say break short.
Yeah, it's got
underneath this 181.50. You could break underneath that. You have VWAP, you have the 200, VWAP 250. So I feel like the support is here on the upside, which would be a resistance in this case. And we look to see if that support at 181.50 hold. So for me, it's a pretty simple trade right now. Break lower. It's going to have to get help with the market.
Yeah, I was only gonna say if it breaks the support, like it's that kind of a move in the open. If it loses this level, top, double bottom. If it breaks, look short. Yeah. The other thing I want to add is just because there's no chip names on there, so this might be the time to do it. Micron 4% to the upside. Micron holds the 50 again. Look at it, hold the 50 period. Not bad, Micron. It does it again. That's what it does. But the local resistance is until 137-ish. So kind of a trend up. It's got about $1 to go. So any pullbacks into 135 and a half, 135 look pretty solid for this afternoon. Just watch out for that 137 up top. There's other EVs. There's other chip names doing really well today that are worth pointing out. So I want to make sure we at least acknowledged the 4% club here for Micron and that 50-period moving average on the daily, where look at it consolidate, and then you get the breakout after a few days of consolidation. Always good when a stock is making that hold.
Rocketing to the high side as we speak as Palantir. Look at it, printing days high right now. There's really no new catalyst on this one. I saw an article talking about some unusual options activity to the call side from some whales buying that up, but this was a headline yesterday as a result of their new partnership with Oracle, up aggressively right now. Sean must be smiling ear to ear.
And ear to ear.
Wow, Sean.
Yeah, no, we love some Palantir.
You have to give the serious look when he's teased you up like that.
Yeah. So Palantir yesterday, it's funny because it's almost doing the same thing as it did that we crushed. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago when we broke this first time? Yeah, right into there. This was July 9th. Yeah, so yesterday we took out this level and we kind of stopped where we are right now. So I'm kind of wondering about what we're looking at now with Palantir, this 2840. That's exactly the high from yesterday. So it looks like we're trying to break out here. It's kind of a tail. Oh, we already did take that top off. Okay, so 2850. My bad. I didn't realize we took that off. So I don't know. For me, the market is starting to tick down a little bit. It's not setting up for me to go long right now on this name. A pullback into the 50, and we got to be all over that. So 28 and change, 28.10, 28.15. And look, someone in the chat said that they wanted to thank me, for sort of having the confidence of Palantir down in this area. You guys know we were buying it down there, but I am going to get some out. I haven't got anything out yet. This is just one of those tops. We asked Brian Shannon about this yesterday. Man, did we have a great time with him yesterday afternoon as well on the recap show. But I mean, you go top to bottom. It already happened once. You're right back up there right now. Palantir, DraftKings, even like that Sound. I mean, some of these other names on their GameStop, they can all move like 4 or 5% in a day, just almost on nothing. Like even if the NASDAQ decides to retrace back down a little bit, these names will get hit. CRM, little names like that. And there's news on HubSpot right now and CRM and GitLab and all that. Google apparently out of talks for HubSpot right now. So if you go HUBS, this is part of the rally. Wow. I was just looking at this. It was 520 when I heard this story. Here's Hubs right now downside.
boy.
So it's Google was in talks to acquire HubSpot.
And
Again, they're like a Salesforce. And you know, when that, I'm going to assume, I haven't looked at CRM. I'm going to assume they're down as well on this. Maybe they're not. I don't know. Let's see. They went, okay, so they shot up there. But again, if Google's not looking, let me tell you why I thought, okay, so it's halted now. So HubSpot just halted. The idea here would be, there should be a clip it moment maybe if HubSpot's, I guess it's not that popular, but
It's a big stock.
if Google is not interested in buying your competition, in my opinion, Google's working on something.
Well, either way, I think it's not necessarily. You could play it either way
Like
for
this just went
CRM.
up $7 on CRM. That's a short. That's a bad news.
I think the problem there is the algos do the obvious thing with like, oh, there's no synergy deal happening. So if HubSpot is going to be a stronger competitor, if Google migrates them in, they just buy that one. It's like sell one, buy the other, and then by the time the algos realize, that's why you get that dump back in very quickly. But it is a halted. Well, you have to. It's to determine. I actually got to check here because when you have news like this, it's worth going to the halt page and just seeing whether it's volatility or news-based. Now, usually it's going to be a volatility halt. It is one, but you never know. Because if it's a news-based halt, you don't want to sit around thinking it's going to open in 5 minutes and then it opens tomorrow. But yeah, it's up HubSpot. Yeah, that might have been an opportunity. You got to be able to, when you see that news, if you can quickly digest it, that's why it's valuable to watch here live. If you can get that right away, go over CCR and be like, that doesn't make any sense. Sometimes you catch that trade. The only thing I wanted to add for Palantir is this 2840 level. We talked about it yesterday as well. So there is 2840, which was the top. The longs never did any, longs at the high never did any better than getting to 2840. So again here, there wasn't much that was amazing after I sat down and started in, but 28 to 28.40 makes sense. I think if you can dip back in along this trend line, which is not from the morning, the trend is from when it broke out. So I have the trend from support when it broke out, and that would be about 28.10. If it dips back into 28.10, I think it's worth a shot on PLTR. The only other thing I'm in, Amazon we've already gone over, and Rivian, because Tesla's a beast. Rivian consolidating over its breakout high. 6% to the upside, Rivian today. After a good day yesterday, but a failure to push through that $16 level, yeah, you're getting it here. Just watch out. You know what happened on that Volkswagen news the first time and how it reversed heavy through like $17. So I think 17 is going to prove to be a bit of resistance. But consolidation off 16.5, looking for that press and continuation to the upside. Right now, unless AMD breaks the low, which nothing doing just yet, unless AMD breaks, I don't really see any new entry points into anything imminently anyways. You could still get some dip buys in Palantir possibly, maybe a little something there in Tesla as well.
Maybe some of these names don't want to do anything. I'm sitting here in Roblox not doing anything. I'm sitting here. I've reloaded Amazon a couple times and really enjoyed trading this, but it's just dripping now. It's not really doing anything. So we'll wait to see if Amazon, okay, thankfully, I just talked about it. Maybe it'll come back in a little bit. I'm bidding 31s. Let me take something out maybe here at 45 if we can get that. We'll sit on a lit gateway. Hopefully it'll fill us and we'll get a little bit more on this one. So again, Amazon, little tricky here. We'll see if we can get a couple fills and hopefully it will drop. I'm not certain on shorting any more of this. So we'll probably stay away. And we'll short a little bit more at 60 if it comes in there, but no more in this range. And then hope for a push back in, especially if this market fails. We are also short of course, on Roblox. And then just to talk on Apple. Apple's at the 50 period. We did well on Apple today. We got that story that came through. Our first buy on Apple today was 230. And again, it's a sticky note. We wrote down 230. We took it. That was it. I just peed off. I don't have Tesla 265 break like we wrote down as well. But right there, 230 was a great one. That was good. We got a piece out there, at our last piece out at 231.30. So that was $1 and change. Then that news came out and we bought it early. We did get stopped out, but we bought it back. We were making money, bought it back again there, making a little bit of money. There's a stop out right into here where we got stopped out, but then we bought it back again. And now we're just holding our last piece. So kind of flat, a bunch of flats in here. And I was just thinking like, shouldn't be punching out all the time so quickly on some of these moves, especially when it's news-based. So you see the volume spike there as Apple and Bloomberg report comes out and says that Apple's looking at about a 10% or so boost in iPhone production due to the AI demand that it will hit in this next
Doesn't Bloomberg
cycle.
usually say
Bloomberg
negative
is full of
stuff?
crap.
But usually
on
it's
some
the
of
other
those
way on
stories.
specifically on Apple.
Yeah,
Almost, I think
yeah.
like 9 times out of 10 when we've heard one of those stories, it's been the other way for Apple.
Well, they had that story about China sales being bad, and then 2 days later they had record sales out of China or something.
Yeah, that was just one of like 3.
That's what I was going to say, and there was a few other ones. I shouldn't say that. I don't know anything about.
No, but I remember that run.
I mean, I'm sure the thing is probably somebody working at Bloomberg is probably.
It's like, where is the story
one
coming?
doing
What's
it, and
the
we got it from
source?
Benzinga, so that was a good platform.
Well, all you care about is the reaction on the news. Hey, man, does it follow through? If it starts following through, play the trend.
Yeah.
I was looking at Mara here because I was going over some of the stuff from yesterday, like the stocks from yesterday, and Mara and the 19 level. It was dumping all yesterday, and then late in the day, you had that push at 3 o'clock back in the 19 quarter. So it looks like another stair step to the downside here. But 19 even looks like it's going to be a level here on Mara. Might have missed an opportunity. Next available pop. Let's see if it puts in another rejection of 19 even. And then I remembered, before it gets to 19, I actually have to, I haven't even logged in to pay for locates, but yesterday we had to pay for locates on Mara. Today we also have to pay for locates. So I got to go log in. It's usually something I do when I sit down as I log into Metro, but
Right, yeah.
I still have to do that compliance test too.
Yeah, do that. We don't.
Last second, baby.
Yeah, we don't want more sim modes right now. We did. I passed mine last week. I think on the last day. I almost think I went over.
I got 3
wonder if
weeks.
there's some grace period.
I got time.
Yeah, I know. I thought I want to do it before I went. Okay, Hubs is now back. So let's have a quick look. Lower. So, right. So Alphabet apparently. Again, this is a report, by the way, that maybe, Derek, can you find out some more about this story here with HubSpot? Because it's just a report that Google shelved it. I don't actually know. And again, Neil and I will talk about, there it goes, 465 and change. Like, what if Google comes out and says, nah.
Shouldn't we need to hear from Google specifically
I don't know. That's
on
what I'm
this?
saying. Is this another one of those reports?
It should be halted on news, Adam. That's
No. Well, so I was looking at that. That's what made me come to that conclusion of, is it really a story here? Because I was thinking that it halted on volatility down there, but where's the news pending halt? But again, it's not really news. They don't have to announce anything. It's
No, they
just
don't.
A company was interested in buying you. I mean, that's not, you don't necessarily need to put a press release out for that, I don't think. But there it comes now anyways. Look at this move down. Here it comes. So the move is happening right now for HubSpot down to 455. I could have made my year there because I was, honestly, it was at 520 when I had first heard the story. And I was just like, okay, what exactly does this mean and so on? Because look at that, it just jumped right there, $20. Like that bottom where I was just looking at was 455. We just got to 467 right now, so that's $11, $12. And I think we just wicked up there to 473. So we just wicked $20 there.
That's an understatement when you make that comment, but if you hit that beginning. And I won't name any names, but the single biggest swing I've ever seen for a day trader or ever heard the story of was years ago when a deal collapsed. And I'm not going to pretend it was in the right direction. It was actually someone that got caught long in one of those moves.
Yeah.
Because essentially, it's not just the bid evaporating; it's the algos that usually make a market on it are market making. They're actively holding spread, and you have traders that trade for the inside scalp and $500 stock, you're scalping it for 50 cents and $1, and in positions that might be a little bit bigger than normal because it's not moving as much because there's a deal and there's that ARB that goes on, the risk ARB. So when they pull that, it gets really, 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 really nasty. I've been on the other end of that a couple times. So I'm not thinking about it long here. I'd love to hear a bit of an update to the story. Adara, anything?
I don't have an update for that Google HubSpot story right now, though I did look into it. So far, it is just a Bloomberg report. So they're reporting that Google is shelving its interest in HubSpot. Not been confirmed by either company as of right now. Another thing to keep an eye on, though, right now, Carvana, not moving too much here. A slight volume candle pop on this, but basically T. Rowe Price Associates, this is an asset management firm, reporting a 10% passive stake in Carvana as of July 10th. So Carvana getting some interest from asset managers here. CVNA, guys.
Carvana was another one. These squeeze names are impressive the last little bit because when you had price target 0 and then all of a sudden, you're breaking the backs over and over again of shorts. Now, candidly, caveat, it did fail a high today. So there is that. Like it got to the 52-week high and failed it, but that just means you could set up another consolidation and maybe a higher low into it. So double top here at 135. All you need to do is put in a higher low. This could go squeezing again. Just the way it failed today, I don't know if the trade's going to be today. To be honest, on CVNA. Not sure it's going to be today. You got $5, $6 to go till you get back into that high. Seems like a bit of a nothing burger, at least in terms of a squeeze break. Tesla, on the other hand, it's actually dipping in here.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Well, kind of looking for where the next support was going to be. This was a double top breakout price at 265.5. So this would be the spot if you're going to hold up. You kind of got to hold up here. I just want to see if AMD is making any moves. Wow, AMD is not even trying to go up. It's not really trying to break that flat bottom, but it's $1 away from the flat bottom. So that's not going to be an imminent trade at all, that short in AMD. Got to hunt somewhere else maybe.
Yeah, you know what? I was yesterday we crushed that
Meta.
Nike trade about this time. Here's another name that's getting killed today for some reason. I mean, killed. I don't know. It was way worse before. Uber down 3%. In a market that's up 1%, you wouldn't think that this sort of wannabe tech giant, I guess, makes this move down. So 68.50 today for Uber. And again, it doesn't look like Nike does because it's not really trending right now. But I just wanted to look at this because we were down 3%. I would say play back to view up again for the short, but that's 20 pennies away. Just wanted to look at that as there's been some people looking. So that's that one. Intel today as well. A name that we haven't looked at yet. Pretty choppy, 34. Obviously a great little level there to have been bought. What does it look like on a 20-minute chart? Yeah, 33. I mean, I don't know if I would have. I mean, that dip would have been great if you were looking for a dip because you would have said, okay, look at all this stuff here. You could maybe hold it for 20 cents against you and you would have got much more than that. So maybe 34 break there from the past. You take that as a hold this morning, but that's tough. Oh no, this morning is, the 10th. So yeah, we're right here. So it does dip down into $34. Good little level there, right into there for Intel if we're lucky enough to get that. Roblox finally starting to come down a little bit. We'll see if that can print a little bit there for us. And it's not really doing that much. And then Apple still in the pocket as well. We'll have another look at some of these names. Oh, Wells Fargo, by the way. This might be tanked. I don't know. No, okay. So here we go. We traded banks today, and we're up on it, so that's good. We shorted Wells Fargo. We've shorted Wells Fargo here. It looked like it was going to break that bottom, so we shorted it initially, got it back to the 50, took it out. I mean, these are all winning trades. So let me see. Zoom back in. There it is. Nice trading at 59.60 up to the 50 period. Went down. Comes right back to the 50 period. Again, guys, we shorted more, and then the collapse happened. Again, just working perfectly, comes back to the 50, right? Look at this. Then we stop out for 6 cents. So still a very positive name, and honestly, that to me is how I want to play the reloads every time. Into the 50, this was not patient, but into the 50, boom, into the 50, boom, into the 50, out. So this trade here was 56s, so 59, 56. Those outs are 40s. So that's 16 cents. Obviously, our first out is that 6 cents, which is that hit right there. So it started to make that profit and we gave it some back. I mean, you know, when you're scalping, you got to give some back sometimes, and that's what that happens right there. Up to the 50 period. Sorry, the VWAP right now could be a short looking here. I'm still going to hold on to Roblox. Again, we said we're probably not going to reload anything on Amazon, but it was a good thing we just got 45s out there. So that was a good out for us. Let's just hold on, hope that Roblox will give us something to the downside. Now a dime in the money, but it just keeps, we just got to fill, by the way. Just keeps on doing the same thing here at 45. So if there's another name you guys want to talk about.
Snowflake just went red.
Oh, did it? Okay, yeah, I haven't looked at
Only because it was a V-shaped recovery on Snowflake. I just see Elon in the chat there mentioning Snowflake. This is a name that I was talking about this yesterday. I'm looking for a spot to maybe pick this one up in the long term, maybe waiting for more confirmation of strength because it's another day where you just sort of dumped it off in the morning, but difference being V-shaped recovery. I just don't love the fact that he gets right into the highs and pulls back in. If this can take out 138, I'd much rather be looking for the long. It's just, the problem is, again, the 50 period, that's not looking very good. Yeah, it's on the daily chart. It's still trending back into the downside. I don't really love it. Hard to say we like that one. I like the V-shaped recovery, but it's already at the top, unfortunately. So good call, good luck. It just went red to green, but it's kind of failing holding it. I'd rather be short a weak stock. Say that. And then Amazon. Amazon's a weird one because when I sat down, again, when I was like waiting for my appointment, I was like, Bezos still has 78% or 80% or whatever the heck, 75 to 80% to still sell, and all of that overhead resistance is still there, 200 to 201. But Amazon gets right back into the high, went for the lower high short. That was the wrong thing. Shorted off of this previous low. But if it breaks out the top, you almost have to wait for the money fills, which have been short over 200. Short over 200 has really been the spot on Amazon, and then it doesn't seem to get to the 200 half level. So if we do break out this local high, just going to have to be patient with it. That Hubs is certainly making its way back. It's almost back at $500. So some people still like it, apparently. Like, it's not completely falling apart. It's down 11%, but it's already come back like $50 here, or $40 off the bottom. So not bad, but this one might be done. We'll always keep our ear to the ground to see if there's anything else on there for Hubs.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, you don't want to necessarily jump into these things right away.
That would have been a good one.
See what the answer is to the question, if you have one. All right, Roblox, still the same thing. What else you guys want to do? CMG, let's look at some CMG. Okay, Chipotle Mexican Grill. We've been talking about some of these retail names getting hit recently. And Chipotle today, a nice little recovery. It was lower earlier for CMG, but yeah, nice little move now. Bouncing, look at that. Look at that VWAP or trace, man. Come on, that's a good trade. What's up, Adara?
Nice pop here for Amazon a little bit, getting mild volumes, but in that previous candle there. We do have The Athletic reporting that the NBA has finalized its TV deals with a couple different areas, so ESPN, NBC, and Amazon, though TNT still has a shot, according to this Athletic report. But AMZN getting this deal here with, or finalizing a deal with the NBA is reported by The Athletic, guys.
All right, so we're going to get stopped out of Amazon. It's right here at 70. This is the high. We're short at 63s, so I'm pretty fine with that. Obviously, things have changed. When stuff changes with a name, you don't necessarily need to stay with it. We talked about how Apple had that move today, and then, you know, boom goes the dynamite. It starts to go back up to the upside on some more AI talk. And here we go. So if we just break, I thought I was at 71.
I'm at 72.
Yeah, so basically right here, right now, I can cancel a little bit. Yeah, whatever.
Maybe you'll get to watch Zach Eddy on.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the break. Memphis, right?
Dude, he had a pretty good opening game.
Yeah, are they already doing summer ball right?
Oh yeah,
oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because
Bronny got hurt and all that crap.
Well, it's not funny. I'm not laughing at Bronny getting hurt.
Oh no, but just how much hype that's getting, right, with Braun. Okay, again from Adara.
Popping up here, nice volume spike and price spike here for RGTI. This one up about 17% right now. Quantum Research here posting on X that they like this name because of the strength in quantum computing, also because apparently Rigetti has partnered with NVIDIA in the past, so saying quantum is the next AI play. RGTI getting the Citron Research nod. Also worth noting they have a short float of about 12.3%, guys.
This is making me really think
$1 break too.
This is making me really think that I need to be buying Amazon now. It doesn't even want to break the 70 level. So you know what? You see the case. So we're out. Now you know what? Like, I'm going to switch to the long and it's going to not work out. But you are already right, though. I think we want to make sure that the $200 level is something. So
that's the one. I'm mad at myself because, you know what? I feel like I only shorted it at VWAP because that was the trade that I wanted this morning. If I had been here, I felt like that was the only... When I was just looking, and again, I was on my phone. It's not like I was sitting here with a million charts or anything. But yeah, if it gets to 200, it's been the over 200 where the program selling has definitely stepped in almost every single day. Like, it looks strong, and then it gets to $200, and then somewhere in there is going to be the curl. But Rigetti, the first thing that popped into my mind is the Yankees reliever every time I hear that name.
Dave?
Yeah, Dave Rigetti, 46 saves. He used to be the American League record holder. I'm old, so the 80s was the thing for me in baseball. But a dollar breakout, essentially, yeah, let's look for a dip buy. Whoops, that's the wrong way. I want to go to the daily chart. Let's look for a dip because it just got to the 200 period. You know, obviously the quarter mark, like $1 quarter makes sense. But if you look at it on the daily, it's about 110. Like the 50 periods at 110, the previous highs at 110. You get a dip back into anywhere near the $1.10. I think the teens would be good, but it doesn't even seem like it wants to slow down. Here on Rigetti. Wow, it's actually accelerating, believe it or not. Okay, Rigetti's going ham. I didn't check the float on this, and apologies if Adara said it, but I want to know. 15, we know it's 15% short. Ooh, it's actually 142 million. pretty decent sized float. I was expecting a little bit smaller than that. Would have under 50. I would have thought maybe it could go a little more parabolic, but still going to look for a dip buy. If it's the teens, great. If it's not, look for a consolidation here. It is good news. I like the fact that it's rounding off $1, and it's not gone so far on this move that you're now in the midst of nowhere in the daily chart. Like, you're not going ham to $2 yet. Yeah. I think maybe a dip buy into 110 is going to be the play for me.
All right, we're trying to do better and better at this, and again, we said we'd try to flip over into the long now for Amazon, so we're going to try it back to 70. We saw that 70 was trying to backfill down there, so we'll see again if that's the case. So we went long. We just took some out at 86 right there. We're only long at. Well, now it's 83. We had a little bit of a better price before. Let's see now if we can climb. There we go. We get some 90s there as it's trying to blast through and people print through the bid or through the ask. So there we go. Good little fill there. Now let's see if we can get a little bit higher. Oh, sorry. Did we get 90s? No, sorry. We got 89s there. My bad. Did not print over the ask. I thought sometimes if you're on a paid gateway, some orders will run up for you. So, all right, here we go. Let's go. We're back into business right now. We'll turn our frown upside down here on Amazon and see if we can print a little bit higher. Some 91s, now some 95s. So again, have that ability to flip up the game, right? I mean, it was a short. Obviously, we talked about why with Bezos and so on and so forth. But right now Amazon gets NBA, or at least some of it. We already know that they're paying billions and billions of dollars, literally, for NFL. And I guess that's working out. And right now, they like it. They like it a lot. So, some of these companies can only get content now through live television. I mean, a lot of the programming, especially with the strike being back, there's a lot of programming happening. But live television, there's only so many properties. So that's
sports is the last ditch.
Right, that's the last sort of thing to drop, right? I mean, so if you can get the rights to NBA, Christmas NBA games, or the Thursday night games like Amazon has, like there's only one game on Thursday night, right? And so now Amazon... For now, exactly. So now Amazon has it, right?
Wait till the NFL's like 25 games long, because that's what they do.
Yeah. Well, these guys want to get paid more, right? So they gotta start to have more games.
You will get an 18-game season and bigger roster.
Yeah. Hopefully MLB goes the other way, right? I feel like
they've been talking about shorting the season back to 150 for a while, and it's like if that's what it used to be, it makes a ton of sense, man. Like you expanded the playoffs without pulling back the regular season, which never made sense. The whole point was to go back to 154 and expand the playoffs. But anyways, it is what it is. Guys are throwing so hard now. Everyone's busting their elbows up like anything else. I did pull a dip buy into Rivian. So Rivian broke out 165.55 was this top. It dipped into it. It got to 74 actually, but it got filled 73 and just put a dip buy in on Rivian. That Rigetti still chilling. It's not much of a dip. There's no point sitting here at 14. So it got to 134. Now it's starting to come back in. So this is the first real sell volume coming into the stock. VWAP sits at 118 for what it's worth. I haven't paid for locates. They're probably really cheap. If they're really cheap, I should probably just get them. But the 1/4 is actually holding now. So the first dip is trying to hold a 125 level here. Yeah, there's a lot moving around today. I see people asking about like Peggy, but Rigetti's the one doing the volume right now.
Rigetti.
But it is called Rigetti.
No, I know. And that's why I'm laughing.
Yeah, it's not spelled the same way.
Because you had mentioned that.
They spelled it the wrong way.
Oh, my God. Okay. All right. Let's just see what happens here at 200. So, again, we're back up here. I'm going to take another out at 99s if we can get it. There we go. We got it. Let's hope we blast. Honestly, that's our only chance. We've been talking about it. Neil and I both mentioned that we like the sell side of this trade at 200. It's right here, right now. I didn't believe the 199 short. So we're actually going to be pretty flat right now. Like if this breaks 200 and we can get to $200.15 or so, then we'll be green on Amazon today. We fought the short here. We had won, we had lost. Right now when it started to blast up there, that was a little bit of a loco move as we were trying to get that short. We did give some back on that name. I'm taking more out here at 99 because we just broke it and it failed break. So fail break, 2 bills right there. Mr. Bezos trying to dump out some of these shares, I guess, at this level. And we already know that. So that's the thing. Like, I'm not trying to act like this is rocket science here or anything like that. Let's get it out. If it doesn't break, we know why. I feel like there is this automatic seller here all the time. We've seen it now day after day. I mean, today in the pre-market couldn't get going. All day yesterday didn't get going. It got going one time, which is what I'm hoping for now. A little bit of a blast up. Let's take note that some of these highs are at 40 cents and 30 cents. So let's just take note of that in case we do blast a little bit here. These are the levels of interest for me. So into the 30s, into the 40s for Amazon if we get going. I'm going to put something right now at like 15s. That's kind of the level that we need. 15. We'll put it right there, see if we can get something out if it does break. I'm going to hold.
Brett, hold that.
16, Brett.
Yeah, 16.
Yeah. All right, so let's wait to see here. I'm going to go at 15. I can't even think of a hockey player at 15 right now, but we will wait to see Thomas Caberlet, I think, of Maple Leaf Great, who I met at the Hockey Hall of Fame a couple months ago.
I loved Caberlet. I was a fan. I should be happy with 15. My daughter's wearing 15 this year.
Oh, nice.
But she doesn't. She actually doesn't like the number.
Right, they never do they?
No, when with the kids' jerseys, when it's not like select or anything, like you get it based on the size that fits.
Yes.
Right? So she needed a smaller jersey. This Rigetti is starting to get higher. He's got the 138. So it's still going. Remember, 150 on the daily. Check that. 145 on the daily is the big one. So it gets there, and I would curl out of it. Like if there's any fail above $1.40, the stop immediately runs to like 37, 38, something along those lines. Thank you very much, D-Lo, for the super chat. 75% cash across 4 accounts. Too bearish here now? Well, I don't know, like what kind of account is it? Like it's active trading account, swing account? I'm assuming you're talking about a swing account. Staying nimble in a swing account is never the worst thing. You can always find something to get it into. But in the long term, I never had that much cash in my retirement account is never that much. But that's just me. Everyone has different time frames and different plans. If it's an active trading account, sometimes you want to stay nimble when you're at these highs and you've taken your profit. But that's why you ring the register. Because at any moment, anything can happen. So there's a bit of a fail at that 140 level.
Which one?
No, it's this Rigetti in here. So I'm going to get out. Again, this is the next level on the daily. We would have liked to dip into 110 to 115 a bit better. It held 125 to 123. And then you go right to 140 on the daily, which is this level in here. Spikes it. That would be the next step up. And I'm just going to get out. If it breaks out from there, maybe like a 150 break will be in play. But you got to take these runners when they give it to you, because at the end of the day, they can come back in pretty heavily. Just want to check in on Hubs.
Oh, yeah.
It is so tempting to want to short Hubs. And it went to $500.03.
What happened to my Amazon here?
And then right now it's down at $4.90. Tricky trade. The spread's $1.50.
What? On Hubs? That's it?
It was tighter, but no, it was tighter before.
Oh, what?
Oh, no, up here. Oh, yeah. Up here, it was definitely tighter. And on the way down, the spread was probably humongous, but when it started to consolidate up here, the spread was better than $1.50. But a bit of a wide spread there on Hubs, making that power move. Still nothing going on AMD. I don't know what to tell you. AMD's, the flat bottom break on AMD, it's at that VWAP now. I just want to short it at VWAP. I like VWAP. All right, Fed pivot.
Fed pivot is happening?
Yeah, if it breaks 183, I'm going to look short to 183.25 here on AMD. I know it's a strong stock, up 3%. I just sort of see like that it's a sharp rejection with successive lower highs. So if it puts in another lower high, this would be the spot. So I just want to see it give like the fake out above VWAP, and if it comes back down, try to grab the short on the way back in. Sean Legend in the chat there. Good name. SEAN though, which is fine.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
More than one way to spell Sean, that's for sure.
Yeah,
only one way to spell Neil.
Yeah, there's only one way.
Intel chart still not at $35. $35.40. I'm missing some data here, but $35.40 would be the big level of resistance. Intel punched through $35.40. I like the long that isn't the dip buy. I guess the only place I like a breakout on Intel. 35 even. I guess there's still room, and it is breaking highs here. Yeah, you have enough room. That's still 1% on Intel, if it can get through the high of the day. But it's literally at the high of the day now. And I don't want to punch long at the high on anything. I want to get dip buys if we can, or consolidation. So maybe something back into 75 is what I would do. Already in Rivian, which is trying to go. Tesla, which we mentioned. was starting to pull back in there. Still lower highs and lower lows for now, but it has a chance to maybe start going again. Looking like if it holds a higher low now, Tesla can get going. So I got the eyeballs on, we're in Rivian, I got the eyeballs on Tesla and AMD currently for this little VWAP test. It's getting above VWAP now. So make the press over VWAP, looking for a curl in here somewhere soon. If it blasts up to 184, I'm not going to be taken short.
I was thinking the same thing. I was looking at it because I was like, NVIDIA bounced off VWAP to the downside, and now AMD is trying to take it out.
Oh, NVIDIA's under?
So, no, well, it...
Oh, wow.
What did I say? Bounced off of it, right? So it went down to it, didn't it? Yeah. So
yeah, bounced off.
That's what I was... So,
I misheard you.
I just wanted to go back to make sure I was right. So we already bought this dip. This is why it's like, I sit here and I watch Amazon and I'm missing this trade because that happened again. We've already did this. That's not VWAP. There's VWAP on the dip back in. There's VWAP on the dip back in. Look, a couple wicks underneath. I mean, this is what I mean by make the easy trades. There's a lot of easy trades. And they might not work out, but the trade themselves, like the idea behind it is easy. And that's what you're trying to do, make replicable trades so you can go back and forth. All right, so we had noticed, obviously, that there was some sell pressure there. Our last out is 96. As it started to fade back out, we took some more out there through 96. So we'll wait to see now. I do have another bid on Amazon. I'm actually I just changed the shares. I'm going to bid like a couple down here in the 70s. Oops, just got blasted up. We actually got missed there. We're at 76. We'll see if we can get some more shares on this trade. Let's buy some 79s maybe here if we can get it. It looks like it does want to make that move higher here for Amazon. Let's just see. Our target to get stopped out if it does break was 67s. The 50 period is in and around there. Maybe we have to change that as it's changing. Now I don't know why we had 67 before. Oh, I know why. Okay, so it's because that guy at 70. So I was taking this trade because of 70s. So that's the reason why. So I wanted to see if 70 was going to hold because when it was over here, it kept on resisting the break down lower. So I'm going to give this one to 70 again. So let's see if we can reload this a little bit down here into the 70s and then punch out if it breaks through 70. So that was the plan of action here on Amazon heading into the close. So it's 253. We still got a long ways to go on this whole market. Whether or not this market pulls back now is another thing. You're up 1%. And I can't even really look at charts for the NASDAQ because I don't know. I mean, we just had that question from D-Loaf about being in cash. I don't know, man. I mean, this is, look at this. Like you got into cash here or here or here, any of the last 6 days. You've missed out on that, but it doesn't necessarily mean like 1%. Like those of you that have a little bit of age to you, I mean, this market, or you only have to be, I guess, looking at the market the last couple of years, this can retrace a lot down. Like, the fact that we're up 1%, the NASDAQ could retrace a couple, 10%, 15%.
Easy.
Back down. So, being in cash is not necessarily the worst idea, but it does look like you are fighting the trend right there.
You have to remember too, like if
Amazon's,
you're still getting 5 points on your cash. You're still getting
so you still have
good points on your cash. It gets so different. Like for most of the time, you weren't getting jack, right? And like that's a different environment. Like you take some profit, you got somewhere to put it back to work. And the fact that it's working and getting you good money now, it's hard for that to be a bad thing. But I say that as somebody, like the first thing I did when I sat back down today or when I got in and Tesla broke the high was like I just sold like 10% of my Tesla yesterday. And it took 24 hours. I'm like, oh, this looks like a pretty good top there on Tesla. I rejected 265. 24 hours later, it was breaking it back out again. And the same thing happened when I sold 10% of Eli Lilly. It wasn't 24 hours, but it was like, I don't know, 3 days, maybe. It was less than a week. It's like, oh, yeah, there's another top where you sold a little bit. You thought you were trimming. I was. And thankfully, we didn't trim too much there. That's another thing that I had to hire a guy to do the lawn and the hedges.
You did? Oh, yeah, because of your foot. Yeah.
I can't do jack. That's the most frustrating thing.
It'd be great if the guy's name was Jack that you hired, but I don't think.
I should remember his name.
Yeah,
that's bad. It wasn't Jack, though. I remember Jack from our trainee group, though. You remember Jack?
I remember Jack, kind of.
That was hard.
That wasn't his full. Wasn't he a European guy?
Jack? No.
I'm thinking about somebody else.
Jack was the guy that worked at the post office before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
I
guy-
don't think he was. Well, I mean, yeah, it probably
like
was
Croatian.
European, but it was.
That's what I was like. I think his name was like Euroslav or something.
It was a fun group. AMD off of VWAP. Yeah, Sebastian, FOMO is everywhere. If you sell anything at a high, be ready for FOMO. That's just how it is. Sell strong stocks at highs to trim, whether it's just managing your portfolio or whatever. You're just going to be mad at yourself at some point.
Okay,
but
come on,
you do it. But VWAP on AMD here, it just found a buyer at 182.60s. So I took some out there. I got 182.5 for the next out. But if this makes a higher low, remember, it's making higher lows into VWAP. So if it holds here, not great for the short. I looked over. I didn't realize the move that NVIDIA was making there. So I am keeping an eyeball on NVIDIA because that really bounced off VWAP NVIDIA. So if that follows through, I gotta respect that at least a little bit. So if I see some follow through on NVIDIA, then I'll respect that on AMD and maybe just get some more out in the 60s. We're getting into power hour, and I see that strength coming back into the market. You got to take the profit where it lies. Oh, and Rigetti, whatever, underneath VWAP. If it can't get back above, maybe this one's done till it gets to $1. The dollar retrace, I think, would be interesting because this was $1.01 was the low of the day before this news. If it comes all the way back, that's a tasty long at 103 or 104, maybe even like a 105. Like, I love trades like that, where it's like, yeah, whatever. If they decide to follow it through on the news, you risk 3 or 4 cents. It's different when you're buying highs. When you're buying in front of an implicit support level, there certainly can make some sense. But let this one calm down a little bit here on Rigetti. Tesla all the way back to 265.
Yeah, I saw that. Big tank.
Now it's trying to, okay, maybe this is a spot if it can hold this low.
He's tanking.
Gestonken.
Yeah.
Who used to say that? There was a guy. Debo.
Yeah, exactly. When you just said that, I was like, that's an easy one, but I forgot who it was, but you're right. Okay, so look, unfortunately, this is what I mean. It's hard to trade when you're not exactly watching the stock. Amazon breaks 70, we get out. It falls into the 50s, into this area. We bought some more, and now we're long. And we just covered some back into the 75 area again, and it looks like 70 wants to hold. So we're long at 58. I'm going to put another offer up here. Sorry, I used to use bats. I don't want to use them for some reason. I don't know why I never use them. Back in now to the upside near 199.68. I just don't trust. There we go. We're sitting there right now, and of course, bats disappears, and we're on NASDAQ, so hopefully we get that, Phil. Oh, sorry, we're at 69. All right, so hopefully we get back upside there and can get back, but it looks like maybe 70 there. It broke it, it didn't break it. Still don't want to be too much in love with this because, again, we've talked about the story here with Amazon. If we do break too much lower, we have to get out. So I was just looking at some of these levels that we had a hard time holding is 40s. That seems like that's too low. Amazon there just bounced real hard off 200, and you could look at all the notes, man. Everything we've been talking about. Amazon up at 200, we've been talking about that being a short. So we did pretty good by getting the long in the 80s and getting the majority of them out up here, but we talked about holding like a third for that big move up into 220 30s. That didn't happen, and now that fade comes through. Maybe we bought a bottom, maybe we didn't, but we don't need to stay around for too long. A break of 199.50, and we'll get out. We've been getting out of some roadblocks. Apple keeps on ticking higher, so at least as far as that is concerned, we're doing pretty good there for Apple. But here comes Amazon back into the 50s. It doesn't look like this last little bit will work. We're long here at 58. But as you can see, we did get, boom, like there's the 58s and there's the outs to the upside. So take advantage of some of the scalping moves. But I'm not sure this market's a scalping market, but it looks like maybe it is here today. See, look at that. Look at that big move down there as we get ready to get out here on a break of 50. It looks like temporarily it might have just held.
Yeah, it looks like some things are starting to come back in a little bit, and holding on by a wick is what Rivian is doing as I look back over. So let's just tighten that up. I always like to make sure if things get, like 16.5 is a round number, but the buying is not at that price.
Right.
It's actually, if you look at it, it's at 55, 54, and 55. Over and over again. So early on in the consolidation, like who cares? But when it dumps back in and is looking a bit weaker, no, I don't want this breaking like 52. No need to give it more than that 10 cents. A VWAP retrace isn't crazy. I would say like the steep trend is kind of broken when it tried to run that high. So the reload, we're not going to give it that much more room. Oh, I was looking at, darn it, it was Snowflake.
Yes, you were mentioning that.
So Snowflake is stair-stepping to the downside. I kind of felt like this wasn't worth it, And now that the market is holding the high, it keeps wicking the same
Amazon.
top on the overall market, and it's lower highs on snow. So I'm kind of starting to like this one to the south side. We don't have to pay for locates on snow, I know that much. But I'm going to get in short here off of this lower high in Snowflake. It's weaning me in. When it was looking a little bit stronger, I wasn't all that for it. But when the market's making the same high and the stock is making lower highs, I tend to think it's a relatively weak stock. It's still red. Tried to go red to green. I'd have been all for it if this was a breakout. And if it went green and took out this resistance here, I'd be talking to you about going long. But it was a good point in the chat was just made. You got to trade the price action.
Right.
Like I can want Snowflake to go up. I can want it to break the 50 period so I can go long in my personal account. But none of that matters if it's making lower highs and currently seeing a little bit of heavy price action. So if it gets to VWAP, I don't want to have missed this completely. That is $1.50 to VWAP for Snowflake. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to get inside this consolidation. This lower high here is like 137.10. I think you give it to 20s and call it a day. If it breaks out that lower high, fair enough. I'll be happy that the stock went up, but ultimately going to look to grab this short in here in this consolidation. Would like an average price in the 80 range. So I'll take some on the breakdown, and then we'll have to wait till it gets back up into the 90s, if it even does. And then we'll risk into 137.25.
Yeah, we're Amazon just back and forth here a little bit, so it breaks 50s and we wind up getting out. So it's not much happening for me right now. We got long, we got out. I don't know. I mean, I'd like to reload it. I still think there's a long here somewhere. I mean, but we were short and we should have been more short up here. Should have just waited for 200 and then shorted it, but we didn't. Roblox still only 10 cents. Okay, just listening. There's something. No, nothing happening. Another Biden interview being scheduled, apparently. So, you know what we haven't looked at in a while was
DJT, I was going to say.
$29.
If it's not going up now.
Not much happening. Down 3%. Yeah, it should be going up now, right? But again, maybe, I don't know. It's hard to think about this name because it does trade a little differently.
You know what you can do for the stock like this?
Yeah, I mean, what?
Like it does a lot of these dumps. I'm only looking at the chart here. It does a lot of these like consolidations down, and then you just look for a big reversal. So look at yesterday. Look at this last week, Friday's bottom, $28.70. So it's in dump mode. Okay, fine. You don't have a reason why you'd want to go long the stock, so whatever. You're not really paying too much attention until it gets down to $28.70, and then you just want to see some kind of a reversal down around that price. So this is what happens when it breaks $28.70 the first time. And you know what candle there on the biggest volume of the day, twice the size of any other volume candle. The next candle, you get another run of the low, but then it ends up closing above the previous low. Then you get a consolidation at same price, $28.60. Okay, there you go. That's your shot. Try that long, give that to there. And you make one trade on DJT, unless you're just short all day. Like, that's obviously a different story. But I know some people only like going long these stocks. Maybe they can only go long. You just have to wait for some kind of stupid volume bottom. And you might sit there all day and not actually get that setup. But when it does, it's like GameStop. Like when they do make a bottom, sometimes you get a pretty good rally in it. There, I saw a question in the chat about AMC, and it was like essentially why is Vanguard buying AMC? And
why are they doing
I feel like AMC. No, questions like that. I forgot to say anything about it, but a lot of times there doesn't necessarily have to be an obvious logic to it, but there is something to be said about these squeeze names that have been not, like the range is pretty reasonable and they've been holding these lows. And I don't wonder if you aren't going to start seeing different types of participants just take shots at them when they make these like consolidative bottoms like this. And then it does one squeeze at just 1 or 2 days, and this thing could go parabolic. Because look at it hold. We saw this with Chewy. We've seen this with GameStop's been sort of just doing, like, look at GameStop right now. I don't know. Like, you could do worse and say, okay, well, if it's just sitting here holding $22 and it's at $23, $24, that's not that bad. You're risking like 10%, and it does one good squeeze. Great. How long are these going to consolidate like that? Maybe forever and then maybe break down. That's the risk. If it breaks down, you got to be able to get out. You can't just hold it if it breaks that support. But I don't wonder if there aren't some other participants taking those little shots. And the other thing too is a good point by 3D, which I buried the lead there. Man, Vanguard buys everything. They own everything. There's like there's 3 or 4 funds that literally just buy everything and are the biggest holders of most stocks in the market. But I don't wonder if they don't see an opportunity, especially when you have those consolidating, to be a little bit more active than they would normally be.
All right. I'm getting frustrated here because we keep trying to grab Amazon long. And it's like we just had it and then we got stopped out again on that low break again. So it's like, got to be a little more patient here trying to catch some of these trades or else it's not going to happen. So let's be patient then and try to use maybe this bottom that happened at 2 o'clock sort of before we saw this move happen. That's probably a good idea to do that. So that's 40s or so. Break of 40s where we just got out. So we're going to try to put on a little bit more shares as we come back in here for Amazon and then see if it wants to hold to get back going to that upside. I just feel like this name wants to go. And it's like, but it could want to go down too. So I don't know. We wrote down here on the sticky note to wait for 198s today. And I mean, that's the bottom. Like we missed that bottom by 70 cents right there, 198. So it's kind of crazy that, again, like it's right on here. Amazon. Oh no, we don't have it on here. We wrote it down when we were trading Amazon early to look for that 198 level. That did hold. And, again, it's more from yesterday. We talked about that on yesterday's sticky note, that here's 198. It was the bottom 2 days ago, and it looks like it was pretty much the bottom today. So watch out for that level. At least we know about it. And if we really did want to hold something into tomorrow or you're playing options or something like that, I feel like you don't need to worry about this until like breaks 197.50, 197. So let's wait for that. Of course, we have to be flat in an hour. So our positions will, fluctuate back and forth. By the way, Apple, let's go. We'll at least go, was it a dollar club? More than that, maybe? 230, 230.90, 231.90. Yeah. So that was actually a fluke. I was just trying to put it here ahead of the 50-period moving average. So a good little take right there. The 50-period moving average is at 97. We just got out at 89s right there, 90s. So good trade there for Apple as it does hit. So again, a little bit of back and forth for us on Apple, but at the end of the day, we're happy as it does give us that out. Bounce off the 200, take that out right there. Good trade there for Apple. I'm just going to keep dealing with the demons that are right now Amazon and hope that this can make the move back up. And wow, Tesla, man. Nice move off that top of 267. Wow. I don't know how we could have found that level out. I mean, 267 is that top wick. Yeah, then you're just you're just kind of looking for something there. All right, let's see what happens in Amazon. It just stopped at 60s there for Amazon. So hopefully we get a nice move back up into that area and we'll be able to take something out right now. 7-Eleven has blueberry coffee. No, stop that.
England sucks.
Peach flavored coffee.
It's already
blueberry flavored.
It's already 1-0.
Okay. Oh, is it?
Blueberry coffee? No.
Ramin Light.
I'll knock it without. Ramin just said blueberry coffee is delicious and don't knock it till you try it. I will absolutely knock it without trying it.
Neil's not.
I will try it. That said, I will try just about anything. I'm one of those people even if I don't think I'm gonna like it, I'll give it a shot. Yeah. Especially if it's food or drink. I mean, come on, why not? But I just don't think it's gonna be any good. I'm being dead honest about that. That doesn't sound remotely appetizing to me. But you know what?
Ramin.
I'm just blueberry coffee.
I mean,
You don't want it.
No, I've already said that. Yeah, but you had a very, very strong opinion.
Okay, so first of all, if I sounded a bit agitated, Netherlands scored on England. So
cold brew.
How are they already down? They just started the match 10 minutes ago.
I'm saying that's probably not the truth. Why did someone tell you that?
No, Netherlands.
You did. It's
unless the goal got disallowed or something.
Could be. They review every goal.
It's 1-0 after the 10-minute mark. But Rigetti in here. It wasn't exactly $1.10. So let's just rewind back to the daily chart. If you're tuning in late, Dave Rigetti now owns a computing company. The former Yankees reliever. No, that's absolutely not true. But Rigetti is running here. RGTI. Was $1 earlier today, got to the 140 level, pull back. We're looking for a dip into this 50 period in 110. It just dipped off 112. Ooh, wow, what a rejection of VWAP. Maybe we should have paid for locates. Got one fill at 19, try to get 20s. It's right back to 15 even. Yeah, this might be weak. It actually does look weak. Ooh, long this. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Rocky Mountain Oysters. Thank you for the super chat. I freaking love oysters. Like my favorite restaurant in the entire city of Toronto is the #1 oyster house in the entire city, which is Rodney's. That's my spot to go to. I absolutely love oysters. Can't wait to get out to the East Coast again. That's what it's all about there. Shout out to you. Appreciate you so much there along this. We'll give that one a thumbs up. You know what? Let's just put a let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go for
Let's go England, first of all. How are they always down? I'm just so mad. They suck. Delta earnings, Pablo. Delta. Is Delta? They're not reporting tonight.
Yeah, they do. Is
it tonight? I thought it was the morning.
Oh, yeah. It's always in the morning. They're one of the first.
It's tomorrow morning, right? Yep. I want to make sure I get it right before we answer
caught me off guard
the question. Yeah, tomorrow morning pre-market. Never wanted, because I knew there was nothing big in the aftermarket show tonight. Like, there's no earnings, but certainly Delta, not in the best looking chart, but I will say this much. Anytime I'm listening to analysts or experts talk about the industry, all of them seem to say Delta is the one in terms of like the best prepared or the best balance sheet, all that kind of good stuff. And I always say, let the stock show you a bit of a trend, so I don't like it. As a trade, why wouldn't you be bouncing off the 200 period moving average? If you're reporting, I like it when a stock that is strong, it gives you a dip buy. That's almost like the best scenario. So you have higher lows going in. It's at support at 45 right now, but a dip into 42 would be pretty juicy. As long as it's not god-awful, the report tomorrow morning. Ideally, it's just like, hey, it's not a bad report. Why is it down? And then it bounces off of 42, 43. That'd be the best case scenario. Or it just breaks out 50 and the 50 period moving average. But that's tomorrow morning for these guys. Usually we'll have that before the bell. Just come right back in. We'll be talking all about it for sure. But yeah, kind of a flat day today on Dell. I don't like the airlines as a long-term investment because I think they should be utilities. But as a trade, hey, they go up and they go down. It's just you have to always worry about how cyclical they are. You end up getting rinsed. I like tech because tech is always getting better. Whereas flights, I mean, they just keep going out. Like one goes out of business, or they have to combine and all that stuff. I feel like the autos are getting into that as well. I just don't like that as an investment. I like to be able to see where the growth is coming from.
All right. I think there's a lot of people with you on some of that talk about investing.
Should have bought Air Canada at the COVID bottom, though.
Oh, Air Canada? Oh my God. Some of those actually Baxter was in.
No, I know that because it's because Baxter did it.
Funny.
I bought a lot of things in the COVID bottom, but I didn't pick up any airlines.
Yeah, those were obvious.
Travel names were good, like Disney and stuff, but airlines.
Back in the day, CCL and things like that, but they still have a lot of debt. Those companies. So, okay. We got more out of Roblox here. I wish there was a little bit more happening for me. I'm just trying to focus on Amazon here. I feel that this, again, it's not necessarily the one, but we're just making some money back here, buying some of these dips and then just selling them ahead of this 50 period, which is at 63. We've been getting a whole bunch of 58s, 59s, and 60s. Like right now, you can get some out, but I don't necessarily want to do that. But it's scalping and it's making it back. I do want to have another order to buy more at 40s, and then hopefully we can hold out for a break of that 30 level and then see if we can get it going. So this is what I'm trying to do right now, trying to see if we can make something happen right here. And it's not to try to force the situation. That would be the wrong thing
Use the force.
We are trying to use the force correctly, hopefully correctly, and make a little bit of a winning trade now. So go upside on that if we can get it. What else you guys want to look at? We had WFC was another name that we traded today. Let's have a quick look over there. There it is right now. So WFC starting to get back up to the upside as we talk about potential earnings names coming into play. Again, it would be Wells Fargo and Citigroup and JP Morgan on Friday. So those are names to look at again, but not super exciting unless you get back into the 200 period. Okay, I mean, the net keeps going up, even though we're only ticking up a couple pennies here on Amazon Go. I'm waiting for 66s on this name. That's right where that's at 65. All right, let me just in case. I'd hate for it to bounce off of those levels and then I miss it. So we'll put a 63 and a 66 out here. There we go. We get to 63, so that's good for us on Amazon. 64, 65s, get to 66. Give us those 66s. There it is. We get it now. Okay. Whew. Ooh, Neil, we just got saved there a little bit. As Amazon goes back up into the 70s here, and I was just talking to Mateo, and I'm like, I can't be scalping these out so fast. I need to wait for more profits. And then as soon as it goes upside, I start taking more out. So, all right, we'll take another piece out there at 68. Now let's wait to see if we get something here with a blast. Good thing we took more out upside right there. As look at Amazon pull right back in. I'm gonna choke. It's so bad right now. It's so frustrating. What's been happening here on Amazon. So let's wait to see if we can get back up to the upside. Go Amazon. Would be nice to get that through 70 there. Remember, 70 was that spot that we were playing off the long. So it doesn't surprise me that we stopped there again.
Take it and go.
Amazon getting deal with NBA. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Eric, or ELOX there. I mean,
how do you not know the take it and go reference?
Take it and go. No, what is that from?
That was Russell Peters.
Oh, Russell Peters. I've seen some of his stuff. Not all of it. Is it a recent thing or?
I think it's old. You know what? I haven't seen Russell. I'm pretty sure it's not like his, not his oldest one, but it's one of the older ones in there. You'll see. I just got out of AMD. It's holding 182. Buyers step in right at the previous consolidation. Remember when this wouldn't make the flat bottom break right here? Higher low and all kinds of consolidation right underneath the 182. So under the 182 level, goes back over, get out. Maybe there's time, 40 minutes left for a VWAP retracement again. But Snowflake, we're in Snowflake as well. That short, like AMD works, goes 183 to 182. Snowflake, which has easily the more extreme move today to the like, come on, man. In terms of a downside, like AMD was breaking out then pulling back. Like Snowflake has already pulled back, making lower highs. Now it's just going sideways. So we get the entry. We're looking for a bit more up here, and it's just not moving. So I'd love to see this one slam a little bit to the downside here, but we're sitting in it, not really doing much here. That Rigetti. Not used to trading this name, so, yeah, it's right in NASDAQ stock, not New York. Rigetti, we got the dip at 15. It printed once at 19, no 20s, and then filled here and just started scalping it. So it's actually holding the bid. Now there's a buyer at 14, and there's some size that keeps stepping up at the 15 level. Kind of just rinse and repeat it a couple times here. But with the reload of 15, I think kind of just get out if 14 goes. So Rigetti, maybe it does one more push and we can get to VWAP. But if it loses 114, wait for a buck. Like that would have been the ultimate sort of dip by level. The other thing we have to worry about is time as well. Like you don't want to be buying dips forever or trading things if it's not going to go. Like Snowflake, the longer we're waiting here, there's no point trying to get more. Like if it makes a late push, why am I adding to the short? When it's not moving now, if it starts blasting against me in the last 20 minutes of the day or 30 minutes of the day, why would you even want it getting more? England's got a penalty. Penalty shot for England. Yes. They scored.
They scored?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So there you go. See, so
by the way, I'm only an England fan. It's a family thing. Like I'm not. Like I wouldn't normally be in England. My dad loves Brazil. Like he's always been a Brazil fan. Obviously, being West Indian, we could only really cheer for the reggae boys because no one else is any good in the West Indies. But family thing for England. So good luck. They always have to. They don't play well until they have their back against the wall. They get down, all of a sudden they decide to play.
Yeah, good luck. There's been a couple key missed penalties this year. I saw. I think both Ronaldo and Messi both missed a penalty, at least one this year. So in the Euro. So it's been good capitalization there. Okay, so. It's 320 right now, and we've just been buying the dip here in Amazon. The last time we did this, it went up here. Let's see if it can happen again. Hopefully that is the case. The lowest it just got to is 43s. I'm trying to buy some 40s. Not take too much risk into this last little bit of a trade here, because again, I just thought this NBA, everything, I mean, it was, okay, here we go. Okay, we're getting longer. Now we're long. As it takes us out and goes through us right now. It's not too many shares here on Amazon. Well, whatever. We'll see. Hopefully it can rip up to the upside and go. So more than a couple hundred, that is for sure. So let's wait to see here if Amazon wants to go or not for us back up. So we take that bid. We're long right here. We could take it out if it comes back up because again, we have some shares and maybe stupidly have these shares on board right now for Amazon. So let's see if it will go back up to the upside into the 50s and then hopefully 70s and then back up. But again, if it breaks that 30 level, I don't really, so we're long at 44. So 15 cent worth of a hit is fine. we can definitely sort of hold that today. But risk to reward here. Amazon's coming down. I like it. I like the risk to reward now that it's 15 cents. Remember, I thought 60s was around a level that we could be satisfied with if it comes back up to that. So we will get that going immediately for Amazon. So let's go back up to the upside, but we got some business to take care of.
Yes, sir. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com Pro to start your free trial today. And I got it in my ear. Not gonna lie, HubSpot, oh my goodness, I was actually just looking at Hubs. It's still working that short off of 500. So remember Hubs, the news here that did break, we had it in your ear. Actually, I remember to turn mine on because I came here late and Sean had it in his ear. But HubSpot, the news, potentially Google no longer interested. So I haven't heard anything from Alphabet. Not that they have to, as Sean mentioned. They don't have to say anything. We haven't heard anything official. Potentially could. Volume slowing down a bit, but it got to 500, lower highs ever since. Sometimes we always talk about this when there's news. Like, what do I usually like? Pull back into VWAP, pull back into previous support levels. You don't get any of that. The lowest hanging fruit after that would have been, well, 500's a round number. The odds that it would go to exactly 500. I mean, you can't. Hindsight's 20/20, but it's the fact that it made a lower high after that. But I think this one's kind of done. You want to get it when the news breaks because you could have shorted it. This is a 3-minute candle. You could have shorted the bottom of a 3-minute candle, and then it went another $27 to $30. Just to give you an idea. And that's what happens when a deal falls through and the stock does all of that. Like, that's a huge breakdown on Hubs. Really nothing on the daily that would suggest where it bounced either.
All right. I'm as boring as hell right now because honestly, like, I'm just sitting here hoping, and you know, the word hope is definitely being overused by me right now, thinking that this could get going here on Amazon, but we're just getting some more and more and more out as we go here and feeling pretty good about it, to be honest with you, up at 50s. So here comes 49s. We got some 47s and 48s. It doesn't want to go. Like, this much volume on Amazon today, 24 million. I just, like, why can we not just take out this? There's so many deprints. There has to be, and there is websites. I'm just lazy. I don't know of one off the top of my head, but there are websites where you can count up all the deprints that have happened in a day and sort of the percentages. I feel like today on Amazon, and especially over the last week or two since this Bezos, there's been so much dark pool selling. It's crazy. Like, they don't want to post on
It was a good site, but
that's
then
what I mean.
What happens is there's always like free resources for stuff.
No.
And then like after a year or something, like it's gone and then you have to find another one. But I remember it was always pretty useful because you'd get like day to day. So if it was normally 40% and then it goes to like 60%.
Yep.
It would be worth watching when you had more real buyers. Like, sometimes you wanted to see that uptick when like the buyers would come in and be like real, and then you get that trending day where it's just all algos, meaning like no liquidity and everyone else, and then you just there's no real liquidity, so it's just trending to the upside. But after a consolidation of real buyers, which could be good, I keep looking over at Tesla to see if it's doing something. No, not really.
Answer no.
No, it's not that it's. It just can't seem to get back above that opening range top, that 265.50. Like, I feel as if I don't want to be shorting this. I'd rather be looking long, but it's been a short, which is a bit frustrating. And sometimes you want it to be one way, and it's the other way. It's the other way here on Tesla. Rivian, I want to check back in on Rivian, because Rivian, this could be pulling right back into VWAP. I'd like to go bounce VWAP on Rivian. We got out of the top break, but I still want to bounce back on that one. I'm just looking over at some ideas for names. Look, we got out of AMD and are now waiting for VWAP, and AMD doesn't seem to want to get back into 183. Maybe it's just gonna. The flat bottom break could be available. That 181.5 level here. I guess we're back to that. Back to this breakdown on AMD. We were saying it wasn't going to get there, so we waited for VWAP. It got to VWAP. Still 25 minutes till the imbalances come out, so that's plenty of time for it to potentially make this break. So AMD, we're back to looking for the flat. It's not really a flat bottom break. It's not a low of the day or anything. it's just this double bottom here. So 11 o'clock low and then the 2 o'clock low. Right when we came on air, we started off and AMD was right at that level looking to break, and it still hasn't done it. So either VWAP short or break down here. What about NVIDIA? NVIDIA's diddling in the middle too. I always check out NVIDIA just in case. Like, do you really want to have NVIDIA breaking highs and I'm looking to short AMD? Ideally not, but it's not breaking highs yet. We just gotta have to be patient. Either we get the trade we want or we do not at all.
Right. I like that. All right, we're just gonna have to try to wait for Amazon. I don't even want to look at it. I'm trying to find something else because I just keep on getting out. Like now I have half of what I had down there at 40s, and we're taking it out for like 7 or 8 cents. So I don't even want to look at it anymore and see if it can go. Because if it can go, then we can change our day around just on one play. So I'm all about that. So let's see if we can do that right now on Amazon. So that's what I'm going to try to do. Whether or not we do it or not is a different story. I was looking here at Google. I think a pullback on this is something too that we might be able to get. It's coming into VWAP, that's 190.50, so I keep looking over at it, thinking that we could get it. 190.50, again, this is going to be the same kind of play that we say that we like, right? So, and that is a pullback in on a strong name. So a pullback in on a strong name. Google makes brand new 52-week highs. We're not trading our book, but you guys know that we love Google. It is my largest holding, both in like sort of our TFSA, which is kind of like a swing account, but not really for me. I just kind of hold everything. I have it in there, and of course in the longer one, which is an RRSP. Not financial advice, is just what I'm doing. And again, you know, good little level here for Google. I believe VWAP could play, right? Couple good days there for this name. Makes a lot of sense to me to be in it. So,
there's Tesla.
Again, I like Google here. Pull back to 50s would be nice. We stopped looking at Amazon, but then I look back and I smile because there it is. Nice play. Let's punch some out there at 56. Of course, we get half prints there when we punch out up to 57 and doing quite well now. So let's go. We just took some out there at 57 and 56. So it's a good little move higher there. Maybe if we don't look at it more, it will continue to move more. You're already on Tesla. Did you get long on that? No. It did start to blast back up through that one.
It just came now.
Yeah, it just came now. So that's what I was going to say.
What is LL?
65 was something that lumber liquidators or something like that. LL maybe. 265 right there. That was a good level. I'd rather play names right now on VWAP. It's 328. We got to be out at the end of the day here, right? And so any kind of a misstep on any kind of plays, we got to cover anyways. And at 350, we do have those imbalances coming out. So feel pretty good that we went back over here to Amazon. I'm going to take out one more piece now, if we can, even at 54, as I hold up the level. Unbelievable here as, okay, now we're starting to get partially filled here on NASDAQ, and there it goes, blast through. So let's go Amazon into the close. It's what we have left right now. Yeah, I think Mike Tyson was heavyweight champ at 19, maybe 18.
I thought it was 19.
Could have been 19. Someone in the chat just
Someone
said
in the chat?
James Dell, I think.
If we were like betting on it, like if I was on a quiz show, I'd say 19, but I don't know exactly. But man, was he ridiculous.
Oh man, I don't know why would anybody even step in the ring with him.
Prime, like in his prime, like I know he's not pound for pound the greatest boxer of all time, but like pound for pound is a dude you don't want to be in a ring with. Promise you that much. Bet that. I don't care who you are. Your confidence is shook when you step in a ring with that guy. So 265 half did break out there on Tesla. It just pulled back and the support came right in at 40s. So the second that happened, I'm now in it. I'm going to give it to the 65 even. The only reason I was asking what LL was, I actually heard a news story on LL, but then I didn't realize what it was. And again, like it was a catalyst. It was breaking out on volume. But it's a penny stock which has done less than 2 million shares. It's LL Flooring.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. So it's you said
liquid lumber.
Lumber liquidators is the first thing that came to my mind.
That is what it was, and I think they've
changed.
Did they change? Because it's down to $1. It's 50 cents.
Yeah, and the penny stock.
I don't know if they changed their symbol.
You want more volume. If the stock is 60 to 70 cents as a day trade, you probably don't want it to be doing 2 million shares of volume by 3:30. No. You want a heck of a lot more volume than that. Like, it doesn't have to be Mullen when it's doing hundreds of millions of shares, but you want tens of millions of shares at least. So we'll see if this is the right spot there on Tesla. We wanted to make a run at that 265 half. It's done so, but if we can't hold a higher low support, it's going to come out. Snowflake is still doing absolutely nothing. AMD is still not breaking down and not getting to VWAP, so nothing there. It's just going to be, what does Tesla do here? We'll see what happens. See a few names also there. No, that's not really. Rivian Millionaire Hurricane stocks.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's a good thought. It's probably going to be a bad. It's probably going to be a bad hurricane season. The problem there is like, what are you looking to do? Like short energy companies. That's one way to do it. But the places where it's bad, I feel like everyone already understands that trade. But everyone I talk to in the West End is like, it's going to be a bad one this year. It's already not looking good with Barrel, and like, yeah, everyone's talking about because it was so hot and the water gets whatever, the oceans get warmer and blah 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 blah. But everyone's hunkering down like it's gonna be a bad season. The first thought, I never really made a play cyclically on storm season. It's not a bad idea, but it would seem to me like it's the kind of thing that you got to make that trade before storm season starts. I could be wrong, but
you could short orange juice futures.
Where's Beeks though?
You know, that's the thing. I mean, you need that inside there.
I mean, the second view, but the problem is, if you get the wrong crop report delivered to you, then you're in trouble.
If I say polka dot door to you, what does that mean?
A fantastic kids show that I watched when I was like,
thank you.
I was all over. I was all over the polka dot.
Right, not some doopy character or whatever these guys were talking about earlier. Obi, there's kind of a spin-off. What was it called? Polka dot shorts or something like that? I never heard of that. I thought it was YouTube shorts.
Polka dot door. I grew up on that.
It's too classic. It's Canadian though, right? So I don't know if too many of these guys around here would know it. But I just wanted to say that because we were talking about that earlier, and we missed your insight on.
What was there was a couple of them.
We used to have that Pokeroo animation.
Yeah,
a while ago.
We had the poke. Yeah,
if you guys, we've talked. They're busy over there, but they've looked for them before.
This is a silly show.
Silly. That's funny. I haven't heard that word in a while either. Boy, that was silly.
No, because the thing about it is, I understand like the dude, whatever the guy, like Jeff, just his name was Jeff, because like it's a typical kids show, guy and girl. But the dude, he's never around to see the silly Pokeroo when it comes out. He's always never there. Right. So even as a kid, it's not even fooling a 5-year-old. Like, come on. Like, we never see them together. Obviously, either Jeff is just the dumbest person on the planet. You realize this as a kid. Either he's the dumbest person on the planet, or he's a Pokeroo. But I love those kids' shows. Back when they were better at teaching kids things. But anyways, who cares about that? Where's Beeks? Yeah, where's Beeks? Where's the movement in Tesla? You break 265 half, and now you're not doing anything, which is frustrating. Maybe we'll get something on AMD. It's 3:30. We can have a quick look at the early imbalances, but I can tell you, unless you're into Southwest, 2.4 early look buy, 2.4 million to buy, nothing doing. So maybe we'll see something on some of the other names, but it's been a quiet volume afternoon, just holding at the highs in the futures, and nothing's really standing out. Tesla trying to hold a higher low in here off 65. It did it at 64, but you're running out of time for this to get going. And Snowflake, yeah, why am I even, like, this is insane. There's no point sitting on the bid anywhere. This is not going to flush VWAP at this point. If it even gets to the bottom of the range here, take what you can get. It's just like, what is even happening? The volume's not even doing anything, and it's just kind of creeping back up higher. So I like the stock going up for personal reasons, because I'm looking for a breakout trade on the daily in this thing. But yeah, nothing doing on Snowflake. Probably going to end up taking the L. Should have just stuck with AMD, but even then, AMD's not setting us up for anything else just yet. James Dell, Letterkenny is still your favorite Canadian show. Oh, come on. James Dell, if you like Letterkenny, I would sincerely hope that you've at least tried Trailer Park Boys. You might find you like it more than Letterkenny. Just going to throw it out there.
Yeah, Letterkenny's all right. Shoresy's okay because it's hockey-based.
Like, it's levels better.
Yeah. The
Trailer
best
Park
Canadian
Boys.
show of all time is Degrassi. It's Degrassi Junior High. It's the original ones. It's not the Drake one.
Okay, I was about to say, like, not the...
I never even watched a Drake one. It's the other ones, man. It's with Snake. It's with Joey. Was it Joey?
Yeah, man.
I mean, come on, man.
Love that show.
I forget what his girlfriend's name was. It was crazy. It was just a wicked show. Degrassi Junior High. Go find it. They used to show us that in health class, you know? Like, there'd be an episode about, like, oh, this guy's taking drugs.
I learned about...
This guy's like...
You learned about everything in Degrassi.
Something like that, you know?
No, seriously, when they taught you about bullying, they just sit you in a room and they'd be like, okay, watch an episode of Degrassi. That's how they used to teach us.
Bullying each other, and then you'd be like, you don't
Pretty much.
understand what it was.
You want to teach about drugs? It's like, okay, well, Degrassi kid brings drugs to school.
Yeah.
I don't think they still do that. They didn't do that with the Drake version.
So I've watched Trailer Park Boys many times over.
Love that shit.
I just feel like the more you watch it, the more you realize that it's just way too vulgar, to be honest with you.
Oh, come on,
It is, man. No, it's
Mr.
funny,
Leahy, I am the liquor.
That's fine. but the F-bombs are really frequent. So it's good to watch, but it's like sometimes, you know, the content. I mean, drinking that rum. I mean, what's his name walks around with the rum and Coke all day there. So Julian. All right.
That's how we should do the show.
Now, 3:36. Yeah. Oh, by the way, you didn't. Oh, you were here, but you're not here Friday. There was a thing, and if Adara, I don't know where Adara's gone to.
That'd be amazing.
If Adara can go without saying a pun, which should be easy, I would think, but that will happen tomorrow for an hour. If so, then it's a couple pizzas and
I'll go a
six-pack.
whole week without saying a pun if someone gives me an apple fritter. For like for a $1 treat.
I mean, I'll do that.
Not say a pun for a week. Come on, who cares? I don't have to say a pun. Easy.
All right.
But there needs to be another side of it.
All right.
But I need more, you know what, actually.
No, that's not a bet. I'm not betting you can't do it. I'm saying I will give you an apple fritter if you do not pun for a week, if that's what you want.
I know, it's just, I don't think it's that difficult to do. That's my whole point.
Nor do I.
It's
Yeah,
very
that's
easy.
what I'm saying. I think we'll be getting beer and pizza is what I think. Okay. We'll watch out for that. Palantir Technologies.
Where's Palantir?
Again, another big name there. Let's go, Amazon. Let's go. Fire off that hot dog cannon. Now you're into the 70s right now for us. So we've made back a heck of a lot here. But 70s are the key level. I'm going to try to get something out here at 72 now. And I wish we did leave it alone, but we were getting some out there into the 60s. Okay, see, there's the fade off 70. So there we go. 68's out a little bit there. I'll now cancel the 72s as we do get a little bit of a push up there for Amazon. So let's see if we can get a nice little move back here into the close for AMZ and go and see if we can get back up to 2 bills. If we do get back up there and I still have all this position, we will at least be getting out of half of that at 200 and then hope for a bigger move. And I think the bigger move can just probably come off of an imbalance. We'll see if that can happen in now 13 more minutes or so. All right, NVIDIA coin. What about coin?
Oh yeah, Mars.
All right, right here. Oh, there it is. The kids in the hall. Oh my God, I cannot believe props up for that to long this.
Yeah.
I will like that. Yeah, great show. Right here.
That's the original sketch show.
Yep.
Comedy show.
Yep. Good call out right there.
those guys.
Too. So, all right, great look. All right, I just want to look at Coinbase right now because Bitcoin's 57.5 and Ethereum is 31 and change. So Coinbase not doing a whole heck of a lot, but 217 coming in. Definitely worth a look down there as well. Second City, by the way, had like John Candy and all these guys as well from the beginning. Dan Aykroyd. I mean, there's so many amazing Canadian names in the comedy side of things that have really changed the game a lot. And most of you
I can't wait to
would
show
know.
my daughter Three Amigos.
Would know those names. I asked, the other day I was like, this is going to be a fail for the wife, of course, because I was like, let's watch Three Amigos. She's like, nah. I was like, what? So I'll have to wait for another opportunity. We're going to watch it for sure. You want to watch something else? That's a comedy, man. The Three Amigos. I love when they go into that city there. It's just so funny. They just walk in there like they own the place.
That is one of my all-time favorite, just silly,
Steve Martin, Chevy Chase,
stupid, laugh your ass out loud.
Martin Short.
I mean, come on, son. El Guapo, like that dude is.
Oh,
he's the most ridiculous gangster you've ever seen.
Great movie there.
Yeah,
As
that guy's not
Amazon
very
right now, man, we've made back almost
Get up.
everything now. Amazon back up to 80s. Let's go, man. Let's props.
The market's back to the high of the day.
Yeah, close. Yeah, it's definitely trying. The NASDAQ, anyways. The S&P is. The S&P is at the high.
Yeah, the NASDAQ isn't yet.
There's the S&P. Both up almost 1%. Wow, this thing does not stop, eh? All right, go Amazon, 40 cents in. Let's see if we can get it going. Uncle Buck, yeah, John Candy. I mean, come on, this is exactly the kind of stuff that we're talking about. So John Candy, kind of like an older, I don't want to say like Chris Farley, like what Chris Farley was.
No, because Chris Farley was definitely more physical comedy than...
Yes.
They had similar traits, but I want to say their style wasn't
Chris Farley's falling through tables on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
And then down by the river. And if Amazon doesn't go up, I may be housed there very soon. And so let's see if we can get back up to the upside. 199.80 right now. I don't know what you're working on over there.
180. Well, definitely not Snowflake. Not Snowflake. Tesla's still trying to hold 265, but it might lose it right in here. We just want this one pushing. We said if the market was going to break up, I like Tesla, but the market's breaking out and Tesla's not going. I don't like that. You never, ever want to see, like there's the wick at the 265 level. So it does the wick, but we're in early. It needs to break contain. It needs to do it soon. You're 15 minutes away. Sorry, you're 10 minutes away from the imbalances coming in. I've already canceled Snowflake. That's going to be no good. AMD might even be, it's breaking out VWAP. I think you stick a fork in shorting it at this level. Unless it's 350, that is big time trend up. I want to see it in the other end, which is coming back underneath. So no way I'm going back into this trade over there on AMD. It's breaking out and looking a little bit too strong there. I need to see it failing VWAP. That's a big difference from the first time it came into this level. So I got to respect the strength when I see it. I said we shorted at VWAP, but you got to be able to maybe not pull the trigger when you see this kind of strength. So it is what it is. It's because you say you like that idea. If it gets there and it looks really, really bad, you don't have to take the trade. But Tesla, I don't know why it can't seem to break out from this 265.5. So I'm going to have to scalp some out here if it even gets to the top end of the range. And Snow, I might just have to punch that one out. If it's not going to break the high and it's not going to work to the low end, it's essentially not doing anything. And I just realized my price is 136.66 on that. Completely unintentional.
I wanted to look at that AMD trade too because
it's blasting now.
Yeah, and remember we looked at it and we were like, oh, a VWAP bounce from NVIDIA. And there's the VWAP take on AMD. So finally, nice move up. NVIDIA as well. We're starting to go now. I mean, we just took some more out on Amazon, but we're waiting for 88s now. It's at 83, so we'll did that. Yeah, see, so again, nice move. There it goes, above VWAP here. I think if NVIDIA, remember, we've seen NVIDIA and Amazon go opposite ways, so it's not, I don't want to be like, okay, if one leads, but generally speaking, lately, especially that AMD's gotten some more upgrades and feeling a little bit better about itself. AMD does have some definite Tesla, yeah, for sure Tesla vibes, but NVIDIA vibes to it as we break higher above 170. I think this is a long until we break back below 170. I think we might have talked about that on the morning show, and I just said, you know, I feel like the long is fine, and if you do have it 167.50 or so back in for that one. All right. I mean, we missed this trade, but a pullback to 183 could be worth it. Remember, we do now just have moments away from those imbalances kicking. So, yeah, probably a wise decision to think about it at least, getting some more out here on Amazon as we bounce around these levels. But it's just been a great couple takes. Sure, we got stopped out there, and then we flipped up the script. We changed our mind a little bit and said we're going to have to wait for a little lower if we're going to do any damage on this. So we put on a big amount of shares right there and took it all the way to the upside. We talked about having multiple hundreds, and we did. Obviously have that without, we don't talk too much about share size, but it was the biggest Amazon position of the day for me and probably biggest Amazon position in a while, which could have been stubborn, but I don't know. I like the NBA news. Feel like we already saw that 200, came back in, sort of stopped at a level here that we'd held all afternoon from 2 o'clock from that news. And now let's see if we can get back up to the upside here. And just a good couple trades back and forth. So yeah, pretty happy so far here with the trading in Amazon. Just like it to go just a wee bit more.
Yeah, a wee bit until the imbalance is 5 minutes to go. I don't necessarily see anything new except for adjusting target on Snow. Like we said, I was going to be adding at this price, but when it got to sideways action and it being 344 and not 314 or 324, no ad, get it out if it gets back into that break even. And if we get a full break at the bottom, then we just hold on for some to the 136 level. With only 5 minutes to go, Tesla relieves some pressure as it's just in a consolidative state, but you're not breaking out the top. The idea was continuation and breakout. Well, the market took the high like 5 minutes ago. And Tesla has spent that 5 minutes in this consolidation. So you can like it all you want. It just doesn't want to go here. AMD is starting to slow down a bit. So at 350, if there is a snapback underneath VWAP, like that's a scalpable trade for me. Like we like that level for a pullback anyways. And if it can do that on maybe a sell imbalance pops in there at 350 and then you get like a push through, I think you get down to 182 again. But I want to see the next 5 minutes. Like we got to play it by ear in the next 5 minutes. Come on, Tesla, break back above. Like get to 66. You just can't get there. It gets to those 60s, 265 halves, and then gets up to 60, and then the sellers just jump right back into it. Yeah, there's definitely somebody late selling in there. No imbalances early on anything significant. So you're not getting any kind of a hint, but there is some selling going at this 265.5. So eyeballs will be on AMD just in case there's a sell imbalance on some of the chips because it's above that VWAP. So if it were to get back underneath, you could have a nice reversal. Don't have too many thoughts on NVIDIA there, Paula. Like NVIDIA is a great stock. It's usually a good trading vehicle, but Yeah, I think you had, like Sean mentioned, you had that one great opportunity off VWAP, maybe buy a higher low. The ship has sailed on along a little bit here on NVDA. So I don't really love the idea getting into this 135 because I had a 135 break that just didn't work. Got out of it right away. 135 is like a triple top in here today. And it's like 25 cents away. If anything, like a sell and balance on NVIDIA, maybe you short the 135. I might like that more than the AMD idea. If there's a sell and balance.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, we are right now finally starting to go. Look, I was just thinking about this on Amazon. It's not about being stubborn versus not being stubborn. We just took some more out at 88 right here. It's like, if our call was to get this, and again, we have half. So we thought about that. We do have half, so we actually accomplished what we were trying to do and not getting out of completely everything. We don't have half from the bottom. I wish we still had that, but we have half of what we had when we were talking about it right there. We did pretty good to get out 88s, 80s. Our last one there is 88. We'll see if we can get it. Now, my offer's at 94, and I was just thinking if we're pretty close to that right now. But if it does come a buy imbalance, which I'm not really sure why it would if Bezos is selling everything, but actually, you know what?
It doesn't make sense if he's selling.
That is a good point that I'm
what was
trying
it
to make to myself here. Yeah, it looks like it did have a big impact yesterday at 350 as well. So there it is, boom, to the downside at 350 yesterday. Day before that, looks like we had an oppo day. We had an up day there the day before that. So we'll see if that big sell imbalance comes again. But we only have about, from our total, about a seventh or so left as we get up here into Amazon. So good move into the 90s here. Pretty happy with the play. Still think there's more to go. Let's see if it gets up there. We're at 94s now on Amazon with just a couple of minutes until the imbalances. Bitcoin still 57. It looks like we'll have to wait for 58 tomorrow. And maybe 3,000 is the bottom on Ethereum because, again, it held there the last couple. This is what ETHE looks like. Pretty boring day, but if you're looking at it, 28.90. We'll see if that can come into play tomorrow for ETHE. I'm going to take out one more piece here on Amazon, and then we'll wait. There we go. We get some 86s. Now let's wait to see if those imbalances are high side or not.
Yeah, there goes Tesla underneath that support wick. So it lost it, couldn't get out. We thankfully took some out when we were able to get flats on it because it just wasn't working. So at least we reduced it by, it could have been a bigger loss, but still frustrating for Tesla. Thought we had this one trend up, but the market's going up and it's not going with it. But yeah, I've convinced myself that 135, it already being a bit of a resistance spot on NVIDIA, if it comes out a sell, that's really tight. It's at 70s right now with 1 minute to go. It's pretty tight to that level if it's a sell imbalance, maybe working it off of there. And the other one to have up is obvious. As long as he has that many shares to sell, level 2 at 350 every single day on Amazon. Because if it's at 200 on Amazon and Bezos is potentially still selling, heck, you want to be able to react to any down move off a high, I would think. At least for the imbalances, if he's selling. It doesn't have to be there, but if it is there, you'll hate yourself if you don't at least have that one up. So NVIDIA, 135, looking for a sell imbalance. If it doesn't do the spike down, I won't try to grab anything. But both of these trying to attempt the high as we speak.
Yeah, see right about that Tesla. We could have been short up there. We tried to short into it. Yeah, let's just go. That was a good idea, at least, to see if Amazon wanted to go back to 200. So there it is. Let's now see where it goes from here. We just talked some out. We got like 96s. So I'm really over the moon with being able to battle back here on Amazon. We stuck with our guns there. We've been going long on this. We obviously got caught a little bit. We got caught up here and we got taken out at those levels. And then we said, you know what, let's just put up some shares and then see if this can do it. And it did it. So yeah, feeling good about it. So good trade there on Amazon. Let's see again if it can hold it into the close. I think there's a good chance that it does that. So let's go breakthrough. There it is. The imbalances are now out. It's obviously not doing anything. So let me just go switch over to it and get a quick look to see. I didn't even realize we were that close to it.
I don't see anything.
Right there. So, all right, LUV, HBAN, a little bit. There's Amazon, a little bit of a sell. 490,000 shares, was 2.5 million. So above 3 million worth of a sell. They've already paired it off. So if this wants to go, it does have an opportunity now to go. Remember, we still have sellers here. I don't think Bezos is telling his little cronies to stop selling based on the time of day. So we still could get a little bit of a sell spot. Not going now. Let's offer some 99s. We may have to just, let's punch out a little bit. There we go. We punch some 98s. Get some more out. There we go. We get the 99s as well. Spin the money right there for this. Good trading there on Amazon. Good outs. 50 cents in the money now. 60 cents in the money. What am I talking about? Good play there. We're almost out of this. Wow, that was good. We have about 5% left. Whoosh.
Yeah, great look there. And I'm going to answer this without putting in the chat there, because Andrew just asked, why would NVIDIA go down if it's strong? I was only saying if it came out of sell imbalance, that would look short 135, but it didn't. Like nothing. Amazon's a 470,000 sell. That's not even that big. You want millions for a stock doing 25 million. NVIDIA's done 200 million. It needed to be 3 or 4 million to the sell side. But it's like Southwest buy, which we already knew was going to be there, and nothing of significance over $1 million. Don't even know what MPLX is. It's not a cheap stock, but I have no idea what it is, so essentially who cares? So I'm not going to be shorting it because it does not have a sell imbalance. It would just be too obvious. Sell imbalance, short in front of the high of the day, double top. Similar thing with Amazon, but neither one actually looks all that interesting, but you don't have to trade it if it doesn't set up. Nike going green. Is this the day that Nike makes the bottom?
Nope.
Well, I'm just talking, I just want a day trade bottom. Because since the earnings, I've been waiting for it to hold a level and then break out the next one. And you are still waiting for it to hold a support level and break out. Like it's held support. That's the first step. Once it does it, you want it to, the first time it held a double bottom, did it break out resistance? Nope. Double bottom, no break of resistance. Double bottom again, no break of resistance. So this is day one and a new low. So hold the same low twice and then break out the next resistance level. That's the long idea post earnings. And Nike ain't there yet by a long shot.
Yeah, I still want to wait for that. I mean, I think I could put a little bit of the money. We sold some Tesla yesterday. You could put it right back into some Nike. So you buy a name that's exploding one way and then another one that's exploding the other. So take advantage, sell the top, buy the weakness. But that's not, there's been studies about that. You know, we talked about that with Michael Noss. Why not just buy the strongest names instead of trying to catch falling swords all the time?
It's true.
Yeah, okay. That's Nike there. I just want to look at that chart as well. Amazon's having a problem here at 2 bills. I want to thank everybody for watching here today. Was Google the downside? We just got some more out, by the way, at 92s and 95s there. All right, breathe. We talked about Google coming into VWAP, and we didn't even look at it. I don't know if I would have taken it anyways because it was 345, but there's that pull into VWAP. We said that we liked that trade. If it was a little bit more time in the day, there it is. So a nice little pull back in on a strong name. That's Google. That trade would have worked, but again, coulda, woulda, shoulda. We don't have it on, but looks like that was a good one there off that. So we'll keep that in our mind. For tomorrow, get some more out here, 91s if we can, as it's coming. There it is. We get that on the spike up there. So, I mean, Amazon just trying to piece out of this with only 7 or 8 minutes left. You're welcome, Ike Anderson, for the sticky note. We had Carvana long. We had Tesla, which was a good one. We had the Apple long as well on there today. And then my biggest P&L name today, yes, is NVIDIA, actually. So we had NVIDIA long today, and it's right there. We took the 132. That was the bottom that we had listed down. We waited for it to make a bottom, and then we got long at 133. But that was a good trade for us with our out at 134.80. Pretty clean, no stop outs at all. This is why this is our number one stock today. NVIDIA, never a stop out here. So long and out again where we wanted to, and out again where we wanted to. Once on VWAP or whatever that was, probably there, 133 break, VWAP retest, out. Reminds me of that Tesla trade yesterday, absolutely fantastic with VWAP. Today, Tesla was not really my friend because we changed our mind. Right there, we had the long right there, and then we shorted, and we gave it up. We stopped looking at it once we got stopped out, but 267 was a good one there. Amazon just went for a dip and then right back up. Amazon just went down to 70s there. Look at this. Look at that. That's real. Amazon just dropped down 30 pennies and ripped.
And before 355, which is weird. Usually I'm expecting that to happen. 5 seconds to go. I just want to stick around to see what happens at 355, see if any of those names have some kind of an update, which would be big. So there's 355. Amazon, which was there for $500,000, is not even there anymore. NVIDIA wasn't there. Now it's a 400,000 buy, but a very, very small number. So nothing significant. Palantir might be 700,000, but Palantir is a pretty cheap stock, so that is not that big of a deal for Palantir. And remember, Palantir failed that 2840 level, so guess what's in play tomorrow? still in play to break out above this 2-day high on Palantir. Holding trend to the upside, still looks good, maybe at 28.50. The other thing which is still strong and made a nice bounce today and didn't quite get the resistance, but that 35.40 on Intel, that's going to be in play. Okay, I might be jinxing it, but that's potentially in play tomorrow. So 35.40, that was that earnings top where it dumped. You've made the breakout. You've gotten to the resistance level. Next step, consolidate under, break out the top, go to the 200-period moving average would be the idea. But I got to mosey onto the desk. We got Chris Brecher on.
Oh, good.
And he's got a great topic because we're going to talk some sentiment. Because you got to have the right sentiment. Whether it's strong or weak, you got to know when it makes a difference what the overall sentiment in the market is, or sometimes specifically in certain types of names. Like sentiment in weed stinks. I don't know why I said weed there, but I'm going to head on to the desk. Good look there in Amazon. Ideally, we can still trade the 200 level tomorrow morning, but you never know. Maybe it'll gap through. But we'll see you in a few minutes, guys, at the desk.
Yeah, hopefully it holds out. Good job there, Neil. As he comes back, and then now he's got a hobble on over there to the desk. So, okay, so we just got some more out there at 78. We are basically flat on this name as we talked about the imbalances and what that meant. So we were really happy. We said that we'd be getting out at 200 again. So it's there to there at the end of the day. Just wait, not even too many outs. So we were just sort of piecing it out. We had so many shares that was allowing us to get out like that. So that's always a good sign. So we'll do that, get out now, and then look to see what that next trade is. Thanks everybody again. Let's check out Carvana, CVNA. I might just, it's .NY of course for Carvana. 130. Okay, a name that I thought had a very good chance of going. I'm going to get the rest out here if we can on that. There it is. That wraps up the trade. So Siren's up for Amazon as we get out at 77 there, or 76s. Good out on that last piece, and now we wait. So Amazon, it's a couple good names coming at the end of the day there. Longeveron, we can have a quick little look at that as we'll review some of the names that we had earlier. This name got going early and then really didn't do anything late. I think we'll have to look at this again. We got stopped out there. It was like in and then stopped out. It'll be red. I mean, you guys that were watching me earlier know that we got stopped out there at 450. And that was pretty much the bottom. So we'll be, 416, 420. Puff pass on that one. We'll see what happens. Only 2 minutes now left in this game, which is the market. Amazon making its way back up. Let's just check out some big names here. NVIDIA basically at high a day now. So great trading there. We'll look to see if that name can hold. AMD probably, yeah. We talked about that VWAP break. Silly of us not to take it. We're learning, man. Tesla not anywhere near high of day, pulling back into VWAP. Love this trade, 263.50. We'll see if we can make it tomorrow if it's there again. WFC, a positive name for us today. Hit that, got out of its way. Good thing we did as it makes that top again. Looking to fade banks, but again, with earnings play, almost a completely different one at that. And then Apple, wow. Again, not stopped out ever on Apple, so it was a good trade there. Long at 230. We left it alone. Long again when we got some of that news. Then long. Actually, we did get stopped out once, but then bought it right back. Long into the end of the day, closing at highs. Wow, Apple's at 233, man. No wonder the NASDAQ held up all day. Why was this not being yelled at? We should have looked at Apple, man. I'm looking at Amazon, looking at everything else. Look at Apple, right off the 200 period with support. Mamma mia, Jag, right there. We should have had Apple. That's a trade for me, 24/7, honestly. 200 period with support, Apple. No, why did we not go long? Look at that size here on Apple. Make sure you do not have any pending orders, Sean. You don't want to get filled here with only a couple seconds left. So again, good battle back there today. We'll be red on the day. We showed you a couple of our shares, a couple of our trades there. We will take the red side. We can't celebrate green sides and not tell you that we have some red days. So we've traded 3 or 4 days here. So far in July, we have 1 red. So it's not bad. With only 10 seconds to go, let's go. It's not roll call, it's countdown right there with 10 seconds left. It's Adara and Neil on the After the Market Recap show coming to you very, very soon. And in fact, in 3, 4, 3, 2, and 1, the market is closed, Adara. So there it is. Good job there. The U.S. markets are now closed after again reaching record highs all over the place. Apple goes up to the NASDAQ 20,900, the ES 5,700 almost. I mean, these are targets, price targets getting blown out of the water, and we're only halfway through the year. A little more than that, don't at me. But many people did not even have 5,700 as a baseline target for this year. What a move, man. The NASDAQ was up 38% or something this year, continues to climb higher and higher. So 4 o'clock, man, will banks, will Delta start to send this market to the downside? I say no. Let's wait to see what happens coming through, though. Let me know, Ramin, if they're ready and we can throw it. But again, thank you to Ramin, Fabian, Neil, of course. Adara's there. Sharif's been here. Thank you to Obi. Thanks to Brendo and everybody. And most importantly, thank you to Bears vs. Bulls. That continues to help us. And again, thank you to all of our sponsors. I don't think we do that enough. Thank you so much to Real Trading, Benzinga, Trade Ideas, and probably missing a few others. But thank you so much for all the support that continues to happen here at Trader TV Live. All right. No or yes? Yes, there it is. We get the thumbs up. All right. I'm Sean. Go find us at Trader TV, Sean, at Trader TV Live on all your socials. We're back tomorrow at 8:30. Ciao, everybody.
Welcome to the aftermarket show today. Wow, the market is, it's relentless. What can we say about it? The NASDAQ just continues to press higher. You saw at the end of the day there, the S&P 500 continued to go higher. It is a super strong looking sector board as well. A whole lot of green, but let's be real. Everything starts and ends with tech. The Qs do that nice 1% move back in. There's no stopping it. It's kind of like the English offense, although I don't know what it's 1-1 right now. So I'm hopefully they didn't just get scored on or something because they're probably coming back from halftime. No, they're not that good. If England's offense was as good as the strength in the S&P and the NASDAQ right now, then they would be steamrolling up 4-0 and they'd be heading toward a date with Spain. But 1% up, new, fresh highs. We can't say this enough. You sell something at the top, 24 hours later, you're just in regret land. But it's not the only thing strong. Today, big breakout, I should say rejection. No, uranium breaking the 50 here. So we've been talking about this one. It never made on the weekly the break that we wanted, but it does pull right back into that 200-period moving average. Now breaking out the 50 period with a 4.5% day. Let's see if it can hold this $30.50 level here on URA. Gold having a strong move, although as we mentioned with several guests, obviously we were talking about this with Michael Noss last week, whether you're looking at GDX or GLD in here, you haven't quite taken out those tops. GDX getting really close to taking out the tops. GLD still has a ways to go. Even though it made the nice bounce off support, you still don't have that big push in to that double top there on the daily. So worth watching as they both get into some resistance, overhead resistance. But let's talk a little S, M to the his H. Some things are breaking out highs. Gold's not breaking out highs, Peter Schiff, yet. But SMH, I'm not trying to dig at Peter Schiff. I know he'll be happy when it does. But SMH, with the big break, you got a new 52-week high. It's just, the chips have been so strong. I'm going to pop a 15-minute up here, just so you can see the relentless nature of it. Why? Because the 2 days going into this rally, you had a break. Look at the hold of support on the SMH 2 days ago. It broke out this 273, essentially rejected 275, and then just hold the line, and blow up that spot. Then yesterday, just a Dumpsville moment where it dumped all the way into that same 273, bounces in the same spot. It's like, oh, we're not dumping through that 73 level? Well, I guess we should just be flying to fresh highs. And that's what we do here on the SMH. So Adara, when it's a green day, it's always more fun trading. Trading is great and trading is fun, but the trading is much better. Hopefully you didn't break anything there, Ramin. Trading is a heck of a lot better when the market is going up. I like up days more than we like down days. It is what it is. Sometimes when you're day trading, the short days are the best days to trade, but happy to see this market be so strong.
This is a lot of strength here in the market. We had AMD and its news with Silo. We had Google and HubSpot. There's a lot of fun midday catalysts coming. We also had Rigetti with that Citron research note. And I was really happy because I saw that note come in before everyone else was circulating. So I saw the note, saw the pop, and I was like, you know, you don't want to be first, you want to be right, but it's fun when you're first hand right. I think that sometimes can be, you know what I mean? If you have those moments where you double check, you see that note, and you're able to see that move. So.
Can I ask you a very quick question out of morbid curiosity?
Okay.
When you say you saw the note before everybody was circulating,
Not everybody, but
like, so obviously what happens usually, you get like one source presenting something, then you get like a second or third source. So you wouldn't happen to remember roughly in the move, like what was capturable when you first heard it? Because if you look at Rigetti, and we're just thinking out loud here, everybody, like this Rigetti stock, they got the news right about 2:30, like 2:37, somewhere in here, it starts getting disseminated. It's still a dollar stock that breaks 110.
Yeah.
The initial candle goes to 128. It pulls back into 117 and then sees 140. So I would imagine somewhere in this 1 minute candle, which is all the way up, like it gets from 110 to 128 and closes at 121. So if any of that move early on, if you could be anywhere under 120, that was essentially a free money trade as it's being disseminated because you're essentially risking back to the 110 and it goes 20 cents up there. So sometimes it can be an advantage. And with these small cap runners, usually you don't want to overreact to like one news source. If like only one person is reporting something and it's like an Apple, or it's like, oh my goodness, this deal is falling through. Like let's say it was when Microsoft was buying Activision, right? If there'd been like one Twitter account posted the deal's falling through, but nobody else is, I'm not going to necessarily believe that. But when it's a small cap stock and there's seconds for it to run, and you have that tight window to get into the move, sometimes it can be worth it, but only if you're in early. That's the key point.
And I think with this too is usually with, like, I'm always very diligent. I like to make sure I've seen a couple different sources report something, see if I know exactly what the source is. But this is a bit unique because I saw this come through on the tweet deck, the official Citron Research tweet. So this wasn't news, this was Citron tweeting, so this was a bit different. I didn't have to check to say they tweeted, I knew they tweeted. So I was able to see that immediately. I saw the volume pop. And so that was a little bit, it was a bit of a unique scenario in that you could react a lot faster and you could report a lot faster because you weren't waiting for secondary news. It was, do you know what I mean? It was a really unique scenario in that way, which made it interesting to report on and witness. I don't remember exactly where it was. It was up about 15% from that low of day. So again, I wish I could give a number, sorry, but it was
if it was 15% from the consolidation, then you could have had it around the 120 level. Which was essentially the perfect go spot. Because if you look back, it closed right here 121, it opened up 121, tried to test the 117. So if you get it early in that move, like you're actually seeing reasons to add at that price. And then going 120 to 140, you can't go wrong with that. But look, the overall market, super strong. I just want to acknowledge, not everything was up today. The old Widowmaker, UNG, right back in, down 1%. I'm just gonna pull up the daily chart. This is the thing about nat gas. They call it the Widowmaker, and everyone that's been, this is gonna be the rebound. It's going. Oh my goodness, UNG. When this ETF, when it finds a top, the flush has been gorgeous. But they call it the Widowmaker for a reason. Not everything's strong, but UNG definitely looking like it's still trying to test that absolute bottom. But you know what? The sentiment, the winds and the sentiment can always be changing. Maybe they're going to change there in UNG. Maybe it's going to change in energy in general. Possibly we're going to see some kind of a change in the banking sector and financials because end of the week we get those earnings. Somebody that I know is interested in talking about a little bit of market sentiment. I do believe we have him locked and loaded, ready to go for a little trader talk, and our good friend, Chris Retcher. Welcome, Chris. Good to see you again. Chris Retcher, the managing director of Simpler Stocks, good friend of the show, dropping great puns, great trade ideas for us, but a little something different today that I think you wanted to talk about there. So first off, welcome. How has the day been?
I had a lot of puns ready for you, but I'll hold off on those for a minute.
Nothing wrong with that. But how was your day trading today? Candidly speaking, I was off half the day this morning, so I missed all of the opening opportunities, like Amazon, the Bezos 200 level for the short. AMD was so incredibly strong. All of the chips had big moves. But what was your not necessarily thesis, but what was your main drive today that you were looking at from a trading basis, if you can share?
Well, all we were doing was like the catch-up trade. So we were like buying the IWM via spreads because it's really hard to just pick some laggard stocks like the Deeres and the Caterpillars of the world because they're not bouncing yet. So it's really tough when it's this narrow rally. Then you get things like Meta that went straight down when the market went straight up. So we were trying to be really careful going for like the IWM and doing spreads for Friday on the upside. And yesterday and the day before, we were buying the hurricane stocks, the Home Depots. We got out of GNRC already. I didn't get back in. And we also messed around with another lagger, the XBI. I know we've talked about the XBI like 8 million times, and it has a time and a place. But we were buying it in this area. So we were buying it. And this is always dangerous when they act like garbage. But we were buying it right here in this area. So now we didn't just buy it. We bought spreads. In fact, we're almost two right. So we also bought this. We bought CRSP. So we were in the Home Depot, CRSP, and XBI. Today, all we really messed around was IWM. So we're in IWM overnight. This is just betting on that laggard play.
Right. The other thing forming, just on that IWM, it seems like you've also got that little wedge forming, right? I know you were just drawing the lower highs, but I've seen a few breakouts this week, most of them in the chip space, that have that same wedge pattern where you get the higher low, lower high consolidation. And if you're looking for something that can be explosive, like you just get that accumulation effect going on. It usually tells you that someone's kind of in there holding around that price. And when you get a break in either direction, it can be good. But I just wanted to quickly ask you about this Home Depot, because we had a few people in our chat today that were talking specifically and asking specifically about like a hurricane play. And my first thought was like, you got to be early in the season, right? If you're going to do something like that. So give me your thoughts here, what you guys are doing with Home Depot, if you could.
Yeah, sure. Just so you know, I did a YouTube live, Monday, on my list of hurricane stocks and when they matter. So, I mean, we could go on for an hour about that, but here's a list if you just somebody wants to screenshot it. And I'm changing these all the time, but there's some of them for you. So you got the Generac, which is at one time was down 5. I didn't buy it. Lumber futures, Denny's. Believe it or not, marine products down in Florida, you have to restock on stuff. One thing that put me on the map on TradingView in 2012 was Hormel with spam. I've posted a chart that when Hurricane Sandy hit the Northeast, it seems like Northeasterners stock up on spam when they and it worked. The stock went up of 50 to 70%.
Who knew?
And you got the liquor stocks. So you got the floors, the rebuilding stocks. And you'll see that the ones that have lagged because people are worried about the economy all of a sudden are kicking in now at this time of year. Home Depot, Lowe's, Berkshire Hathaway has a finger in everything, and Xylem is about water treatment.
Okay, I love those names in there. And I think it's important because I know there's always traders looking for something as a swing idea. Like, hey, what's happening now? What can be the catalyst? And anyone that knows what Barrel's been doing, and I was saying this on the show, like everybody, my family's from the West Indies, so I have like a WhatsApp chat with all of my family that's in Antigua and other places in the West Indies, and everyone's just posting all these different articles saying how it's expected to be a bad year for storms. And when that's the case, it's like, well, how can you take advantage of Home Depot? Makes logical sense. I think we can all sort of wrap our heads around that one and then rebuilding. But I love some of the other names that you kind of mentioned in there. Like I'm not sitting there thinking about spam or Denny's, but usually you chuckle at it, but it's the thing that maybe people aren't necessarily thinking about first comes to mind that's going to give you the bigger move and the bigger opportunity for a trade if you can kind of dig a little bit deeper, see what's happened historically. So thank you very much for that, Chris. I know you wanted to talk a little bit about sentiment overall. Yeah. So it's a term that gets used a lot around here, but obviously it matters sometimes more than others, for sure.
Well, one thing though is, and I didn't answer the question about Home Depot, but we were also going on something else. I'd like to have 3 reasons to do something. So let me tell you that real quick, because sorry I didn't answer it. We were going on that, number one, the whole market was going up. And number 2, that Home Depot was hitting that support right there. And then, like you were talking about, those kind of wedges. So you got the wedge right in here, that kind of wedge. And then you got the bull flag within the wedge. So that's one reason. And the laggard. Everybody's nervous about the economy is starting to weaken. That's why you've seen the deers and the cats go down. But Home Depot historically goes up at this time anyway. So I thought you'd like that wedge combined with the hurricane thesis.
Yeah, I think you always look for those multiple. On the show, we talk about the confluence, right? So the multiple levels of confluence. You want the, like, why are you looking at the stock? Why one over the other? Like, why Home Depot over Lowe's? Then you want like a technical setup that's going to be there. So then you get the catalyst, then you get the actual execution. Like, all of those things have to align. If you have one reason for a trade and just nothing else to go off of, usually it's not going to work out the best for you. I think you got to have those multiple lines there. I like that Home Depot idea. I've been thinking about. You said it's funny. You led with one of the things you mentioned was waiting for Caterpillar is like frustrating for this to look strong. That's a stock that I own. I'm looking for the spot for the turn in Caterpillar, and it's just not showing anything yet. I like the company.
Yeah.
I know I want to be a buyer, but it's just taking. You just got to be patient with it. So you got to look for some other things. Put that money to work.
Yeah. And it's interesting because I'm looking at like Lowe's. Like there's a difference between a developing pattern and a breakout, like you saw like Tesla, when you had the breakout here, where you had a little bull flag within the wedge, those wedges you were talking about, or a bull flag. And all of a sudden you had it in Lowe's. Believe it or not on a daily, but on that 30-minute, you got that wedge. And then you're talking about Caterpillar, and you're looking at, well, it's one of those things that people get annoyed at me on our site because it's going to be a better buy over that break of the wedge.
Yeah. Yeah. And
So
I tend to think it as well, and I just heard another one because Sean's still around. He's mentioning Costco moving on news. See what we have here going on here. Costco, you can't keep a great stock down, and it's never even down. Let's be real. This stock is only going up. This is a 3-minute. It just ran $40 here to the upside. So Costco live here as we're talking. Not adjacent names, but let's be real. It's not that far away from things people stock up on in storms.
Yeah, they released their
You
June sales
it's funny
update.
because I go through hundreds of names and all these different storms. So whether it's a destructive storm with flooding, like you're seeing in Texas now with Burl, and then you see like Hurricane Ian that was more wind damage in Florida, and seeing if like Beacon Roofing was more likely to go up in 2022.
Chris, if we can just quickly, Chris,
go up at this time of year.
Chris, not to interrupt, but I want to let Adara get the news out to everybody that's watching here. I don't have it. Adara's got the news.
So June, Costco had their June net sales. They're up year over year, $24.48 billion in sales for the month of June alone. Last year, $22.78 billion. So 24.48 versus 22.78 year over year. They also announced they're going to be increasing they have plans to increase their fees for their membership. They're going to increase their annual fees by $5 for U.S. and Canada Gold Star memberships as of September 1st. So you have about 2 months for your old membership price before that increases by $5. That is the news there for Costco.
Yeah, big mover, and it's still holding these highs. Like when you're making a break like this, it's obviously going to be like it's just a blue sky setup. There's nothing standing in its way. Like it's well above the previous top here. The $900 level has come and gone. I think the next thing is just going to be Splitsville. But there you go. Sometimes you're waiting for things to happen here. We still have Chris on. You're waiting for things to happen in Caterpillar. You don't have to wait with a stock like this. Every single dip on Costco, if it just holds it for a week and then breaks any kind of consolidation, wow, this is a super strong stock. It only gets better. Yeah, when you can get away with when you can increase prices and people gobble it up, that means you're winning in my books.
Yeah, no doubt. But and it goes to show you about, I know everybody talks about trading the trend, but it just goes to show you that when Costco has good news, it goes up. And when HubSpot, like Google, said they're not interested anymore, and the stock was already in a downtrend, so things in bad news and downtrends react bad. So I think the top in the overall market's going to be when everything has good news and goes down. So, but for now, yeah, the ones in an uptrend, when they have good news, they continue up.
And just as another note, another name which just broke highs, maybe on some sympathy there, Walmart's usually going to get. I mean, it's not the same thing, but the sympathy play for Walmart has it breaking out. So just like you said, like the trend is pretty strong. This one actually did a split and then continues to go even higher and higher and higher. Now, ideally, I just saw a great point in the chat there. Rivian Millionaire, you can also just only buy names with good news, which is, I think that's a pretty, you don't have to sit there and try to decipher, hey, when is the stock going up on bad news? I know traders will talk about that all the time. If a stock's going up on bad news, it's a good thing. But you can always just buy the best, buy the things that are all rosy, and join that trend. Something about a simple trade is usually the best idea out there, especially when you're holding in that long term. So we know the sentiment's good when it comes to Costco, and we know the sentiment is good for Walmart. But what are the other ideas I know you had out there that you wanted to talk about? Just can't even get away from these markets. Didn't want to interrupt, but there was no way we couldn't cover that Costco breakout.
Well, I'll tell you right now is, I look at a number of different sentiment indicators, but like you said, I try to have 3 reasons to do something. So you see like the put call ratio here. Put call ratio has been really low. So real low. And the moving average has been real low. But that doesn't mean to short the markets. Still things are working. The other thing, but how many for weeks have talked about a low put call? The other thing we're watching is the AAPL investor sentiment survey. And that's not an extreme. 41 and 26 is just not an extreme. Then there are things like the American, there's a different one, Investors Intelligence, and they've been over 60% bullish for 5 weeks. But that's extreme, but you haven't seen the markets have any kind of turn. So, and the other ones I look at a number of them. Another one is CNN Fear and Greed. And you'll see in there, I'm glad that when I fill out something in here, it fills out like CNN Fear and Greed and nothing inappropriate. So, that's how boring I am when I search on things on the internet.
Yeah, you're running some risk there when you just live search on Google. You never know what's going to come out on top, I'll tell you that much.
Luckily,
so you do that at your own risk there, Chris.
It's not something bad. So, luckily, it's CNN Fear and Greed. So that's, like I said, that's how boring I am when I search the internet, at least that you know about. Now, on Firefox, it's a whole different situation, but I'm on Google Chrome. So just kidding. But Fear and Greed, not an extreme.
Fear and Greed
is nothing.
Oh, you don't want Fire. First of all, I'm just going to let you know, you want not Firefox, DuckDuckGo. That's the one.
Oh, okay. That's how much I know about those things. So, but no extreme. So I look at extremes, and then when I look at extremes, which I'm not seeing in anything really, I'll look for reversal patterns within that. But I just don't see them at the moment. And that's why if I want to play anything to the downside, I can't just use sentiment. I have to combine it with all those charts like we were talking about. I like using StockTwits. So StockTwits sentiment, I'm like a beta tester because they change the sentiment around. I used to do with their old sentiment, a StockTwits sentiment table every week, and that worked pretty well. But you'll see in here, the QQQ with their sentiment is bearish. And yesterday it was neutral. So they're just not this extreme bullish reading. And that's what you're going to have to see combined with charts for me to get, swing trade like bearish. And it's not there yet. But I will tell you that if I see like the ES And I see all of a sudden on a daily chart that's different, where all of a sudden you see it start to roll over, and which means I'm not going to hit the top. So I'm waiting for the first sell-off and then the consolidation. And like we've been harping on, you just don't see that yet.
Yeah, you want to try sell the market in this kind of strength. Trying to be the top, take easy there, Sean. Trying to be the top of the market is a good way to go broke. It's better I'd rather join a move when the sellers have stepped in than try to pick the absolute top, because you might feel really, really cool when you get it, but the road will be paved with a lot of top wicks and getting busted out there. So I think you're right about needing that extreme. Like if you're going to go against the grain in a long trend and look for that, you have to have a really good, distinct reason. Ride the trend and have really, really confident reasons why it's going to make that turn. I don't think I could agree more there. And having more than one source to look at probably makes a little bit of sense in terms of looking. You want everything to sort of stars aligning to kind of try to find that top, because there's a lot of top pickers out there that have been calling for the market to make this. When is this 10, 20% retracement coming? And we haven't even seen it, Chris. So before we get you out of here, any last thoughts, any last ideas, anything you didn't get to that you want to cover in here, maybe that you're looking at as we're going in the last couple of days in the trading week here?
I know a lot are looking at the CPI tomorrow, and one thing, and I think we've mentioned on here before, is usually I look at the Dow Jones Commodity Index, the DJCI. That's the symbol, at least on Thinkorswim, and that when the CPI is backward looking a month. So when you saw this and you saw the big old pop, then it was more likely the CPI that was coming out, let's say the next week or whatever, that's backward looking, was going to be hotter than usual. But now that you have this, CPI is probably going to be a non-event. Plus, Powell's already talked yesterday and today, so he probably already knows what the CPI is anyway. So I don't think the CPI is going to be a difference. Now, I think the markets are getting really overcooked, but you don't have any kind of reversal pattern yet for me to say that's where at least you have a backstop. So if you saw like a big old red candle in here, at least then I'd have a backstop to play against the high. But you just don't have that yet. In fact, if you see that like all the way down to here, then you want to see what the oversold rally is like. And if it's pathetic, sure, then you can try to pound the market on the downside. But I just don't see right here. I just back away until I get a more definable intraday pattern.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to put the hands up. I'm old, so I remember like this in Cosby Show, it's like, and there's nothing wrong with that. If you don't like it, you don't have to trade it. And all that means is you're going to have more capital preserved for when the good trade does come. And I can't say that enough. Like if you take small, when you're wrong, you take small hits and you're really patient and wait for the best setups, don't take every single opportunity that's out there. Then when the time is right and you want to strike, you'll be great and you'll have those best opportunities. That's what it's all about there. Thank you for sharing your ideas there. Chris Bretcher, Senior Managing Director, Simpler Stocks, and very safe searcher, apparently, which we have found here. Nothing too risque. Always fun having you on, Chris. Best of luck in your trades the rest of the week. Wish you all the best.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks.
Bye.
So always some fun talking a little bit of market sentiment, but just the market's still digesting this Costco move. It's pulling back right now, but that was a blowout, absolute blowout piece of news, especially when there's nothing else really going on in the aftermarket. So Costco coming out, raising some prices. It's above the 900. It has pulled back, got to $925, pulling back into 906, 907 as we speak, but the euphoria certainly there. These are all fresh highs here for Costco, for anyone that hasn't noticed. Maybe if you just, before we get into roll call, just a quick review for anybody that wasn't paying attention of what caused Costco to do this.
So Costco released their June sales numbers. This included a nice little year-over-year increase here. $24.48 billion in sales for June 2024. Their June 2023 sales were $22.78 billion year-over-year, so almost a $2 billion year-over-year increase. Then we also had the announcement of a $5 membership fee increase for their U.S. and Canadian members. That's going to take place starting September 1st. You have about just under 2 months before this increase takes effect.
Yes, sir, and great news for them. Still seeing it's up 2.5%. You're actually still pulling back now to 905, 904. I think as long as it holds that 900 tomorrow. Previous high was actually 897. 900 just a round number. 897 was the previous top. So you're well above that. Should be a good one. But you know the new drill. You've been crushing it every single time, right? So we do a bit of a rotation in here, but I'm just giving the roll call to Adara time after time. I'm going to get my name in there to make sure. So get your roll call ready, everybody. Let's get locked and loaded.
Let's get going. Okay, I'll start with who I'm seeing here. Sharon Harrison, Andrew Chow, Darwin, Kyle Burdett, Chef Joe here. I find it harder when I have to show it. I'm not used to reading it at this angle. Okay, Neil Roberts shutting out Chris. I'll also shut out Chris. Bears versus Bulls, killing it. Andrew Chow again, Dave Clark, Raul, Three Kings Media, Royal Dixon, Brian Thompson. We've got Chef Joe, we've got Kyle Burdett, we have Darwin, we have Adrian, we have Chuck of all trades, we have Andrew Chow in there again. We've got Neil Roberts, Andrew Chow one more time, Jake Profit, Monty, Ren Delager, Crab Stock, the Nathan Williams, Bora Hout, Bears versus Bulls, thank you so much for everything you do. Mitchell Burton, D-Loaf, Andrew Scott Matthews, The Real Tech Geek, Brian Thompson again, Ricky Peters, Marie L, Chuck of all trades, Zero Gravity, Zen, the Nathan Williams, Jake Profit, Monty, Lionel Martinez, For Profit, John Von Sowers, Raw John, Sebastian, Pitchbull, CompuCare Team, the Nathan Williams, Sherry Punjab, Stonefart, Hi Live Trader TV by Fabian there, Rivian Millionaire, my voice is fine, but I appreciate the concern, Brian Thompson, Jay Haas, B. Davis, Trader T10, Sebastian, Bristol, Mark L, the Nathan Williams, Bora Hout, D-Loaf, Jersey Sean, CompuCare Team, Nathan Williams, Mogi Bear.
Boom. Mic drop every single time. I need a mic drop key or something like that. We got to do a mic drop for that because that's what it is. Just absolutely dropping it, killing it as always, Adara. Love it. Great day today. Obviously, great end of the show. I want to thank Chris for coming on, dropping some knowledge every single time he comes on here. I think everyone that is a trader or just is interested in the markets is going to be able to learn something. All of our guests who do a fantastic job. Just want to remind everybody, you can always check us out every single day. Check out our socials, but check us out at 8:30 in the morning. Get your prep ready. Get ready for the markets and live trading. We're going to be back at it. And now suddenly we got Costco. All they got to do left, the only thing left, Costco, is when is that split coming? And then we can go moonshot. But you know what's good? Everybody out there, good luck trading. Have a great evening. Rest up because it'll be wild and wicked what a strong market we had today. Bright and early, 8:30 as always. Trader TV Live. See you tomorrow, everybody.
See you guys.